to the Northwest Cavalryman Show, the podcast where your host, Rick Skolrud, discusses politics and news from Canada, the United States, and around the world, from a conservative perspective. Warning: professionally offended people and liberal crybabies may be triggered. Viewer discretion is advised. While we put the finishing touches on this podcast, you are invited to visit the show notes. There are links to all of Rick's social media, including his website where you can sign up to take the Canadian Firearms Safety Course, which is a prerequisite for obtaining your Canadian Firearms License, also known as a PAL. Rick teaches these courses in Maple Bay just east of Duncan on Vancouver Island, British Columbia. Now here's your host, Rick Skolrud.
Hello everybody, welcome to my special live stream. Had a bit of trouble with my camera, so I'm a little bit late, but let's go to what's happening on Fox News here, and just turn up the volume on that and see what's going on. So just put that over there, and now
Austin going to Donald Trump from Indiana as well. Also, Kentucky, the bluegrass state. This is in Trump's column there. They have AP calling Kentucky for Donald Trump. Trump gets 8 electoral votes there in Kentucky, and you see the vote differential, the vote margin there between he and Harris. So this is to be expected with, Indiana and Kentucky here.
Okay, so they're calling Kentucky already.
Results as well.
8 electoral votes.
The Indiana Senate race between Jim Banks, the congressman right now, and his challenger as well, the Democrat. That race being called for Banks. So this seat, Austin, remains in Republican hands here. Jim Banks beating Valerie McRae there. He stays on Capitol Hill, but he moves over to the other chamber there, the upper chamber. So just wanted to kind of give everyone the run through for some of these states. Like you said, we have the head-to-head matchup. Austin, Vermont, this goes to Harris. 3 electoral votes in Harris's column for Vermont there. So we are just getting started. We're in a new hour, and yes.
If we can come out to the map one more time, because there's going to be an odd color on the senatorial map. I just want to make sure everybody understands what we're looking at, because you're used to seeing reds and blues on these maps. The reason why you're seeing yellow in Vermont is simply because Senator Sanders is an independent. So Sanders there, they're able to call this one as soon as the polls are closed. We don't even see any of the numbers coming in for this race yet, but Senator Sanders with a healthy lead, a healthy advantage in order to get another 6-year Senate term. Andrew.
All right, and we do have live pictures there at the White House. Also,
I guess
closing this hour in 13 states, like we said there. In North Carolina and Georgia, the prize for the
Guess
White
Bernie
House
was kicked out of the Democrats.
Some of these early results in as well. Let's bring into the conversation some more of our analysts, experts, and reporters, including Riley Rogerson there at Notice. She joins me. Riley, results coming in quite fast here, but at the top of the hour, these states, so many people are watching. Georgia, North Carolina. Georgia has 16 electoral votes. North Carolina, 16 as well here. We're going to get results in those battleground states. What are you watching for right now?
Definitely North Carolina, definitely Georgia. Later in the night, absolutely Pennsylvania, which has a really important Senate race as well. Nevada, Arizona. I'm sure I'm missing some swing states there, but I'm watching the same states the rest of the country is watching, which are all supposed to be nail biters, and we'll see when we get results.
Yeah, and Riley, I wanted to ask too, other things that you've been watching for. I've been watching for enthusiasm, turnout, some of the same day voter turnout. It seems like the Harris and Trump camps are really contending with the early vote numbers and the same day voting numbers and the by mail numbers here. So it's all going to be a numbers game, is it not?
Oh, absolutely. This is all a numbers game. You see already the Trump camp is clearly paying
It looks like Trump has 3 states now. We have Indiana, Kentucky, and Florida.
What we're seeing is good turnout in a very blue stronghold.
Oh, I don't think they've called Florida yet.
Trump is doing better in kind of the middle of the state and some of the suburban counties. So, the numbers are everything, and it's just a matter of which counties really turn out for, Trump or Harris.
Yeah, Wiley, I know that you cover Capitol Hill so much, and your everyday life when we don't have an election night to cover. But will we know who has control of the House and/or Senate by the end of the night or not?
I mean, that's a great question that I still don't know the answer to. I promise you, my newsroom would love to know. The House.
Looks like they've called Indiana and Kentucky for Trump.
I had a conversation with the DCCC chairwoman, Susan Delbene, last week. She reminded me that the House was decided in 5 races by about 6,500 votes last time. So
but they're still leaving Florida open.
Close. It's going to take a really long
Georgia
time to kind of parse them out. There might be recounts in some cases. So the House, I think, could be on the scale of weeks before we have a solid answer.
Right.
The Senate, I think, will be maybe a little bit sooner, but we will see. Montana is important, and that's not going to come in until late tonight.
We've been hearing so much about how it's more likely than not that the Republicans will flip control of the Senate. But I wanted to ask you a couple questions about which states are in play for the Democrats to actually pick up seats.
Yes, there are 2 big pickup opportunities that Democrats have invested a lot of resources into. That's Florida and that's Texas. We'll see. It's an uphill climb for the Democrats there. In Florida, the incumbent is Rick Scott. In Texas, the incumbent is Ted Cruz. These are 2 conservative senators that Democrats would be eager to flip their seats. But we still don't know. It is an uphill climb in 2 states that are, Trump is counting on to be Republican for him. So these 2 incumbents.
Interesting that the popular vote is 54% in favor of Trump.
Yeah, and Riley and Austin, we do have results coming in the Florida Senate race there. Scott up over his challenger, the Democrat Debbie Mucarsel-Powell. I guess going into this race specifically, Riley, did Senate Republicans expect such a fight there for Scott in Florida, or were they thrown for a loop in that one?
Actually, the past few times that Rick Scott has run statewide, remember he was previously the governor of Florida as well, have been real nail biters. His popularity is not super high in the state. However, he has a massive war chest. He's a very independently wealthy and has put a lot of his own resources into funding his race there. So I think that this is to be expected, that it was going to be pretty close. It's always been close for Rick Scott, but that doesn't mean just yet that the Democrats are feeling great about taking it. We'll have to see as more votes come in.
Let's focus our efforts just on Georgia briefly here, because we have our live picture inside this counting location in Fulton County at the moment. We are getting results in Austin and Riley from Georgia on the presidential level here. Let's take that. All right, so Georgia with 16 electoral votes here, and I can't exactly tell how.
Looks like he's looking really good for Georgia. I don't think that's closed yet, though.
For Harris.
All right, so you see Trump there over Harris. So it's still early. What do we make, Austin, of these results here?
Yeah, so this is a very small batch of results that have come in. 1,500 it looks like for Trump so far, 1,200 for Harris. Polls closing about 11 minutes ago in the Peach State. We're not expecting to get any bellwethers, and I think we just saw the results possibly update there. And what I'll do is I'll pull up that race because we can, and there it is. So yeah, so we're seeing now 78,000 votes for Harris versus 63,000 votes for Trump. So we're getting in a little bit more context as to how people are leaning. We don't know exactly where these votes are coming from, but we do know that Harris so far, with only 3% of the votes tabulated, Harris has a 10-point advantage over Trump.
Yeah, and of course, also to your point, it is still early. But Riley, if you can, give us a sense.
Kind of reminds you what happened in BC, where
the Harris campaign or the Trump campaign,
it was flipping back and forth.
Georgia, just in the last few weeks.
Oh, it's definitely been prioritized. Both campaigns have made trips down there. Georgia, alongside these other swing states that we're watching, has been the subject of a lot of investment by both campaigns, a lot of television ads, and a lot of rallies. So both campaigns are taking their chances here very, very seriously, and we'll see how it takes out later tonight.
Yeah, and Riley, of course, we know that Donald Trump lost Georgia in 2020 by, comparably a pretty small margin, more than 11,000 votes here. Is it going to be that close again? What are some of these trends in the state that have shifted at all since 2020? Maybe none.
Yeah, there's been a big question of whether Black voters will turn out to the same degree for Kamala Harris as they did for Joe Biden. That was a big part of his winning coalition back in 2020. So I think there's a big question now of if there will still be those strong numbers there for Harris. Obviously, Donald Trump sees an opening there, or he would not have invested quite so many resources into the state. But yeah, I think that's a big demographic that people will be watching there for sure.
Yeah, so
the
context into
lead just narrowed in Florida.
These battleground states over time. What I'm going to put
in Georgia.
And Andrew, if you can take my screen in full, I want to show. So this is our breakdown of the counties. So, and these are very preliminary results. We will say that up front, but we're starting to see a blue dot in Douglas County. It looks like Harris has a 32-point lead over Trump right now. Can you just lay out how this works? Typically, we see in these major metro areas, that's where Democrats run up the numbers, and then there's several rural counties where Trump runs up the numbers, correct?
Yes, that's the case. That'll be the case in Georgia. It will also be similar in Pennsylvania. I talked already about the importance of Philadelphia, but also Pittsburgh. And you'll see the same in Michigan with Detroit, in Wisconsin with Milwaukee. That's typically how this is going to go. So it's really a question of turnout in these big blue cities for the Democrats.
So we know that the Harris camp is really relying on turnout, like you said, in Philadelphia. What about Metro Atlanta?
Well, that was interesting to see Virginia go so solid Trump so earlier on.
In Metro Atlanta.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is really the question. And again, like I brought up, there's a question of where the Black vote and Black voters are trending in Atlanta, in these, urban areas, in these swing states. So, I think that there is a question. There's also a question of whether there's a, hidden Trump vote, a hidden Harris vote. But again, I think there's a lot more questions here than answers about how these cities are going to break down.
And I'll just mention that there is something that we're kind of watching. There's this really coalition of 9 counties that we talk about when we're looking at an area like the Atlanta Metro. There's 9 solidly blue counties. There is Fayette County just to the south. That's going to be one that could prove as a bellwether. That's one that's been a little bit tighter as far as last elections go. We've also looked at Cherokee and Forsyth counties. Those are just north of the Atlanta Metro. So there are 9 solidly blue counties that we talk about when it comes to the Atlanta Metro. There are a few that could be competitive, and those are going to be some of the things that we're going to be watching as the election progresses. Riley, one of my questions for you here as we continue on with the evening is how significantly could issues impact turnout in these races? I'm talking issues like abortion, issues like the border.
Oh, abortion is huge. The Harris campaign has poured a lot of resources into campaigning on abortion. We saw in 2022 and in 2023, after the Roe v. Wade was overturned, this is a hugely animating issue for women voters. So, the Harris campaign is banking on there being high turnout for women who are supportive of a Democratic ticket because of that issue. I saw an NBC exit poll clocked the top issue for voters. This is just one exit poll. You should take it with a grain of salt. Was democracy and protecting democracy. That's another huge issue that the Harris campaign has talked quite a bit about, particularly as it relates to January 6th with Liz Cheney. For Republicans, the top motivating issues are, the economy and immigration. And I'll tell you, I was in Pennsylvania this past week talking to Republicans actually at an Eagles tailgate. And that's all that they were talking about is how, excited they were to vote for Trump because of his positions on the economy, non-immigration.
Yeah, we're taking a live look right now inside this.
It's funny how the Democrats are trying to make democracy into an issue when, they've been so anti-democracy for the last quite some time, especially when they inserted Kamala as their candidate.
That briefly disrupted voting. So that is interesting. That is what election officials have had to contend with throughout the course of the evening here. Of course, when you talk about abortion, we can't fail to mention that just this year, in the wake of Dobbs, that 6-week heartbeat bill had been working through the state courts in Georgia. That is the law on the books in Georgia, a 6-week abortion ban. So to your point, Riley, and to your point, Austin, Maybe
It's like
their
Trump is
campaigns
pulling
will
ahead
some of
again in
these
Georgia and,
suburban women
in
the Atlanta
Florida.
metro area to come out for the Harris Walls camp on that issue alone. That remains to be seen here. All right, let's move from Georgia right now while we have you, Riley and Austin. We're getting some more votes in, some more results in the Florida Senate race here. You can see there 52% of estimated votes counted now in the Florida Senate race. And the gap has widened here between incumbent Republican Rick Scott and his Democratic challenger, Debbie Mucarsel-Powell here. So don't want to get ahead of ourselves. Only a little more than half of these estimated votes coming in, according to the Associated Press here. But Scott's lead is widening. So I don't know what that means for the rest of the night, for the rest of these Senate races here, but does this say that maybe Scott wasn't facing as much of a challenge as Democrats hoped, or is that Republicans feared?
We will see for sure whether that ends up being the case. Democrats were clearly very optimistic about their chances. That's why they put resources into this race. But I'll tell you, I talked to a number of strategists on both sides of the aisle who were not totally counting on this race to be a win for the Democrats. When I talked to a Republican strategist yesterday, he told me that Republicans losing the House would be a tremendous shock to the system. And part of that reasoning is that Republicans, they thought Rick Scott would keep this seat. So this isn't a totally unexpected outcome. It's not done yet. It was always supposed to be competitive, but I think this is kind of to be expected.
All right, Austin, you have the map there in Florida as well, looking at some of these counties and how they're going here. What does it say?
Yeah, and you know what? Let's pull up some of the counties, and really, this is something that we're going to start seeing, that some of these bigger metro areas are going to start filling in with more blue, and some of these rural areas are going to start filling in with more red. Miami-Dade County right now, as far as the Senate race goes, Scott has a 10-point advantage in Miami-Dade County, and let's make sure that we get those results up there. So basically, we're talking about Scott running up the numbers in a very populous county. This is just over 50% of the votes counted, quite a bit of votes being tabulated. This is going to be one of the biggest bellwethers about how Florida goes, is looking at larger counties like that. Let's look at Orange County. This is where Orlando is. Mucarsel-Powell has a 17-point advantage over Scott. But ultimately, Andrew, when we look at these maps and when we're talking about the balance of power in Congress, we're talking about an uphill battle for the Democrats. That's something that we've all been watching for. Florida was one of those few states where the Democrats could have made up some ground, but as more results coming in, it's looking like Scott is taking more of an advantage.
All right, Austin, thanks so much. We want to bring into the conversation yet again Riley Ronderson there at Notice. You've been following all of these themes really all year, and happy election night to all of our new viewers. This is what we do on Live Now from Fox. We bring you expert analysis and context on the biggest stories of the day and this one of the year. We are waiting for this live event to take place there in Fulton County. Caroline Elliott, Fox News multimedia reporter, telling us that the Secretary of State there in Georgia just confirmed Georgia will set a new record today with 5.2 million votes cast in this election here. We're also anticipating an update from officials in Fulton County there right now. Let's check in with Christina Evans. She has her pulse on what's going on there on social media, specifically there in Georgia. Christina, what is social media saying? What will they say in this press conference?
Andrew, so of course, like you just said, eyes are on Georgia right now just because of some of the news that has been coming out earlier today. In fact, if you did hear that Secretary of State earlier in the day, Brad Raffensperger, he made a comment in a live press conference talking about how this is the wrong Georgia to mess with as far as election interference. And here in our social center, we've been getting some updates directly from officials in DeKalb County as well, because more bomb threats were called there in the state. Now, this isn't the first time that we're seeing those happen across the social media platform again today, that we're getting those updates that they're happening at those polling locations. I do want to show you right now a full look at that screen there. This is what the DeKalb County Police Department has now tweeted out as well. So they let it know that DeKalb County has now responded to multiple bomb threats. Those locations are also being listed there, but they are now reopened as well. So we're taking a look again at some of the things that are coming out from the social media aspect. This is what we know so far from the Associated Press. These are overwhelmingly Democratic suburbs areas that voting had to be suspended at those locations until police were able to confirm that there were no bombs. But right now, as you can see on your screen, those locations have now reopened. County officials, though, say that they're also seeking a court order to extend voting. This is very routine in Georgia when a polling place is disrupted. Earlier today, again, polling places in Fulton and Gwinnett County were also targeted. The Secretary of State did point out that he believes that had to do with Russian interference. Those threats, though, did turn out to be false. So, again, we're continuing here on Live Now from Fox to track some of the latest updates that we're having here in our studio with some of those updates, again, from Georgia as we're looking at those bomb threats, whether or not they were credible or not. But we do know that now they are seeking to keep some of those polling locations in DeKalb County, one of those counties that was really looked at in the 2020 election, open a bit longer so voters can make sure that their voice is heard.
All right, Christina Evans there. Thanks so much. We do have officials there in Fulton County stepping up right now. Christina, we'll check in just a moment here. Let's listen as some of these officials take to the podium here. Let's watch. All right, here we have it. This is in Fulton County, Georgia. Let's listen.
Thank you so much for being here on Election Night 2024. We are here in the Fulton County Election Hub, and we are about to begin our evening briefing, our post-election briefing. My name is Jessica Corbett, and I'm the Director of External Affairs for Fulton County. And I just want to thank all the journalists who are here from all over the world covering this election. You are about to hear from several officials here who've been part of our team today. You'll first hear from Fulton County Chairman Rob Pitts, followed by our Fulton County Election Board Chair. We happen to be joined tonight by our State Election Board Chair. You will also hear from our Director of Elections for Fulton County, Nadine Williams, as well as Fulton County Police Chief and Fulton County Manager. So I'll kick it over to Chairman Pitts.
Well, thank you so much, Jessica, and thank you all for being here with us again. I told you in the beginning that we were ready, and the results of today's election proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that Fulton County, Georgia was ready for the 2024 election. We have had 177 precincts, 1,800 well-trained professional poll workers who did an outstanding job today. In this magnificent facility here, which I think is due in large part because if you recall, those of you who were with us in 2020, we were scattered all over the county, different locations. But because of the $30 million investment that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners made, this facility has allowed us to consolidate all of our operations under one roof. And the result of that has been an outstanding 2024 election. I had the privilege of personally visiting 31 of the 177 precincts today, and I can report to you that I saw no unusual problems, no major problems whatsoever. Our workers were courteous, they were professional, and they were well trained and took care of business. Now, we are aware that there were several bomb threats. Those threats were handled professionally by our chief, and you'll hear from him in a few minutes. As a result of that, 5 of the 177 precincts will be staying open a little later, a little later, meaning after 7 p.m., anywhere from 10 minutes to 45 minutes, based upon the time that they were closed. So I am personally well pleased, thrilled with the results of today's election, and I will give Fulton County, Georgia, an A for the great work that we've done. I'd like for you to hear from the chair of our Board of Registrations and Elections, Ms. Sherry Allen.
Good evening, good evening. Yesterday I said that you were going to see the best run elections in Fulton County, and I think you have. We did have bomb threats, we can't control criminal activity, but there weren't waiting lines. Things were resolved fast.
Trump is really pulling ahead in Florida, 57%. Wow. Or sorry, Georgia.
Problems and resolve them. Talk to managers. I want to thank all of the poll workers, all of the poll managers, all of the monitors, all of the poll watchers, everyone who helped make this a safe, secure, transparent, and accurate election. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'm going to introduce the chair of the State Election Board, John Revere.
Well, I really don't do interviews, so I guess I'm going to do all of them at once tonight. My name is John Freer. I'm chairman of the State Election Board. I want to talk about the great things that I've seen, because over the last couple of weeks I've had a chance to go across Georgia, from South Georgia to North Georgia, and talk to election superintendents across the state and visit over 20 polling locations. And every one that I've been to, all I've seen is good things. I've seen some extremely dedicated poll workers, extremely dedicated superintendents.
Yeah, I agree. Here's for a Trump win, Ike.
Really optimistic that this may be the best election Georgia's ever held. Chairman Allen has invited me to see many polling locations in Fulton County. We went all the way from the north to the south, saw about 9 polling locations, and every one of them ran efficiently and effectively. The voters were happy. The poll managers were happy. The poll workers were happy. And when I see that happening, it makes you feel good. And the one thing a lady told me today when I was in a poll in Gwinnett County, she said, the people that are criticizing the way the polling's going, if they would just come work a poll one time, and understand all the checks and balances that we have in Georgia to make sure that it's fair and safe election, then they would understand that we do have fair, safe, and honest elections in the state of Georgia. And I want to thank the Secretary of State's office.
Looks like they're going over the Senate run right now.
Thank all those poll workers out there and all those election superintendents, and Chairman Allen for helping turn around what admittedly was not
It's the governor's
election in 2020, but Fulton County hopefully is going to have a great one this year. I got confidence in them, and I'm appreciative for all that they've done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And our Director of Elections is Nadine Williams.
Good evening. On behalf of the Fulton County Department of Registration and Elections, I want to extend our sincere gratitude to the poll workers and election staff for their dedication into conducting today's successful election. We want to provide a special thank you to the County Manager, Board of Commissioners, Board of Registration and Elections, and the numerous Fulton County departments that supported us in this important effort. We planned, we prepared, and we delivered. Today, over 92,000 voters cast their ballot, adding to the 417,000 who participated in advanced voting, and more than 26,000 absentee by mails that were accepted. These numbers surpassed the total turnout for the 2020 election. Despite a few attempted disruptions, our staff and poll workers remain steadfast in their commitment to ensuring a smooth process. In regards to these disruptions, there will be 5 precincts that have to remain open past the 7 o'clock poll closing. Those locations are C.H. Gallant Elementary School, which will remain open until 7:15, Etris Darnell Community Center, which will remain open until 7:45, Lake Forest Elementary School, which will remain open until 7:10, Southwest Arts Center, which will remain open until 7:43, and Northwood Elementary School, which will remain open until 7:45 p.m. Those locations and times are posted on our website and have been posted at the precincts. So now we are going to proceed with the election night tabulation, and we'll post final results tonight on our website when completed. You should be able to see the advanced voting and the absentee by mail results before 8 today. And again, we thank everyone who made this election possible.
Results before 8. We're still waiting to make sure that we have all the votes in British Columbia. I know it was declared last week, but
good evening.
Crazy.
As I told you yesterday, we had 177 voting locations that we put. Hold it up. Is that better? Yes, a lot better. Good evening. As I told you yesterday, we had 177 polling locations and we placed an officer at each one. That wouldn't have been possible without the help of every law enforcement agency within Fulton County coming together to make that happen. We planned heavily for the incident of a bomb threat being called in, and it's a good thing we did, because that's the only thing that happened today was 32 bomb threats at different polling locations. 32. We were
32
able to
bomb
clear,
threats. What a bunch of crazies
27
out there.
of them very quickly without the need for an evacuation. 5 of them, the polls were temporarily closed down at the poll manager's request while we conducted the sweep, and they were reopened. We don't know where the threats came from at this point, and it is an active investigation, but we do intend on doing our best to locate who made the threats and prosecute them fully. Thank you.
Now, County Manager Dick Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to wrap up at least 4 questions by telling you how much preparation went into tonight and today and all of the advanced voting. Starting in 2020, we began a whole-of-government approach. While the tip of the spear is Board of Registration and Election, it involved every aspect of Fulton County with a clear expectation set by our chairman and the rest of the board that we would have a tremendous experience for voters and a free and fair election, which we've obviously accomplished.
Isn't that strange that they're even having a vote on whether or not they should allow non-citizens to vote? I mean, that just seems so obvious.
To Nadine Williams, who has led our efforts and done a terrific job. I also, of course, want to recognize Chief Yates for his efforts working with every municipality and all the police chiefs across Fulton County to provide the safety and security necessary today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Pitts, for being our MC again today. This time we can take a few questions. Yes, Fox. Have there been any bomb threats called into this facility? Say it again. Have there been any threats called in for this facility?
Not yet. Very concerned about it. But the good news is I don't have 177 other locations to worry about. Now we just have this location. And I think you saw when you came in a very heavy law enforcement presence here.
So I guess that means that all the polls have reported to that location now.
All right, so you have some of these Fulton County officials, including law enforcement there, update us on some of these bomb threats that have been made, these hoaxes to polling locations that have caused some disruptions there, not only in Fulton County, but in the state of Georgia writ large here. So you can see that some of these officials are taking questions on, how ballot counting and how the voting will proceed henceforth from there. You heard there from Raffensperger, the Secretary of State. They are keeping 10 locations open a little bit later because of some of these disruptions there. But you heard from some of these county managers there in Fulton County that there's no credence to some of these bomb threats. They called them hoaxes there in Fulton County. In the meantime here, I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. We do have a few race calls that we do want to make here. I want to bring this up. All eyes right now are focused on West Virginia at the moment here, and the presidential contest. Take a look at this. 4 electoral votes from West Virginia going to Donald Trump here. Well, it's not just the presidential election contest there in West Virginia. It's some of these other down ballot races as well, including a key Senate race. Austin Westfall joining me yet again. Austin, I believe we have a Senate call in the race there.
Yeah, you know what? Let's pull up our Senate map because let's show the balance of power. This is no surprise, Andrew. I mean, we expected that retiring Senator Joe Manchin would be replaced by a Republican. Jim Justice, he was a popular two-term governor in West Virginia. You may know him from his English bulldog, Baby Dog, who made an appearance
All right, Dara.
at the National Convention. So
Trump.
and Baby Dog making their way into the Senate's upper chamber. We don't have any numbers in from the Associated Press quite yet. You see here, I mean, we're looking at all zeros here, but nonetheless, the Associated Press, knowing that this is a reliably red state, not a surprise at all that Justice comes away with the victory. They feel comfortable enough to make this one red.
So I think that's a good moment to kind of pause, and for the viewers who might not understand this, you know, we're relying on the Associated Press. How can a media organization like the AP project a race call without numbers there? And I think this is really important to kind of hammer.
That's weird. They have Virginia in blue right now, but I was seeing the numbers before, and it looked like Virginia was going to red.
Joe mentioned he was an independent. We knew Jim Justice, the Republican, had a huge advantage over the mayor of Wheeling, West Virginia. This was not going to be surprising at all. And as soon as some of these numbers do start coming in, most assuredly, they're going to be heavily lopsided in Jim Justice's favor. In the meantime, let's look at the wider senatorial map here, because this is the balance of power. There's still a lot of empty notches to fill in. As we've been mentioning, the Democrats have more seats to defend. But
so who are you rooting for, Brad?
This candy cane, I'm going to call it a candy cane. Let's zoom in on it. It's basically pinstriped there. That means that a seat has flipped. That seat went from independent to Republican. We're going to be watching out for more of those types of races as the night progresses.
All right, to your point, no surprises here. This was projected, but you're right. We got a seat flip.
Hey, DJ,
West Virginia,
who are you rooting for? Neil, who are you rooting for?
And so Joe Manchin
and JCP.
Retiring, not seeking re-election, and all intents and purposes, many expected this race to go this way as well. But Jim Justice is vacating, Austin, the governor's mansion. Just briefly here, who will replace him there in Charleston, West Virginia? You see there the governor's race in West Virginia.
The Orange Man. All right.
His Democratic rival there, Steve Williams, to take the governor's mansion there in West Virginia. Pat Morrissey, Austin, he's, I believe, the current Republican Attorney General in West Virginia. So it just seems kind of like musical chairs in West Virginia politics tonight. Justice
Neil for Trump again.
Morrissey
that's good.
To the capital of West Virginia.
Yeah, ultimately, what I'm going to
I think Trump will be good for Canada, to be honest. I think that when the United States has a really good economy, so do we.
All zeros, but that just gives you some sense
so they,
how reliably red some of these states are. The West Virginias,
I think that is really weird the way they update that map.
Kansas,
hello, Harley.
Oklahoma. We may see some things. You might be wondering, how can they call
because Virginia was blue just a second ago. Now it's undetermined, and North Carolina is now blue. I think North Carolina is going to go red, though.
Steve Williams, Pat Morrissey, headed to the governor's mansion.
Hello, Ann.
All right, Austin, thanks so much. Wanted to definitely get in all of those race calls there. So we still have officials speaking in Fulton County, Georgia. We also have some of these live vantage
Dela Cruz or Dela Crox? I'm really apologizing. I'm butchering your name. I know that. From
the White House there on the campus of Howard University. That's where Vice President
who are you voting for? Or rooting for, I should say, rooting for.
We also have the one there in West Palm Beach where the Trump-Vance election night watch party will be held there as well. But like I said,
North Carolina
briefly we're focused
does look like it's going for Harris. I'm surprised with that.
Democrat Glenn Elliott in the West Virginia Senate race, Justice, and here to your point, Austin, his dog, baby dog, going to Washington here. In the meantime, yes, please.
Ultimately, what we're looking at here are a number of gubernatorial races across the country. Only one of them was expected to be competitive, and we're starting to get an idea of what those results are looking like. Only 7% of the vote is in so far. New Hampshire is the one gubernatorial seat that we didn't know which way it was going to go. Chris Sununu, the outgoing governor, deciding not to run for re-election. So far, Democrat Joyce Craig has a very small lead over Kelly Ayotte. So we're looking at 49.4% to 48.5%. Only 0.9 of a percentage point separating the two right now. But again, only 7% of the votes tallied. It'll be interesting, Andrew, to see.
It's very interesting when, in the United States where you have to register, or most people register their party alliances, but the states, the governors don't necessarily follow the presidential election. It's really interesting.
Some of those race calls we just brought our viewers coming to us from West Virginia. No surprises there, right, Bill?
Yeah, no surprises. Nothing that I think you should treat as a bellwether. In 2020, almost the entire country shifted a little blue relative to 2016, but with some notable exceptions. Florida actually got more red. So when 4 years ago, when the Florida numbers came in trending Trump, a lot of people freaked out, thought perhaps that was going to be the bellwether for the rest of the country, and it was actually the opposite. And so this year, maybe there isn't a nationwide shift one way or the other. Maybe it's more of a mix. So we're looking at, some people are looking at particular counties with partial returns, but it's still very early to be doing extrapolations right now, in my opinion.
Okay, so that's the theme right now, where we stand. You're saying too early for any of these extrapolations to get some of the bellwethers out there reading the tea leaves. You and I and Austin Westwell, we've done that all year covering.
Yeah, it looks pretty clear that Trump took Florida, though, with 75% of the votes counted and 54%. Now,
these election night watch parties. This one there for Mark Robinson in North Carolina. Of course, he's the lieutenant governor right now. He was embroiled in scandal in the latter half of this campaign here. We also have some results coming in from the North Carolina gubernatorial election here. Let's take that. All right, his challenger, the Democratic Attorney General Josh Stein, up 75 over Robinson's 21. This is only with 2% of estimated votes.
What was the Robertson scandal? Does anybody recall what that was? I missed that scandal.
Night, is he not here over Stein?
Yeah, this is not going to be a nail-biter. Robinson's campaign imploded with the revelations about his posting on porn sites and calling himself a Nazi. The question is, does that drag down?
Okay, well, that answers that.
Trump managed to fully separate himself from Robinson to have the races be treated, separately. Obviously, Trump's going to outrun Robinson, but it's been a very touch-and-go race. Polls have showed statistical dead heat. Remains to be seen, who has the upper hand in the state.
I want to put the cart before the horse here, Bill, but will Republicans do any soul searching about candidate choice and selection when it comes to these primaries in these especially kind of purplish, bluish, reddish states like North Carolina going forward? Will any lessons be learned from Mark Robinson as a candidate? I mean, he's the sitting lieutenant governor right now.
I mean, they should, but it all depends on how well Donald Trump does, because Donald Trump sets the tone. The candidate recruitment for Republicans in 2024 was better than 2022. You had fewer Kari Lakes, but you do actually still have Kari Lake running for an office in Arizona. So they didn't wipe the slate clean, and obviously Mark Robinson was an obvious misfire. But other candidates were more traditional, like McCormick in Pennsylvania or Sheehy in Montana, Moreno in Ohio. And we don't know how well these people are going to do yet either. But you had less ticking time bombs than you did with Mark Robinson. But again, if Trump pulls this out, he is not someone to. That's going to tell Republicans that letting your freak flag fly, can still work, and they may take more gambles. If he loses another presidential race, Donald Trump, then you got a much bigger reckoning that goes on inside the GOP.
And let's just put a fine point on North Carolina.
Well, if Trump loses, he said he's not going to run again. So this is his last election.
Metro areas of Charlotte, Greensboro, Raleigh. There are a lot of rural communities out here that are going to be discussed, but also Western North Carolina was hit by Hurricane Helene, and there were a lot of questions over whether that would impact voting there. Can you just put into context for us how important the Tar Heel state is in this cycle? It is one of those 7 crucial battlegrounds that we've been talking so much about.
Kamala Harris has a path to 270 without North Carolina and without Georgia. Those 2 states we're looking at right now, because those are the battleground states where polls close on the early side. If she wins the blue wall, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and she picks up the 2nd Congressional District of Nebraska, which she is expected to, and she holds all the other states that were blue last time, outside of the battlegrounds, that's 270. If Kamala Harris wins North Carolina or Georgia, that is a very strong indication that she's going to have a good night tonight. But I'll give you a caveat there. If
I agree, Anne.
Kamala can't trade North
And
Carolina,
yeah,
Pennsylvania.
the identity politics, that's got to change. That's got to end.
Because Pennsylvania is 19.
Not sure why they're focusing on Mark Robertson. We all know he's not going to win.
So if Kamala,
They should just move on.
Early, I'd say that's a pretty good chance she's going to be the president of the United States, but I wouldn't say it's a done deal yet.
Yeah, Brad, I think like the two, I think there's two states that, and possibly three, but two states, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, that Trump could possibly take, and then he's going to, I think he'll win.
That those fears came to fruition.
I haven't seen it, but I would not put myself as the expert on what was happening in West North Carolina right now. And obviously final turnout numbers are not, we're not going to know.
Okay, Steve.
A little bit. So we're going to want to compare those to 2020 to see if there was
Steve Cross. All right.
So I want to go to some of these other.
Grab some water.
This one there in New Hampshire. So we have 10% of estimated votes. I know we're kind of ping-ponging over the map here, but it's gubernatorial cycle as well. Kelly Ayotte, the Republican, very, very closely over her Democratic challenger, Joyce Craig, and the numbers changing in real time. Only 10% estimated votes count. It's still early. Chris Sununu, the incumbent Republican, I believe either term limit or opting not to seek re-election there. Bill, what do we know about New Hampshire and with the presidential contest too here?
Well, this is a light blue state. It has gone Democratic for the presidentials for some time, although it got a little close in 2016 when it was Hillary Clinton versus Donald Trump. But it's also a bit of an old school New England Republican state on the gubernatorial level, libertarian streak. Chris Sununu was a popular Republican governor there, not seen as extreme, not seen as a Trumper. And Kelly Ayotte was trying to.
Do I think that the Peanut Fred story will have any effect? I don't think so. I mean, it's in New York.
All right, so I want to move away from this.
It happened in upstate New York, I believe.
These results coming in on the presidential
And it turns out that those the owners of Peanut were actually on only fans, stars, or whatever they call those people. I don't know what they call those people, so I don't think it's going to have too much of an effect.
Have you noticed that?
They're,
should we be paying attention to New Hampshire at the presidential level right now?
Well, Vance did a late trip there, but I think that was more bravado than serious play. But of course, the Trump campaign might be a little delusional at times and do things that they think they have a shot.
Who was saying the white supremacist stuff?
So, there's no evidence in those numbers.
Was that the guy, the Peanut Fred guy?
Tight enough to actually make this something that's a jump ball. So this is looking pretty safely blue to me.
Did Trump put boots on the ground in 2016 or 2020 in states that nobody thought he would win?
I mean, he's never been one to really have a robust get out the vote operation, and I think that's one of the big looming questions about this race.
60% in Florida. That's pretty good.
Sourcing it to Elon Musk and this other group called Turning Point and a couple others. What Trump has done in every race he's run is visited states that he has little chance in. They're trying to show a sense of bravado. He spent a lot of time in Virginia and Colorado in 2016. He went to Minnesota in 2016 and 2020, and this time around he went to New Mexico and Colorado and New York City infamously a week ago. So he's always tried to give this sense that he's going to really, scramble the map.
How do they call Trump for West Virginia with 49%, him and Harris at both 49%? I find that a little weird. I'm assuming that the check mark means that they've already called it, or they think that it's a done deal.
Will close soon in more of these battleground states at the top of the next hour. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us here as we continue.
Maybe it's just confirmed, or the numbers are just confirmed. I don't know.
Close in on the top of another hour here. Just want to stay in the Northeast, very briefly, we just brought you some of those results from New Hampshire. This is the the Vermont.
Ohio's looking good.
Between Phil Scott, the Republican, and his Democratic opponent there. This was called. Scott with yet another pretty handedly easy victory over his Democratic challenger there in Vermont, and he'll spend another 4 years in the governor's mansion in Montpelier there. So wanted to get that in just briefly. Let's take that final commercial break. We'll see you in 2 minutes.
I'm surprised I haven't put a check mark beside Trump in Florida. He's got 55% of the vote so far, with 75% counted. That seems like it's going to go his way. I think what's interesting, too, is that they've been saying that, or it's been coming up on the screen here, that Trump has about 54 to 55% of the popular vote. And a lot of people were thinking that he wouldn't get the popular vote because obviously California and New York and places like that, where they have all this population and they're blue states. But it looks like he's pulling ahead in the popular vote as well, which is good to see because, you know, it's like when in Canada here, when like Trudeau lost the popular vote in the last 2 elections, but he still won. It just makes it that much more feel that much more legit when you also win the popular vote. In my opinion, you know, it's obviously the systems are what they are, and it's legit regardless, but. You just like to see them win the popular vote and in Canada the number of seats, but in the United States the states, so that they get all of the congressional Congress votes.
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us on this election night. Elections are historic moments in U.S. history, no doubt. This night will be historic as well here. Like I said, I'm Andrew Kraft. I just want to...
So what are the odds, do you think, that they're going to actually be able to call the election on tonight? Because they haven't been able to do that for a couple of elections in the States, but I'm thinking... They probably got their stuff together, and they're going to be able to call the election tonight.
On Live Now from Fox, and we thank you. If you're new to us, we thank you again. This is what we do here. Now, you also notice what just rose up there in the lower left hand of your screen. That is our Electoral College tally, and you see there Trump with 23 electoral votes right now, as it stands. Harris with 3, but like I said, it is still early. Magic number 270 for the.
That's quite the difference, but there's a long way to go. I mean,
again in the Live Now newsroom and Bill Scher at the Washington Monthly. We do have some of these numbers in from West.
Be interesting if Kamala Harris just got the 3 and stayed at the 3. That would be kind of cool. All right, Peace River says that he figures that next week they won't be able to call it till next week. Yeah, you never know.
This was only 7% of estimated votes counted. And
we
that be expected there. Just kind of wanted to tie a bow, Austin, on these results coming to us.
If they're allowed to take home the ballot box, just like in BC. You know, that to me should have ended with a complete nullification of the results. You start bringing home ballot boxes, you lose continuity. That just doesn't sit well with me. It should be a redo. A mulligan.
Bernie Moreno. Sherrod Brown is a 3-term Democratic incumbent. He has built a strong coalition in this red state. Ohio, by the way, not too long ago, was considered a battleground state. It's not anymore. It's expected to vote for Trump. So that means that Sherrod Brown very much could be facing his toughest challenge yet in 18 years in Bernie Moreno. Ohio was once, of course, the prototypical battleground Now, this could be the last example of Ohio being a true battleground if Marino is to take this seat. Again, though, only 9% of votes tallied so far. There's still a lot more before we know how this one falls.
Bill, I know you have to go at the top of the hour, though. Everyone's watching this key Senate race there in the Buckeye State, Brown versus Moreno here. Any thoughts on that? We have some early numbers in.
Yeah, the early numbers seem to give Moreno a little bit of an edge. And look, if Moreno...
I know a lot of people in the states, they don't like it when the House, the Senate, and the presidency goes to all one party, just because they want to have a balance. But, you know, they've been stuck with all these splits for the last little while that I think that, at least for 4 years, it would be nice to see the two houses and the presidency go Republican.
Either in Montana or Texas, which are both uphill for Democrats. Weird things can happen, but you feel pretty good about the Republican chances if Ohio gets called for Moreno.
Right. Neil figures that the results will be in at 3 a.m. It could be.
My pleasure. Take care.
All right, still, though, with Austin Westfall here in the Live Now newsroom. Austin, let's focus our efforts a little bit more, though, on the Ohio Senate race.
Yeah.
This is a very expensive race. So many people are watching this, and for Republicans, it's a pickup opportunity here. Sherrod Brown in the political battle of his life, isn't he?
Democrats and Republicans have been sweating this one out, Andrew. And let's just highlight here some of what we're seeing, because this helps us visualize just how things are going. As he mentioned, we are talking about a closing path for the Democrats to gain or to remain in control of the Senate.
I agree, River, that it's too important to rely on computers and not have ID. It's insane that how many states don't require ID.
For Rick Scott already. That's one that the Democrats are going to need to pick up if they want a fighting chance. Texas is the other one. Colin Allred will need to pull off an upset against Ted Cruz. There's also this kind of surprising race in Nebraska. An independent candidate has been giving a surprising challenge.
Yeah, there is a lot of time difference.
Nonetheless, I mean, if we're looking at the map,
you know, I guess it depends on how many people have the. You could probably call the election once the. Because you kind of know. You kind of know where things are going to fall once you get west of Texas. I think most of those states are pretty obvious. Now, Nevada and Arizona are the two questionable states, really. But everything else, I think, is pretty much set. Matter of fact, I think that. Anything west of Minnesota is really pretty much decided.
To draw there, both of those three-term Democratic incumbents facing perhaps their toughest uphill battle. Polls, by the way, say that this seat is more likely to flip than Ohio.
And that's the Senate map that they're looking at right now. It's odd that they that show Texas is blue with the Senate. I don't think so. No way will
in states like Pennsylvania.
Like we're getting some results in Pennsylvania and Texas.
That's right.
These are populating in real time. And you know what? Let's hover over these and see what we can from these.
Ted Cruz, no way.
And Ted Cruz. This is something that a lot of people have been fascinated by.
But only 8% are counted.
Only 8% of the votes
I would say
so
Ted Cruz is going to take it.
Colin Allred with a 13 point lead over Ted Cruz. Only 8% of the votes in. You can't really draw anything from that few of the votes being tabulated. I think we're hearing a little bit more out of Florida as well. I think
the world would be turned upside down if Texas goes blue. It's just, you know, there's something wrong.
This Senate race in Florida for Rick Scott. We're seeing Scott with a comfortable lead over a 10-point lead to McCarcel Powell. It looks like.
Yeah, Perriette, just like Florida, red, but for Broward County. Where is Broward County? Is that anywhere near Miami.
So you're right. We do have a race call there in Florida. It seems like Republicans breathing a sigh of relief there in the Sunshine State. Rick Scott.
So it's
there,
Neil, you're calling in from Quebec, I guess. It's 8 p.m. there. It's only 5 p.m. here.
Counted between Scott and Mucarso Powell. To your point, though, we are tracking yet another Senate race in Texas that Democrats were somewhat bullish on as well here between Colin Allred, the Democratic congressman, and Republican Senator Ted Cruz. Too early.
I always thought that Ted was very, very popular, though, so I can't see him losing Texas. I wonder, maybe they've just counted Austin. Austin's a blue city. Few other blue cities, but if they count the big cities first, then you can see kind of where things start to shift. Just like in Canada here, where there's so many of the urban areas are liberal, so many of the urban areas in the U.S. are Democrat for whatever reason.
In any moment here, we'll wait until Krasner starts speaking as well. So things are moving very, very fast. We are in a new hour. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here. But to that point, these are just really compelling live vantage points in and around some of these election night watch parties there for the Harris-Walz ticket and for the Trump-Vance ticket as well. We are getting some new reporting from Fox News Digital about how the Trump team is feeling at the moment. We'll bring that to you in just a moment. And here you see an updated election.
Ted was born in Canada. Was he? I don't, if he was born as an American, because I know he ran for president at one time. I know he spent time in Calgary, and I think that might have been where he was born.
Ticket there on the campus of Fordham University, Howard University. Outside.
Thanks for joining us, Cat in the Hat.
In the meantime, here we are waiting for the district attorney.
Michael, Ted was born. Yeah, so I do. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he was born in Calgary. But he had to have been born American in the sense that his parents were American, because he did run for president at one time. And there's only two things you can't do as a naturalized citizen in the United States, and that's run for president or become president or vice president. And the other thing is you can't fly a fighter jet in the military. Those are the only two things that are restricted to born Americans only.
There is a polling place, 1013 Ellsworth Street, that is going to be kept open late. It will be kept open, as I understand it, from very recent information from election court, until 8:23 p.m. I believe that means that if you're in line at 8:23 p.m. at 1013 Ellsworth Street, then of course you'll be able to vote even if there is a line. That polling place was closed for what I understand to be a period of 23 minutes earlier today, and for that reason there has been a very recent extension of that time. So I say that up front just in case.
No, it's Cat in the Hat. No, it's not. You can do anything in Canada regardless of where you were born, as long as you're a Canadian citizen. And yeah, you can even be a terrorist in India and get a job with the CRA if that report I saw on Moose on the Loose was correct. I got to check into that. That is one crazy story. So.
That the city of Philadelphia would have a very smooth.
Okay, so Ted Cruz's mother was born in Delaware. He was born in Calgary, 1970s.
There were the usual.
And
insignificant complaints.
She's Irish and Italian. So his father must have been
one of those exceptions
Spanish.
And the other exception has to do with an individual who has been detained. And we'll get into that. But the essence of it is this. People have been here all day. They have been out in the community. I have been out in the community all day. We have been making sure that when there was any sort of a concern or a complaint, we dispatched an attorney. We dispatched law enforcement. I want to give a special thanks to the Philadelphia Police Department, to the DA's detectives in this office who have done an exceptional job today of responding to everything that came up.
Okay, so Ted Cruz's father, Rafael, was born and raised in Cuba, son of a Canary Islander.
The two exceptions that
Why would anybody immigrate to Cuba?
larger summary, but the two exceptions are
Immigrate from Cuba, yes. But immigrate to Cuba? That's crazy. But of course, that was, I think, before Castro then. Yeah, okay.
Locations as well. They stated publicly that there was some attribution to potentially Russian source. They further stated that they were fake bomb threats. And in Philadelphia, they were fake bomb threats. All the locations were cleared. As I said before, only one was briefly closed. That was for about 23 minutes. And that one is being extended for another 23 minutes. So let me say it again. Phony bomb threats. No bombs. No one hurt. No boom. None of that happened, okay? That did occur. There is a second event that occurred, which is a little unusual, which is that an individual walked into a polling place. That individual made a threatening comment to the effect of he was going to bomb that place. He was detained. Police are continuing to investigate that case. It has not been referred to us for charging yet. That is a
His father was born on the Canary Islands, and I guess he
we will know about it. But once
immigrated to Cuba. When did Castro take over in Cuba? Was that in that's had to have been the 50s, wasn't it? So if Ted was born in 1970, and his presumably his parents were in their 20s, so they would have been born clearly in the 40s. So
that polling places were aware of how to interface with us so that we could do that work. So they are in the details a little bit.
Yeah, I'm actually a pilot as well, Cat in a Hat. Although I haven't flown in years. You never really lose your pilot's license. You have to redo a few things. But yeah, I used to have my own plane. It's a very costly endeavor to have your own plane.
Updates on the big picture of what happened today.
It was just a little Piper.
As he was this morning. And also
Bay of Pigs was 1962.
The Election Protection Task Force is off-site right now, as he has been for most of the day, dealing with other aspects of our work here. So let me
Hello, not so nice Canadian.
Mr. Collins to come forward and give you a
okay, so 1959. Okay, cool.
More or less day's end.
I guess you're saying that that's when Cuba went commie. Castro, 1959.
I can talk about
so not so nice Canadian and Chris V. I don't think that you've chimed in on who you're rooting for, but just let us know there. And Perriette, I think everybody here is kind of rooting for Trump, but there could be, you never know, there could be a Kamala. I do get some people trolling me on some of my videos, saying some very left-wing things. So you never know. Somebody might tune in. Oh, your daughter's a pilot too. That's great.
To do that kind of communication, to talk to people and let them know what's going on,
Donald Trump all the way, not so nice Canadian.
Continue to express their opinions about who they wanted to vote for, and people who wanted to vote were able to do so safely and without any disturbance to their ability.
All right, so you've been listening there to Philadelphia officials led by DA Larry Krasner updating us on some of these incidents that took place in and around.
Hey, BT Lees, how you doing? Trump all the way.
Bomb threat hoaxes and the like there. And so just an update out of the city of brotherly love. All right, I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. We have a lot of race calls to
Well, Chris, I think that you're right about that. You know, it's
at the presidential level here.
I think that whichever way it goes, there's
this hour already.
There's going to be a lot of controversy.
Right now. All right, we do have race calls for the president. This now in South Carolina, Trump.
South Carolina goes to Trump?
he gets
They've called it.
electoral votes in the Palmetto State. If we can keep going as well, Trump.
You'd think that there'd be more people there. Florida, of course, that's pretty obvious.
Trump winning Florida yet again, like he did in 2020, over Harris with around 87% of estimated votes. Kind of the AP calling this for Trump. Trump will win Florida there as well. In the meantime, though, we do have a race call on the eastern seaboard, Massachusetts, going for Kamala Harris.
Massachusetts, that's pretty.
Electoral votes. Moving back there now to
That's pretty safe Democrat, yeah.
Going for Donald Trump, former President Trump, getting Mississippi's
Mississippi, of course, yeah.
Votes there in Mississippi. So, like I said, a lot of these race calls coming in just at the top of this hour here. No surprises, no shockers there. This was to be expected. Austin Westfall tracking it with me as usual here. A lot of race calls at this hour, Austin.
A lot of race calls. We started out the
Just reading what BT Lee's just wrote.
Starting to see a little more blue, a little more red, starting to be shaded in here. Let's take a look at what all these states are looking like. So, Florida, deep red, being called in Trump's favor. Now, you're going to see some lighter
Deep red in
shades.
Florida, that's good.
Georgia, that's one of those key battlegrounds that we're watching. That means that it's leaning in Trump's favor. Let's pull up. So right now, Trump actually has a 14-point lead over Harris, and that's with 36% of the votes counted. So with just over a third of the votes counted so far, Trump maintains a 14% lead.
That's pretty good. That's pretty solid in Georgia.
North Carolina, the Tar Heel state, where Harris is above right now. Harris has an 8-point lead.
But that's only 8% of the vote in North Carolina.
Those are the battlegrounds that we're tracking. We're Pennsylvania, and yeah, let's focus in on some of these other ones. So we're getting.
Well, look at those blue states. That blue wall. Wow.
Pennsylvania.
Oh, that's crazy. But it's only 5% of the vote.
The easiest path to victory for both Trump and Harris is through Pennsylvania. Only 5%
I don't believe that at all. They must have just voted. They must have just counted the big cities.
To go. The early returns are favoring the Democrats. Harris has a 50-point lead up on Trump right now. Some say that there's something called the blue mirage. Sometimes we see that early votes can be tabulated first. Sometimes those can favor Democrats. They call that the blue mirage in some cases. There's some states where a red mirage could be possible as well. So it's possible that that's what we're seeing in these very early.
That's true, Steve. Anytime you get the
let's also look at Michigan. That's one of these other battlegrounds.
You know, whoever loses it, 50% of the population is always mad.
So far, Harris with just about almost a 50-point lead over Trump right now. So are there any bellwethers from any of this data, Andrew? Of course not. It's way too early. We're going to be waiting for quite some time as they tabulate results in some of those bigger counties. Specifically, we're going to be watching the Detroit area. That's where so many of those votes come from in Michigan. In Pennsylvania, we're looking at Philadelphia and some of those suburbs around Philadelphia and in Pittsburgh. There's still a lot to learn tonight.
That's right. And it is, to your point, very early still.
I'm thinking, you know, I just kind of wonder if they're counting the city votes first. And that would really kind of skew the results.
These race calls at the presidential level here. I want to put this up. We also have battleground states, too. To your point, you just put some of those up. I believe we're getting some race calls in for Harris and Trump there. In states like Oklahoma and states like Maryland, Oklahoma going for Republicans in the Trump column, Maryland going for Democrats there for Harris in the blue column.
What time do the polls close? Well, they close at different times all over the U.S. Like they're not even closed until I think midnight in Alaska and after midnight in Hawaii.
Per electoral college tally, 10 electoral votes for Harris. And to Austin Westfall's point, a lot of results coming in there in Georgia, also in Pennsylvania, and in Michigan. All right, we do have a race call in Tennessee here. 11 electoral votes going to the Trump column there for Republicans there.
They're calling it with only 10% of the votes, but I guess like with that much of a spread, that makes sense.
And reporters who cover this election day in
and Tennessee is a real red state.
The New York Post's Cameron Arcand, he joins me. Cameron, good to see you here. So give us a sense.
Okay, so I spent most of my time in general duty, also did some administrative stuff. Yeah, I couldn't get past, well, not that I couldn't get past, but I was always drawn to frontline policing. You know, it's hard to sit on the sidelines when you're used to, you know, rush into the scene and kicking indoors. You know, when I went and did some operational stuff, I had some officers kind of shake their head and says, you know, you're an operational guy. Like, you know, I've always seen you as operational. I can't see you sitting behind a desk. And they're right. Like, sitting behind a desk is a really difficult thing. Was a really difficult thing to do. You know, you have to. There's so much sitting behind a desk, even as a frontline police officer. But to do it, you know, the more and more you climb up the ladder, you know, sitting still for that long, just sitting behind a desk is really difficult.
I got to ask you, Andrew and I were just chatting about the concept of mirages in the early minutes and hours of these races. We're seeing some of these lightly shaded battleground states right now, and
yeah, I don't know what gas mask we were actually issued, but it was it was the same that was issued to the armed forces. I know that. I don't know the brand. We had to qualify on the mask once a year, make sure that it was maintaining its seal and whatnot. But
on those ballots and seeing how that evolves throughout
yeah, I actually think that I should probably get 4 of them just for the whole family, just to keep them handy. Things are starting to heat up so much around the world. It's really crazy, you know, when you have you know, what's going on with India and then in Canada, and then we have what's going on with you know, in Eastern Europe, and with Iran just getting nukes, and just so crazy out there.
Isn't as close as it would appear, or is as close as it would appear here. So yes, I think a lot of people are kind of just keeping their powder dry on that one, knowing that some of these results you got to take with a grain of salt right now because they come in piecemeal. But we do have our Electoral College tally, if we can just bring that up here. I was told by my executive producer that in 2020, at this very same point in the night, the tally was identical to then and now, 2020 to 2024. At this point in the night, you see it there.
Really?
Left-hand
That's interesting.
portion of your screen. 95 for Trump, 35 for Harris. It is really, really early so far. We have vantage points as well, though, inside of the Trump election night watch party there in West Palm Beach. We also have vantage points outside on the campus of Howard University, in the nation's capital, at the Harris Walls ticket. So wanted to get all this in. I think that was a kind of a good pausing moment. Let's take a quick commercial break, you guys. Austin Westfall, Cameron Arcand, they'll join me on the back end here. We'll see everyone in 2 minutes.
Well, it's interesting that the tally was the same 4 years ago at this point in the night that it is now. And, you know, we all know what happened there. But I think that I do think that it's Georgia is going to go Trump this time. And, you know, I'd really like to say that Pennsylvania will go Trump as well. I'm just suspecting that they're counting the cities first, you know, the urban areas. Did I ever do CFSAC as a Canadian Ranger? Now, I've talked to a lot of Canadian Rangers, but I was never part of the Canadian Rangers. When I was up north, a lot of the people that I knew were in the Rangers, and they did a lot of Ranger training and stuff like that. But I never trained with them, and we never did our any of the mask stuff with them. I think it's a cool kind of setup they have. But I'm surprised it's still in existence when you consider, you know, the Liberals being so anti everything. Well, it looks like Ted Cruz has retaken his lead in Texas. That's good. You know, it's way too early to say that people need to be worried. So yeah, the small arms competition. I know some people who participated in that. There was one guy. It was so funny. Nice guy. I worked with his wife. He was a really good rifle shot. And then he got himself a pistol, and he thought that the pistol was off because he wasn't nearly as good. And I had to explain to him that it's a total different. It's just totally different. Shooting a pistol is totally different than shooting a rifle. So, yeah, like I was never involved in any of the competitions. I did IPSC up until this year. I don't think I'm going to because of my hand and my knee. I had to drop out of the competitions this year. I'm a life member of USPSA, but I don't go down to the U.S. to shoot that very often. I'm also a life member of Cowboy Action and I-Corps, which is revolvers only. And I want to get into that once my hands kind of heal up a little bit more.
This big advantage for Republicans here in Arizona for these early ballot returns. But the matter of it is they have to make sure that that slice of vote that they have on election day didn't just transfer to early voting. They need to make sure they're getting those election day people out, as well as your low propensity voters, and maybe those people who have changed their mind from 2020 and 2022 and now want to back the former president. So that's kind of what they're keeping an eye on, keeping tally on who are these voters that we maybe did not see come to the polls for Trump in prior elections.
So Cameron, I got to ask you. Oh, and go ahead.
Yeah, so we just have some of the more reporting that Cameron was alluding to. This from Fox News Digital's Brooke Singman. She's talking to Trump campaign officials. They're telling her early signs are the night could be shaping up like we hoped. On track for a great night. They say the direction indicated by early voting is continuing, and people who voted early did not cannibalize election day voting. Based on network exit polling.
What does that mean? Cannibalize election day voting?
Better with female voters than Harris is doing with male voters. Also, they say GOP turnout in Philadelphia is high, where Trump was successful in 2016 and 2020, like South Philly and Northeast Philly. Also, they say rural turnout for Republicans is quote unquote through the roof. They say exit polling has a very quote anti-incumbent mood here. So this is to be expected, you know, from some of these campaign officials. Austin,
that's in Pennsylvania.
Into election night. They want to project confidence here. That seems like what you're getting from some of these quotes obtained by.
But they're still showing blue on the map.
That's right. And if we can, I want to bring Cameron back in because I want to ask him a little bit about his state. We've been talking all day about the 7 battleground
no, my courses are not available online. You're not allowed to do them online. You can do practice course or practice tests online, and I do have a lot of videos. I do have videos on how to clear a gun. I'm going to update those, I think, sometime soon.
How does Arizona play into this? What if the path of least resistance is not the way it plays out with these states? How does Arizona fit into the equation?
Yeah, the cowboy stuff is actually kind of fun, and I'm on the island here. There's a few different groups. I'm gonna. If I wasn't so busy with the house, I would have done it already. But I think that I'm gonna find some time this year to get into it, or not this year, but the starting in 2025.
Cannibalize those votes from election day to early voting. And how does this play a role into this? We also have in Arizona a unique situation with independent voters who make up about a third of our registered voters in the state. we're also looking at those disaffected, more moderate Republicans and
Well,
seeing how they're voting.
It looks like North Carolina is going blue and Tennessee is staying red, like solid red, but I don't know what,
100,000 votes.
I'm not sure.
Donald Trump. The Harris campaign with their whole Republicans for Harris coalition, whether or not that's going to work or not, is
I have some 357 lever actions. I try to use 38 specials in them, but one of them works well with the 38 specials because they're just so much cheaper to shoot, and you can load them so much cheaper. But you can download the powder in a 357. But my original 357 lever action, it wouldn't accept 38 specials. They would get jammed all the time. So unless you really loaded them long, so. But the 357, like, if you can hunt with a 357 lever action, and like deer hunt would be fine. I personally think that a 30-30 is probably your best option for a deer gun because you're shooting fairly closely.
We're a little off on our timing at the moment there, but Debbie Mucarsel-Powell most likely conceding the race to Scott there. Let's take this here. You see that,
that's good.
Scott was projected the winner of
the Senate rate in Florida goes to Scott. That's good.
43%.
He's up by over 1 million votes, so
on live now all throughout the course of the evening.
And 80%, 89% of the votes are counted.
Some
So
of these campaign speeches, election night watch parties, but also victory speeches and concession speeches as well. In the meantime here, let's take yet another quick commercial break. Almost at the bottom of the hour, there is so much more where that came from on this election night. We'll see you in 2 minutes.
yeah, so a 243 Winchester. I have not shot one, but I hear it's a really good deer gun. I've just always been a lever action kind of guy. You can get some lever actions from Browning that have box magazines that you can remove, so you can use some. There are some that you can use, pointed tipped cartridges, but I just really like the traditional lever action, the 30-30. But also I've got 45 Colt in lever action and a couple of 357s. I've got a couple of 30-30s. I think my favorite, though, just because it's so cool, I've got a 45-70, and I used to carry that a little bit with me when I was up north as a gun for grizzlies, even though I was on duty. Technically, I probably would have gotten in trouble if they found out. But as far as a grizzly gun, a 45-70 lever action, that was a Marlin. That is just that you can't beat that gun for just, I mean, it hits hard. You got to pull it tight into your shoulder, or it's going to give you quite the push, though. 22 Creedmoor beats the 243 all day. Maybe, I don't know. Like the only Creedmoor I've got a 6.5 Creedmoor that I was gonna use for a long distance shooting. It's it's a Savage Elite.
As well, this is a live vantage point inside of Senator Rick Scott's election night watch party.
Okay, so you have a Brown Bess.
Here, to give his victory speech. We just heard
cool. I've got a Kentucky rifle, but that's one of the few guns I actually haven't been able to get out to shoot.
You can see there, the race was called an hour ago.
I have a few muzzle loaders just for fun. I've got actually a couple of
Trump has been projected to be the winner. Florida as well, besting Harris. So Florida looking very, very
I've got a couple of revolvers, like Captain Ball revolvers. Those are kind of fun, but they're not reliable. Sometimes you got to cycle through the cylinder a second time just to set the cap off.
And especially Anna Giartelli at the Washington Examiner. She joins me. And
could be that I just didn't I haven't set up the caps properly though.
Campaign right now. This is their election night watch party on the campus of Howard University. And Anna, I know you have some sources in the Harris campaign. How are they feeling tonight?
They're feeling very good. Certainly a lot of joy. I think that would fit with the campaign theme.
Joy.
The campaign, I was with them last night in Atlanta for a concert, parties. Lot of high expectations. They're really confident that this is going to be their time, that their candidate has stuck on message. Certainly she has, possibly to a fault, according to Republicans, because she has, jumped on positions, gone back and forth. And really, on a number
nobody knows what Harris's positions are on anything. She's always back and forth.
Harris's border plans, and so
I wonder what's up here. What announcement is this guy going to make?
To run against Trump, pretty much stay quiet, not make problems, and defeat him. And they think that's going to happen.
Actually, when I was using that Captain Ball, it was in Abbotsford. I haven't used it on the island.
Of Harris here. Let's go to the Garden State at the moment. We bring you all these in real time, as you know. The Associated Press calling the race for Harris. She beats Donald Trump there in New Jersey. Also, Westfall, Harris winning New Jersey.
Harris winning New Jersey, and if you'll come out to me, let's
Harris won New Jersey. I went to a shooting once with Steve, with a guy who actually accidentally shot himself in the head with a nylon 22. He survived, but he, it was one of those situations where it shouldn't have happened. But he was very, very negligent in the use of that. But I don't know. Like I've never really, I don't have a nylon, and it was never something that really kind of drew my. Drew my attention. Have I like the Marlins, although Marland is a lot of people.
Anna, sorry to cut you off here. We do have Rick Scott at his election night watch party. We'll get to that question.
A lot of them. A lot of people think that Marlin was kind of an entry-level gun, but are very good guns. Now they're owned by Ruger, so I think they're even better now. But I don't own any Ruger Marlins. I do own some Rugers, but not some Ruger Marlins.
I want to thank God. I want to thank my beautiful wife who put up with me. My wonderful daughters, Allison and Jordan. Oh, Allison Hello. And Jordan. And their husbands, Pierre and Shane. And my perfect grandsons. And I want to thank my mom, who couldn't be here. So,
it's funny, you see a lot of senators, and you hear a lot about some of these other senators, but you don't necessarily see them all that often. Senators I always see are Kennedy and Cruz and...
Constitutional officer down there. We have a new sheriff, Rosie. It's unbelievable what happened.
Well, sheriff elections happened as well. Okay, you like to CZ for a 22 long range. I don't have any CZs. I did have a CZ, a 32 caliber pistol at one point, but it never worked right, and foolishly turned them in, and then later they were prohibited. I should have kept it, then I would have had a prohibited license.
Campaign team led by Jackie Zeckman. We have a great office team. We've got 10 offices led by Craig Carbone. Now, let's do something fun. Keep your hands up if I ask you. Raise your hand if you worked in the governor's office. Raise your hand if you're appointed by me when I was governor, or you have a family or friend that was.
Oh, so he used to be governor of Florida. Okay.
Keep your hands up. Or you worked at the National Republican Senatorial Committee when I was a chair. Or you worked at the RNC.
Hey, can anybody tell me, are all of the governors up for re-election this year? Or are there some that are up for election in 2 years?
Every person in this room has a dream. My dream,
I know there's some governor races happening, but not all of them.
has a chance to live the dream of this country. If that's true, it's a hell of a country. And that's what we're going to do.
It almost seems like becoming a senator after you've been a governor is kind of a step down. I don't know. What do you think about that?
Next week, we have another election. Senate Republican leader. So 2 years ago, I challenged Mitch McConnell because I know there has to be a change. We have a great Republican Party all across this country. We need a Republican Party in D.C. We need a Republican Party to start solving the problems of this country, and we have a significant number of problems. Florida is the center of the Republican Party of this country. Washington could learn a hell of a lot from what we've done right here in this great state. We are the best melting pot in the world. Los votantes hispanos son republicanos. Hoy. Hoy enviamos un fuerte mensaje al mundo. Florida is roja.
Not sure what that means.
Para el socialismo en los Estados Unidos, especialmente la Florida.
Okay, so as Senator Rick Scott there accepts victory in Spanish there in the Sunshine State, wanted to let you listen into some of his remarks.
North Carolina, Trump is up now.
As well, we also have the results.
I hope he takes North Carolina.
Of your screen coming back out here. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. So that's what we're going to do all throughout the course of the evening. It really is still early yet here. I want to bring into the conversation yet again Austin Westfall and Anna Giratelli there at the Washington Examiner. Before we do that, we do have some race calls that we want to make as well. We just brought you that New Jersey going for Vice President Kamala Harris. Remember, there's a Senate race there we're watching. Let's take this. All right, so Congressman, the
I don't think New Jersey was any shock. I mean, it's one of those blue wall states,
and this
really.
was just called by the Associated Press with around 28% of estimated votes counted. Remember, this is Senator Bob Menendez's seat that he resigned from this summer after being found guilty of 16 felony corruption counts, and he was convicted of that. He gets sentenced on those convictions come January here. Andy Kim will replace Bob Menendez there in the Garden State for this Senate seat. Democrats keeping the seat there in New Jersey. But we also have some race calls coming in on the presidential level as well. For Vice President Kamala Harris, we brought you Delaware for her. We brought you Maryland for her. We brought you New Jersey for her. Take a look at this there in the Garden State. Harris beating Trump in New Jersey. New Jersey solidly blue, solidly Democratic. I believe, okay, also we do have a race call. Let's go to Illinois right now. 19 electoral votes there in Illinois.
There's no surprise there. Illinois is very blue.
Trump there, 56 to Trump's 43, with 9% of estimated votes counted there. So you see the tally in the lower left hand of your screen there. That's the Electoral College. Remember, the magic number is 270. Harris has 71 right now. Trump with 101 here, bringing Anna and Austin back in here. Austin, we'll start with you. So we got an updated Electoral College tally. Still no surprises there. that was to be expected, right?
Yeah, no surprises so far. Let's take a look at our bar. It's been filling in 71, as you mentioned, to 101 with Trump. We're starting to see, though, and this gives us a little bit more context, the lighter shades are some of the more interesting ones, specifically in the battlegrounds of Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. Let's very briefly just look at what little information we have out of Michigan. So
it's good that you see Virginia and North Carolina at least in light red.
And right now, Harris has a sizable lead.
I'm kind of surprised that North Dakota is only light red.
Blue mirage situations that we were just discussing very early on in the tabulation cycle. North Carolina, let's go to the Tar Heel state here. Let's see what they're working with. They have a fifth of the votes in, 20% of the votes in North Carolina. And Trump right now has about an 8-point lead over Harris with a fifth of the votes tallied. Finally, let's hit Georgia. And it looks like we have Trump up with an 11-point advantage. That's with over half of the votes tallied. So Trump with an 11-point lead in a battleground state. We don't know exactly which ballots were being tabulated in that. We, again, don't know if this is a red mirage, if you will. We will be waiting to see more results as they come in. There you see on your screen right there, Georgia, 52% of this state has been called. Georgia was so important. It actually had a record number of early voters. It was so robust that a top official told the Associated Press that the big day could look like a ghost town at the polls. Biden became the first Democrat to
New Jersey was obviously going to go blue.
It'll be interesting to see how this plays out, guys.
And Anna,
doesn't look like there's too many surprises overall, but I mean, there's still those tight states.
Between Trump and Harris, a little over half of estimated votes counted there in the Peach State. I want to focus our efforts on Harris too, because we've been showing a lot of the Trump election night watch party. This is the Harris night watch party right now. It looks to be quite raucous there. A lot of performances at the moment on the campus of Howard University here. So if you could, Georgia first, and then what are we seeing right now?
In Georgia, I was at a polling site today, and Georgia has 159 counties. 2 of them could be flipped. And I was in one that's leaning blue. And I spoke, actually, I kept finding voters who were saying, we're going to vote for Trump, even though, we may be Democrats, we may be black. That's the way that we're going to vote this cycle. And people were concerned about the economy. I mean, we've seen it over and over again in the polls being conducted since the caucuses and primaries. It's the number one issue, followed by, threat to democracy, the border, immigration.
So is Howard University, is that part of D.C.?
Tonight, I think
thinking it's in D.C., right?
Taking an early victory lap. It seems to believe it's going to win. Certainly, it looked like it last night. When
I was wondering what they were doing there. That's
campaign at a party in
I mean, they didn't seem to have a lot of
that's what we're seeing on Howard campus.
rhythm.
People are excited, but the election night is just getting started, as you and I know.
So, Anna, I wanted to also ask you, because it seemed like, and this was evident yesterday, moving from Georgia to Pennsylvania, Harris was in Pennsylvania all day yesterday for stops before election night. And she was visiting Puerto Rican businesses. It seemed like the Harris campaign went all in on the response to that joke that was made at a Trump rally in Madison.
Oh, man, that joke was so stupid. Now, I'm just wondering how much of that was set up by the...
kind of strategic on the Harris's part, or...
was kind of set up by the Democrats. But apparently there's a lot more to that joke than what was led on. Apparently it's because there's an actual garbage problem in Puerto Rico. It's not, it's not like he was calling the residents there garbage. So, but that was, that's such a stupid joke to say. I get it. You don't want to censor the people who are coming to your rallies, but you should probably set some guidelines, like don't say anything that stupid.
You can really get a lot of life out of this incendiary remark that was made at the Trump rally at Madison Square Garden a couple weeks ago. And you're right, Andrew. They've continued to hit on it again and again and again, and play the racism card. And will it work or not? It's going to be interesting to see the exit polls among Hispanic and Latino voters, even if you get really into the weeds and look at Puerto Ricans. And see, did that move the needle at all? I think people.
One thing that I find really strange about Puerto Rico and Guam and stuff like that, they're considered U.S. citizens, but they have no vote. Why is that? Why wouldn't they have at least one, congressional seat? It seems strange to me. Like, I know that there's a few protectorates and stuff, but they seem to be, especially Puerto Rico, maybe not Guam, but especially Puerto Rico, you would think that even though they're not a state, that they would have a vote, because DC's not a state and they have a vote. You still vote in DC. Why wouldn't they vote in Puerto Rico? Not that I just think what's fair is fair, because clearly they're going to be paying taxes of some kind, right? If you don't have representation, you shouldn't be taxed. That's the whole theme of the United States.
Is throwing his hat in, and very interestingly, Florida is a state of immigrants. Even with the situation at the southern border, we've seen millions of people released into the country and choosing to go to Florida, specifically South Florida, Miami-Dade area. And so Rick Scott has a firsthand understanding of.
Yeah, I'd go to Florida if I was able to move to the States and could convince my wife. That's the big one. Florida would be on my list, Florida and Texas, although I think my wife would prefer Hawaii.
Very same election night victory speech, he mentioned the Republican Senate leader race as well, that he has thrown his hat into the ring here. Anna, thank you so much for being with us. Also, we do have some of these candidates stepping up to the podium at their election night watch parties as well, including Mike Braun, who's leaving the Senate. He's going to the governor's mansion there in Indianapolis. Let's listen.
I think it was up at the Moontown Brewery that we celebrated, and the journey that I've been on over the last 7 years, most people would think you've been crazy to do it in the first place. Dear, what do you think about that? No, okay.
Actually, you know what? Like, I've thought about politics a few times, but I think that it would be crazy to run for office, because you got to make some choices that you're just going to get crapped on. Sometimes on both sides. And you kind of have to be a little bit a narcissist. I was actually asked to run for office at one time. It was in Alberta, and an MLA, he said, "You know what, you should run for office. You've got that personality." And I said to him, "Well, the thing is, I'm just too honest." He looked at me, and with a straight face, he said, "There's ways around that." So I said, no, there's no ways around that. You're either honest or you're not. I think I might have to change my my headphones here shortly. Starting to hear some squeaks in my earbuds.
I didn't think that made sense either. But had we not done that, I'm almost certain we wouldn't be here this evening. Yeah.
I don't know why you would want to go to Russia as an expat from Canada or the U.S. I get it that if you're looking for land and you want to get into, and you're a farmer, that there is land available, but I wouldn't go there.
Family, how in the hell could you argue with that? So we came back and did just that. We lived the American dream, blessed with 4 kids. 3 of them running the business I ran for 37 years, and a family that's always been behind me and Maureen in anything that we did. That truly is what life is about. And so often you get caught in the groove where you don't want to get out of it, because that's success measured in one way. To me, once you do it, I think you need to look beyond that. And that's what I decided to do 7 years ago. So that was a tricky navigation when you didn't.
Yeah, I think Four Corners would be kind of cool. I'm assuming you're talking about down around Wyoming there, southern Wyoming.
Many of you that own businesses, yeah. Hell, in government, you just got to be smart enough to not spend more than you take in.
Not sure I'd want to go to Poland either. First off, like there'd be a really, technically I'm part French. My mother was French Canadian, but I never learned the language. And my second language is Japanese, but I'm really not that great at it anymore. I lost a lot of it. I think that it would be a real challenge for me to learn one of those Eastern languages. But if you're there, yeah, and you have to, it's different, obviously.
Two hard deadlines in politics, May and November. And then you need to take all the skills that you've learned in the real world, to where you've been understated, underestimated, and you've overperformed, and then it's like shooting ducks on a pond, because it's so assumed that you got to come from that pathway. I never did assume that. When you go to the U.S. Senate and you get a crew mostly of Hoosiers that come out there with you, you end up being the most successful freshman Senate office. That's something to be proud of. And yeah. And then in issues that really count, like healthcare, education, agriculture, you get more done than the senators out there you got to wheel out of there after 3 decades. Do you think I believe in term limits? Yes, I do.
Yeah, if there was a term limit for Joe Biden before he became president, that would have been probably the best.
Once they get there. And let's throw in a balanced budget amendment.
Yeah, Arizona, New Mexico, Utah area, but is that where? I got to bring up a map, but I thought that
as hard as it was to get there,
there's also
begs the question, why would you give it up?
No, I guess Wyoming would be quite a bit further north than that. But what other state is that? Is it Arizona? It's not Arizona. Okay, no, not Arizona, but Nevada. It's Nevada, isn't it?
Annually, just 6 years ago, the interest on the debts is much.
I'll bring up a map. Geez, I used to be good at geography.
Into reality. And when you're an entrepreneur by trade, you generally, if you survive, know how to pick the best fork in the road. And there are many of them. And to me, if it was coming back to lead our state, where you can set the agenda, where you're going to get along with a legislature, imagine what you can do with that.
All right, you've been listening there to Indiana Governor-elect Mike Braun, former Republican Senator Mike Braun, Republican Congressman Jim Banks taking his seat there in the Senate. So we got some race calls in there in Indiana. I'm Andrew Kraft. We are fastly approaching a new hour. You know what that means. Polls will be closed in even more states, though, but we do want to give you a lay of the land. Remember, we're tracking, and we have vantage points.
Colorado. I should have known. Colorado. Okay, yeah, somebody just put it up there. I should have known. Yeah, I don't know why I had Wyoming on my mind, but that's way too far north.
We are getting a race call in a pretty big one.
Yeah.
Tar Heel State, Austin Westfall. joining me in the Live Now newsroom to break it
I don't
down
think I've been to
here.
Colorado.
What's going on in North Carolina?
I've been to those other states, but I don't think I've been to Colorado.
This was not one that we expected to be a red state gubernatorial-wise, because there has been so much controversy surrounding the GOP candidate there, Mark Robinson. There was that bombshell report that discussed some of his alleged online postings from over a decade ago on an adult web forum. He already had an uphill battle before that scandal came out. Once the scandal came out, he stopped being invited to Trump events when he was in that state. Mark Robinson's campaign basically floundered at that point. North Carolina, let's pull up some of these results and let's zoom in so that we can see how this thing played out. Josh Stein, he's the AG in the state. He will be the next governor. He's going to be succeeding Governor Roy Cooper, who was term limited. So Josh Stein going to be moving into the governor's mansion there. He won by a margin of about 8 points. North Carolina, that's a fascinating one. I want to keep it moving here because on this map too, Andrew, again, North Carolina, we kind of expected that to fall the way that it fell. New Hampshire, that's something I want to focus in on. That's the only real toss-up gubernatorial race that we were following. 32% of the votes counted so far, and Kelly Ayotte, the Republican, so far has exactly a 2-point lead over Joyce Craig. Looks like there's still a lot of ballots to be counted in that competitive gubernatorial race. We'll keep you posted. I think we have some props to get to.
Yeah, that's right. So we have now a resolution to the North Carolina gubernatorial contest. It got so much attention.
Yeah, they're voting for resolutions too down there. They vote for everything on election day.
Online behavior. This is the election night watch party for Robinson's supporters here.
I don't even know why they're covering that. You know, we know he's not going to win.
Robinson himself take to the podium there. We'll bring this live as well. So that's a live vantage point we have coming to us from North Carolina. We also have a live vantage point coming to us from New Jersey. We're expecting Senator-elect Andy Kim, the Democrat, to address his crowd of supporters here. But to your point, Austin, we got to get in some of these race calls in on these ballot proposals and ballot questions put to voters in several states on a lot of different issues, including and especially, though,
yeah, it might not be called for a couple of days, but I'm thinking they may have got their act together. You never know. It depends how close it was. It's not BC, so there's that. You know, isn't it strange though? Up until this last election, counting by hand, and we knew that the night of, and now they go to these machines, and we didn't know for. Well, technically, we know who's forming the government, but there are still some seats that are that haven't been confirmed in BC. So
exactly what we believe is happening there with that race. But if this measure were indeed to fail,
Trump is ahead in Maine.
The first statewide
Okay, not all of Maine. Trump is ahead in 2 of the Maine seats. That's cool. Maryland, he's what? Maryland, he's ahead in Maryland.
Is what returned the power of these types of decisions to each individual state. We will, of course, work to get that graphic updated. I think we had some other propositions to get to as well, Andrew.
Yes, Austin, of course, we're tracking Florida Amendment 4. Like you said, that's the abortion referendum there. But both, according to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, both of these ballot questions have failed there in the state of Florida. Austin, you noted the higher than usual threshold that was needed for these to pass here. Well, our colleague Christina Evans, she's tracking some of the reactions.
Oklahoma, that's no surprise.
Proposals on social media. Christina,
Pennsylvania still, but what's
oh, Andrew, you pointed it out.
They went past the number of votes counted.
Was one of the first people to come out and say that both of these amendments had failed when we're talking about marijuana and abortion as well. Taking a look here inside of our social studio, I want to pull up for you some of the tweets that we have been monitoring right now. Here's a look at that tweet from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He says, with the polls now closed in Florida, Amendment 3 has failed. Amendment 4 has failed as well. Again, one of the first people that we saw call this. But again, an additional reaction is coming in from the state. Take a look at this tweet tweet there from Florida Representative DeSantis. He says spent tens of millions of taxpayer money against abortion rights and legalizing marijuana. This criminal and abuse of state dollars must be investigated by the Department of Justice immediately. So, of course, that is, again, Representative Maxwell Alejandro Frost there in the state, upset at the way that Florida Governor Ron DeSantis went about going on a blitz to make sure that these amendments did not pass in the days before the election.
Yeah, I agree, Chris.
Some results as well that we're getting from an NFL legend here, Tony Dungy. The polls are now closed in Florida, and Amendment 3 and Amendment 4 both failed to pass. Thank you to all the Florida residents who helped to protect the lives of the unborn, and we want to help people to realize that those expectant mothers who need help will still be able to get it. So just some of the reaction that we're now seeing come in.
Trump has taken some states that
these amendments failing. Again, with the
it's kind of surprising. Let's hope he takes Pennsylvania. That's the one that I hope he takes Pennsylvania.
We'll check in very, very soon. We are in a new hour. It's a little past 7 o'clock here Mountain Time, 9 o'clock there on the East Coast. Let's go to New Jersey right now. Congressman, the Democrat Andy Kim, giving a victory speech there in New Jersey, winning his Senate race. Let's watch.
I know that many of you took risks to join this campaign. You had people doubt your choice to join this campaign. You worked long hours and struggled and stressed about the challenges we confronted. I hope you take pride in this moment. Whoever says young people don't care about politics haven't met the young people that are the engine powering campaigns all over this nation. And to our supporters, look what we've accomplished. Look what we've been able to do. By most standards of what is possible, this moment right now should not be occurring.
Yeah, so Steve, going back quarter of a century to Bush, yeah, there was a problem, but you know what? That was electronic as well, or at least it was machine votes. You know, and that was all about Florida. I think it was just the one state. It was just Florida that they had the problems in. Technology is not always a good thing.
That you have a deeper understanding of what it means to be a citizen of this great country, and that you feel empowered by that.
Sometimes the easiest and simplest and old-fashioned way are the best. It's like I did a video on EMPs, and there are a lot of people who we pretty much have been going analog or staying analog. And I think about it myself, like, you know, just even with solar flares and whatnot. Wouldn't it be nice just to have a vehicle that the computer wouldn't get burnt out in, like an old truck, you know? I drive a stick. Actually, I still drive a stick. But it's a modern truck. It's a 2018 Dodge, but it's a manual transmission, but it's still got all those stupid computers, and that can get burnt out if there's an EMP. So electronic stuff, not necessarily always a good thing, just to go high tech. You know, sometimes I just like to get back to the old analog way of things. That's why I wear an analog watch, you know, and whatnot. It's not always good to go high tech, and then things break down. Like my computer here froze up earlier today, and then I tried to get it working for this live stream, and it took me like an hour just to get the camera hooked up again on it. You know, and I don't even know why it started to work. It started to work an hour after I started fiddling with it, and I have no idea why. I have no idea why it stopped working, and had no idea how it started to work. It's a glitch.
When we first moved to New Jersey. My first nights in this state were right here in this hotel. My dad had just accepted a job, his very first job ever, working at a lab in Camden to do cancer research. And we were looking for a home for us to rest.
South Dakota, that's not really a
My very first nights as a
surprise there. Tennessee, not a surprise.
I have ever had in my life, early moments of my life, or here.
Texas, you know, I'm always surprised that Texas isn't more solid red, but at least it's still going Republican.
Like the food was amazing. I was like, people in New Jersey live good here. Quality of the food, high class. I felt like a prince. And I just have to say, I wanted to be here tonight in this hotel. I wanted to pay tribute to my parents, to my family, to the state, for giving a kid like me a chance to be able to dream, for giving me the tools through public education and a kind community. Yeah.
Whoa, Colorado. Oh, but only 5% of the vote is counted.
We had no family to lean on here, no friends to help us get started, but New Jersey welcomed us. I wanted to return here tonight to give perspective. For my parents, this hotel was an important step in achieving the American dream and in ultimately giving back to this state. My parents taught me something I'll never forget. They taught me to love America. I revere this country. I am in awe of America. When I worked at the White House, I've shared this story before, when I worked at the White House, I had a pair of black, pristine leather shoes that I would only wear whenever I was asked to go into the Oval Office. I wanted to treat that room different. I wanted to remind myself that I'm part of something bigger than all of us.
Yeah, you know, we've all gone to electronics. I have a cell phone, but, you know, I remember when the switch was coming to cell phones, there were people who got cell phones right off the bat, and then they ended up going back to getting rid of them because they cost so much, and now they're just incredible. The cost is just insane, especially in Canada. But now I don't have I don't even bother with a home phone. The only time I was getting calls is when people were calling for you know, frauds. At least a cell phone, I can tell it's a fraud and I don't answer it, like, because it comes up, well, this is a potential fraud.
Have a moment of profound anxiety about what comes next for our country. That the coming minutes and hours and days could very well be excruciating. But regardless of what happens next, we need to recognize that we face.
Wow, that's interesting. Nebraska has 2 of its seats going to Harris. That's interesting because in all of the pre-election maps, it had 2 of them going to Trump and possibly the 3rd going to Trump as well.
And talks to a mother who showed me the black mold growing on her home, on the walls where her kids live. She told me about her pleas.
Well, thanks for joining us, Chris.
I heard from a young man who felt so pessimistic about his life. He said to me that he didn't think that he could ever afford to buy a home in this state because of the high costs as well as the high student loan burden that he was facing. Regardless of what the final results are from this election, our nation is on an unsustainable trajectory. But let there be no doubt that this is...
Wow. Harris is still up quite a bit in Pennsylvania. That's insane.
Senator-elect Andy Kim there giving his victory speech, besting his Republican rival Curtis Bashaw there. This is, remember, Bob Menendez's seat that he vacated after resigning his Senate seat there. All right, I'm Andrew Kraft. We are in a new hour. We want to get in more of these presidential race calls, especially here, and we have a lot of them to make now that we are 10 minutes removed from this new hour, and let's take them here. So going now there to Wyoming. Wyoming's 3 electoral votes going to Donald Trump there. You can see with only around 2%
that's
of estimated votes counted.
No surprise.
Trump, besting Harris there.
You'd think there'd be more people, though.
They're 3-1. So
not just 40,000 voters or 50,000 voters.
Electoral votes. Louisiana being called for former President Donald Trump over Vice President Harris. Trump getting
Maybe that's Louisiana.
Yeah. Louisiana staying in the red column here. Also, we do have more of these election results coming into the South Dakota here. 3 electoral votes going to Donald Trump here. This race just being called within the last couple of minutes here. We also have more, another Dakota here. We have a North Dakota race called there. So both Dakotas going into the Republican column.
That's a pretty solid win for Trump there.
North Dakota. Harris, of course, coming up short in this predominantly red state there in North Dakota. So moving on to Nebraska. Okay, Nebraska District 1. Nebraska is somewhat of an interesting, peculiar state in the way they count their electoral votes. It's not a winner-take-all state there. Harris up on Trump with around 31% of estimated votes counted, 57 to 42 there. And Austin Westfall joining me here in the Live Now newsroom as well, commenting, responding to some of these race calls and results coming in. We have Nebraska District 2. This is Omaha. That's that congressional district here. 1 electoral vote there is up for grabs. And Harris over Trump 61 to 38 there with 46% of estimated votes counted. Also Nebraska District 3, Trump over Harris. This is like the rest of Nebraska, central and western Nebraska here. And you see there 10% of estimated votes counted. Trump up on Harris, almost 2 to 1 there. So wanted to get in some of these numbers. Now, all of Nebraska has 5 electoral votes. Austin, let's talk about Nebraska here. Why does it all have 5 votes there?
Yeah, it's a little deceptive, Andrew. Basically, what we're talking about here is 2 of the electoral votes out of those 5 go for the entirety of the state's popular vote. That's how they determine 2 of those votes. The other 3 votes are split between the 3 congressional districts in Nebraska. Each one gets 1 electoral vote. The second one specifically is going to be part of Kamala Harris's easiest path to the presidency. If she gets that 1 electoral vote in Nebraska District 2, as well as the blue wall states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, that would give her the presidency, as long as all of the 43 other non-battleground states and D.C. fall the way that they expect them to fall. You just gave us a lot of data. Here's what that means for our Electoral College tally. Right now, Harris is at 99, Trump at 177. Here is how the map is filling in. You see,
that looks really weird, you know, because you got Kansas and Missouri. I thought that those are solid red. And then we got Minnesota, looks like it might go red. That's weird.
And let me just say that none of the battleground states.
New Mexico going red is also weird.
Nebraska, because Nebraska is interesting. It's these little tiny dots here off to the corner. You see Nebraska has District 1, 2, and 3. Maine has a similar dynamic where their electoral votes, 2 of them go to the state at large, and then both of their congressional districts each get 1 congressional vote each. So those 2 states, they operate a little bit differently than the rest of them. Ohio going red, and let's zoom in here, because Ohio's interesting, Andrew. I mean, we've been following elections. Ohio used to be that prototypical swing state. Not anymore. Look at the results. The AP, with just over 50% of the vote tallied, says that Trump's going to take this state with about a 9-point lead. That's just with over 50% of the vote counted. Ohio's interesting, not so much because of the presidency. We expected it to go that way. Let's switch over to our Senate map here, and let's look at how Sherrod Brown and Bernie Moreno's race is going. So this is fascinating because Moreno does have the edge over the incumbent Democrat Sherrod Brown right now, but you see the difference. There's a lot less room between these 2 candidates than there was between Harris and Trump. Trump had a much more commanding lead at this point compared to Moreno over Sherrod Brown. This is one of those Senate seats that will decide the balance of power in the upper chamber of the House. You see there that over 1.5 million votes have been cast for Bernie Moreno, just under 1.5 million votes so far have been cast for Sherrod Brown. As I've been mentioning, both parties have been sweating this race out. A lot of money has been pouring into this race. I'm curious to see if this is the last true example of Ohio being a battleground it certainly looks like this race is a tight one, Andrew.
Yeah, that's right. So many resources put into the Senate race there in Ohio by Republicans and Democrats alike. And to your point, yes, Ohio has been called for Donald Trump. So we just brought you a lot of race calls for Trump. We do have a race call as well, though, in a solidly blue state. That's the Empire State as well for Harris. Let's take a look at this. Harris getting New York's 28th.
No surprise there.
The Associated Press calling.
No surprise there at all. But only 18% of the votes counted.
I want to bring into the conversation as well. Tom Bianco at 24/7.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to flip that, though.
This here, we have a lot of live events going on right now. Let's stay in New York right now. Democratic Senator out of New York, Kirsten Gillibrand. She's speaking there at her watch party. Let's listen.
With our Cyber Academy, so kids can actually go to college free in exchange for public service as our cyber defenders. That will help us keep our country safer. So we have a lot of work to do, but one of the issues that I think people in New York feel most passionate about is guaranteeing women equality in this country. Making sure that we have our civil liberties and civil rights, making sure that we get to make those life and death decisions over our bodies, when we're having children, under what circumstances. We have to guarantee an equal rights amendment in New York State. I hope everybody will vote yes on Prop 1.
I think she misspoke there. She admitted that, that abortion is life and death. Did she mean that?
Decisions about caring for a child or a loved one and bringing home a paycheck. We have to make sure we keep supporting our workers, strengthening our abilities to join unions, to collectively bargain for wages and benefits. We have to expand access to health care and keep bringing down the cost of medicine. And last but not least, I will fight against the politics of hate and division in this country. No student should feel unsafe being on a college campus because of anti-Semitism. Any kind of bigotry of any kind. We have to, as a nation, figure out who we are. We are a country that used to love one another, that used to care about our neighbors, that treated others the way we wanted to be treated. We have to focus on all that is noble, all that is right, all that is pure and admirable, and we have to lift that up into our national dialogue. Now, I know you're thinking that's a lot of things to get done, but we are going to have a Congress to pass this agenda. Because of the work the governor has done, because of the work that Hakeem Jeffries and I have done, we are going to have a majority in the U.S. Congress, and we are going to elect our new speaker as Hakeem Jeffries.
I don't know, will they? I'm thinking that I think that the Senate race is a little bit, and the Congress race are a little bit too close to call.
In New York State, and I'd argue anywhere in the country. We have 40 offices across these battleground districts, 23,000 volunteers, 150 staff. We've knocked on 1.3 million doors, and we have made over 5 million phone calls to voters. So I'm going to tell you tonight, we are going to see victories up and down the Hudson Valley, all across Long Island, in Syracuse. We are going to flip the House of Representatives right here in New York State.
All right, Senator Gillibrand there at her victory watch party. You want to put up the
Also,
results
is she talking about?
Quite an easy.
Is she talking about the state House of Representatives, or is she talking about Congress? Because
Harris getting all
I don't think so.
New York State's electoral college tally there, electoral votes rather. And so in the meantime, though, we do have yet another state call. Let's move from New York now to Texas, and the Associated Press is calling Texas for former President Donald Trump. So Trump getting Texas's
but only 9 points.
Electoral votes there. This is with 58% of estimated votes counted. And I'm bringing into the conversation Austin Westfall yet again here. So Austin, right now, Texas going to Trump. Kind of knew that. New York going for Harris. Definitely knew that here. I think right now, and we want to bring in Tom LoBianco, because I think all eyes right now are on this Ohio.
So it looks like the presidential map is flipped again.
Yeah, all eyes are on the Senate race. And real quick here, just because we mentioned
or is that?
No New York, Texas are not surprising, but nonetheless, they both carry a lot of electoral votes. So now that we see that New York is officially in Kamala's bin. She's at 99. Texas, Trump is at 177. I'm interested to see how this Senate race in Texas plays out as more results come in. I'm also interested, as you said, Andrew, in the Ohio Senate race. And Tom, I'll start with you here.
That big blue patch right in the middle is surprising and disturbing.
Trump has a sizable lead over Harris in Ohio, but we don't see that Moreno has the same sizable lead. He has a lead, but not that same sizable lead that Trump had. What do you make of that?
Well, you know, it definitely looks like the Senate is going to be a Republican at the end of all this. That's the one thing feel pretty confident about with some of these early race calls. So, you know, that's really important. But you know, how Republican then? You know, if Sherrod Brown's able to hold on, then then that probably hurts the control there. But you know, this is really interesting this cycle. The split ticket voting. You know, we talked about that before. We're starting to see this in play, especially for working class voters, working class men. And that's a really big dynamic this cycle.
Yeah, and just to set the stage here, Tom Lobianco with 24-Site is going to be with us throughout the hour, kind of popping in, reacting in real time to some of these results. Though we do have some live events going on right now. I want to go out to North Carolina. Josh Stein there, the Democratic Attorney General, just won the governor's race over Lieutenant Governor Republican Mark Robinson. He's at his election night victory party here. Let's listen.
When we go together, not as Democrats, not as Republicans, not as independents, but as North Carolinians. And I know we can do this because I know who we are. I have met so many inspiring people across this state. Debbie and Cornelius, who tragically lost her son to fentanyl and is fighting to protect other families from that same fate. Lauren, a teacher in Greenville, who digs into her own pocket to buy school supplies for her students to give them a better chance. I want to thank everyone I have met along the way for sharing your stories with me. And to the thousands and thousands of people from every corner of this state who helped to build this campaign, I am forever grateful for your support. Thank you for believing in the promise of North Carolina. And if I didn't earn your vote in this election, I hope to earn your trust by working hard for you as your governor. I pledge to listen and work across party lines to do what's right for North Carolina, because no person or party has a monopoly on good ideas. To all of
But the Democrats do have a monopoly on bad ideas.
people on my campaign, thank you for the long days and late nights. Thank you for the hard and high quality work. And thank you for the laughter along the way. They, by the way, are incredible. I also want to thank Governor Cooper. Let's give that man the hand that he deserves. Roy Cooper has led our state with a steady hand through an unprecedented global pandemic, a 1,000-year storm in the West, and 2 500-year floods in the East. He expanded Medicaid, strengthened our business climate, and fought for our public schools. Roy, I could not be more grateful for your service and your friendship, and do not even think about changing your cell phone number on me. My parents, Adam and Jane, raised my brother Eric and my sister Gerda to try to do what is right just like they did. It's truly one of the best gifts that parents can give to their children. I want to thank them.
Josh Hawley seems to be losing
working early voting. And so
in Missouri. That's interesting.
let's all say thank you, Adam and Jane. To my wife, Anna. Otherwise known as a rock star. Thank you for being the glue that keeps our family together, for keeping me focused on the things that really matter, and for being you. She is going to be a remarkable First Lady. We are blessed to have our 3 kids here today, Sam, Adam, and Leah. Mom and I love you very much and are incredibly proud of you. Fundamentally, this campaign is about you and all of the young people of North Carolina. We want all of you to want to call North Carolina home the same way we do. Friends, we are so blessed to be of this place. And while nowhere is perfect, I firmly believe that whatever may be wrong with our state can be repaired by all that is right. After all, North Carolina is where the Greensboro Four sat down and the Wright brothers took flight. It's where my father joined Julius Chambers and James Ferguson to form North Carolina's first integrated law firm to fight for equality and opportunity for all. It's where people come together to solve tough problems and believe that our best days are ahead of us, not behind us. This is our North Carolina. This is our home. Tonight, let's celebrate this hard-fought victory, and tomorrow we will get back to work to building a North Carolina that is safer, stronger, and more prosperous for everyone. Thank you, and may God bless you, and may God bless the state of North Carolina. Thank you.
All right, there you have it. North Carolina Governor-elect Josh Stein at his victory party there, thanking his family, thanking his supporters. Of course, the incumbent governor right now, Roy Cooper, term limited there. So this stays in Democratic hands. So Stein there besting the Republican gubernatorial candidate, Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson there. And you can see right now the race is called by the AP, but there is right now a 15-point margin there. And this was to be expected. You see it there on your screen as well. All right, I'm Andrew Kraft. We are at the bottom of the hour. Let's step away. Let's step out of North Carolina. Let's take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be giving you the latest updates. We'll get an Electoral College vote tally. Also, we'll be tracking some of the results coming in key Senate races in Ohio and Texas as well. A lot more on this election night in 2 minutes.
Well, it's some really interesting things here. Josh Hawley from Missouri, I thought he was really quite popular, and as a senator, he usually at the forefront of a lot of interesting questions when they have Senate hearings. But to see that he is behind the Democrat is very interesting. Now, I don't think that they've called it. I don't know how much of the vote that they've counted, but he's 10 points or so behind. So that's very, very interesting. I wonder if the Senator Kennedy from Louisiana, I wonder if he was up for election this year, or whether it's going to be another couple of years with him. He's always interesting senator to follow. Although he can be a little bit rough around the edges. Okay. Well, we'll see you later there, Steve.
And welcome back here to Live Now from
and Subdog.
Thanks so much for being with us here on this election night. I want to bring into the conversation my colleague Austin Westfall here in the Live Now newsroom, and 24 Sites, Tom Lobianco. We all are here tracking all of this, and we have a lot to get to. Let's first start off right now. Where does the Electoral College
We'll see you later.
end at 9:30 Eastern Austin?
Right now, the Electoral College, and let's get over to this because we are starting to see Trump 178 here, and we'll make sure that we've got the map up because Trump is getting, right now, he is just under 100 points away from that magic number 270. Harris with 99. There are still a lot of...
There's a lot of states to go, though.
That are yet to be called. California, Oregon, Washington, those are going to be some of the bigger states that are going to put some more votes on the Harris side. Nonetheless, we're, of course, tracking all the battleground states, that being Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Georgia. We have no results yet out of the two western battleground states, Arizona and Nevada. But as you can see so far right now, as we look at Wisconsin, at least where it stands, with 12% of the votes counted, it looks like this battleground state, Trump has a 4-point lead so far. That state leaning red at this early hour. Michigan,
And then looks like New Mexico just flipped again.
Has about an 8% lead in Michigan. Pennsylvania, what many consider to be, it's an easy argument to be made, that this is the most crucial battleground state of them all. Just over a quarter of the votes have been tallied so far, and right now Harris has an 11-point lead over Donald Trump. We'll see if more Republican votes file in as the night progresses. Of course, every single poll has indicated that that is as tight as can be. Moving down to some of these southern states, let's focus on North Carolina. 58% of the vote being tallied so far, and right now Trump has about a 4-point lead. Excuse me, that's looking more like a 3-point lead for Trump in the Tar Heel state. The final one I'll get to here is Georgia. Andrew, 75% of the vote tallied. 3/4 of the vote is in the Peach State. Trump has a 5.4% lead.
So Senator Kennedy is still good for another couple of years.
Whatever Austin just said there, kind of giving the roundup of the battleground states, can we glean anything from them, from the results coming in right now?
Yeah, super helpful there. Look, the numbers that we are seeing right now from Georgia and North Carolina really seem to show him running away with it down in the Sun Belt, okay, especially in Georgia. All right. Now, this is very tentative, but some of the early exit polls we have seen have shown Trump performing, show a lot more men voters showing up and supporting Trump. All right. And that's a really big dynamic. We've talked a lot about women voters.
Apparently, for some reason, women vote a lot more than men do.
All right.
In the States. I didn't think that there was much of a split. I always figured that it was about 50-50.
Yeah, I think I saw like 9% return, something like that, up in Wisconsin. So it's going to be a little while before we see what's happening up in the Rust Belt, Blue Wall. But down the Sun Belt, especially in Georgia, it's looking really good for Trump right now.
All right,
Did I lose my...
inside the Trump-Vance election night watch party. We also have live pictures outside there at the Harris Walls election night watch party as well there on the campus of Howard University in Washington. Tom, let's talk, though, now about some of these key Senate races that we're getting the results in. Let's focus our efforts first there in Ohio between the Democratic incumbent Sherrod Brown and his Republican challenger, Bernie Moreno, and we were
It's like
talking about
Wisconsin just
Austin, you
flipped
and I,
back.
about the Senate map and the Senate makeup here. This is where it stands between
Unless
Moreno
that's
and
a
Brown.
Senate
What can we
map.
glean from this?
Yeah, and I'll just do a quick run through here because there was a number, and if you can come out to the map here, I want to show off a little bit of what we're working with here. So you'll see.
Okay, so that's the
an
Senate
odd
map.
color. That's yellow. That's because, and Vermont and Maine both leaning for their independent incumbents in both of those cases. Senator King and Senator Sanders expected to win in Vermont and Maine. That's why you see yellow. As far as battleground states go in the Senate, there are toss-up races, at least what have been considered to be toss-up races before the election, in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. We've been eyeballing Nebraska to see if the independent challenger there could make some noise. It appears so far that that state is leaning red. So Montana, that's going to be an interesting to glean from once we start getting results in. But Tom, and this is something that we're going to be focusing on a lot, is Ohio. Many thought that the three-term incumbent senator there, Sherrod Brown, he has been elected in favorable Democratic years. I believe the first time he was elected was in light of the war that was back in 2006. That was a favorable year for Democrats. 6 years later, that was an Obama year. That was another favorable year for Democrats. The last time he was up for election was in the midterm after Trump was elected. There was a blue wave there. Is this the toughest challenge yet and the most polarizing race we've seen Sherrod Brown participate in so far?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, look, I was talking with one of my longtime Republican sources about this a couple days ago, and we're going to know a lot after we see all the tallies. But Democrats still have a problem up in the Rust Belt with working class voters. Okay. And, you know, big questions on what happens with the presidential. But Sherrod Brown always was one of the, more populist Democrats and was able to outpace national Democrats in Ohio. That might be changing. Okay. That's really important to watch. And if that is, I think that's a leading indicator of a bigger problem for Democrats right now. But again,
Tom, just want to chime in here. We are getting a race call because we're talking about Senate races, Tom. This is a Senate race in Maryland. This was an open seat here. Angela Alsobrooks, the Democrat, beating former Republican governor of Maryland, Larry Hogan, there in this Senate seat. It's being vacated by retiring Democrat Ben Cardin there. So this seat stays in Democratic hands here. Tom, Austin, let's comment on this. A lot of Republicans, and you and I have talked about this race, Tom, had thought this could be a pickup, that Hogan would somehow materialize a victory. That's not the case here tonight. 55-43 with a little over half of estimated votes counted here. This was also Brooks to lose. She has not done that. The AP calling the race for her.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I remember years ago when then Lieutenant Governor Michael Steele ran against Ben Cardin. All right. And there was a lot of talk that he might be the Republican to do it, especially because he was the first elected black statewide politician in Maryland. Okay. He ended up losing by a pretty similar margin to that. Now, we don't know because we've only seen about 55% or so right now. But if that divide holds up, it just really goes to show for Maryland. I mean, Hogan.
Do they also count women as men if they identify as men? I don't know. I guess it depends on whether they vote Republican or not.
Win statewide, or at least in these Senate races.
Yeah.
So, Tom, talk to us because there are several examples around the country, correct, of some of these.
I guess it depends on who they want to claim as theirs.
More to the center in order to win votes in these battleground states. Can you talk about some of the notable ones?
Well,
I mean,
we
did
used
Larry
to say
Hogan
40 years ago,
Tom,
or 50 years ago, all politics is local. I think it's all politics is national now. I'm not sure that you can break away from this stuff. I remember I was up at the state fair in Maryland not too long ago, and you had the Larry Hogan signs next to the Donald Trump signs at the Maryland Republican Party booth. And you could tell he didn't want anything to do with it. All politics is really national now. It's changed so much from the way it used to be.
All right, we do have some more of these results coming in. We want to stay, though, on the Senate races. Let's focus our efforts on Texas.
I don't know why a senator would want to distance himself from Trump. You would think that they would want to ride that Trump wave, and it's just a poor decision, if they're trying to distance himself.
All red at the moment. 64% of estimated votes counted. Democrats.
See, that's what I would have thought, although I would have thought that Ted would have been a little bit further ahead.
Cruz would do. The race hasn't been called yet, but we see the vote spread here.
Well, my Republican sources were never really worried about the Cruz race. I think you heard more from Democratic sources that, they might be able to, ride a wave of support from women in this election and, maybe potentially get Allred up over the top. Cruz historically has been fairly unpopular, as statewide go for Texas, but that doesn't seem to be the case right so far. But again, we still got 1/3 of the vote still to come in. That could change, but as these race calls go, it becomes harder later in when you have more of the precincts reporting. It becomes a lot harder for these candidates to overtake a gap of that size. So it looks like Cruz is in pretty good position right now.
Even though Texas is a deep red state, is there anything to learn from some of the counties within a deep red state like that?
Well, it's, we've been talking about this as the gender election. And,
the gender election.
About, groups of voters that are not a monolith. Men and women are not monolithic. They do not vote uniformly. Okay. I think we really got to look at and especially as the exit polls.
They always try to break stuff down into different categories. Who is the ethnic vote going to vote for? Who is the women or the male vote going to vote for? Who is the alphabet community going to vote for? I think that you'd think that most people are not just single issue voters these days, because there's so many issues out there that they have to be, that they have to, be aware of. Which Kennedy senator is the one that identifies as Republican? That would be Senator John Kennedy from Louisiana.
Challenger Eric Hovde there. This is only with around 22% of estimated votes counted.
How many Canada senators are there right now? I don't know. Even how many there are. Because obviously Robert Kennedy Jr. he's no longer in the Senate.
Democrats was talking about.
I don't know of any others.
Back when he was in office, I mean. The political bedfellows this cycle are some of the strangest I've ever seen.
So Gordon says it looks like Obama will get his fourth term pulling the strings. Do you think so? I think it's too early for that.
Friend Patrick Pinkston. We had on Charlie Sykes a little while ago, and he was talking about how Republicans used to have.
It really depends on a few different states, but Missouri and Kansas are surprising me right now. Ted Kennedy's not around anymore. I don't think he's been around for. Isn't he deceased? Ted Kennedy? Ted Kennedy was a Democrat for sure, but I thought Ted Kennedy's. I don't think he's around anymore.
Back to Political Science 101 for a minute, Tom. Explain to us why we're talking so much about the balance of power in the Senate and the House. How does that dictate how powerful of a president we're going to be working with?
Well, I'll tell you, you hear voters complain a lot about how Washington doesn't get anything done and need to return to normal order. It is incredibly hard to pass legislation through Congress and get it to any president's desk these days. And certainly a lot of that has to do with the Senate. You'd need to be able to break a filibuster. And, with the exception of the courts, it's 60 votes. And, neither side, the traditionalists in the Senate, have wanted to touch that. Okay. So in a strong sense, no matter if you get a Harris presidency or a Trump presidency again, it's not a guarantee that you're going to be able to move things. Now, where that comes into play is those nominations. And
So
whether
Trump
you're
is
able to
now,
get actually confirmed.
they say
one
154.
of the
So he's dropped some. That doesn't make sense at all.
the cabinet.
But I mean, it could be if there's still if they were guessing on some of the states that he was ahead on. So she's got, but that must have been earlier in the night. That must have been a lot earlier because Kamala had 99 votes the last time I saw.
Republican conference. That would give Senate Republicans and Senator John Thune out of South Dakota a lot of power.
Yeah, you know, Tom, speaking of who would be in charge of Senate Republicans, who would be the leader there, we aired Rick Scott's victory speech last hour. And almost
So Ted Kennedy, I was pretty sure that he had passed a long time ago. So 10 years ago was a long time.
Current leader McConnell stepping back. But will remain in the Senate here.
I think Robert Kennedy Jr., he was a senator, wasn't he?
November 13th. We won't put the cart
before he ran for president. But I don't think that, I don't think he had been in for a while either.
Trump campaigns right now. And Tom, you got a lot of sources within the Trump campaign.
Iowa is going for Harris? That's weird. I didn't think that Iowa would go for Harris.
With red MAGA hats. I saw one of these Jewish Trump voters as well. You see there, people taking selfies. So, you know, you can get a sense of the vibes. You can't really glean anything results-wise from how the parties are doing. Maybe a little bit later on you can. But what do you see when you look at this shot we have inside Trump HQ?
Well, you know, this campaign, and we've talked about this extensively throughout the election.
Okay, so Trump still has 178.
Campaigns go has been remarkably disciplined. All right, and you got to give credit to Susie Wiles there.
But it's still got still 100 seats to go, or 100 congressional whatever college seats to go. It's
concerns. I mean, look, when the
that's
poll came out,
and with California. With everything on the East Coast, right? That has, the West Coast. So, I don't think Oregon, Oregon is the only Western state that's not solid blue. It's mainly blue. But you know, there's a lot of seats in California and then Washington. It's those seats in the middle, like Kansas and Missouri. If they flip, and Nebraska, if they start flipping to Democrat, that's kind of surprising.
Especially with minorities.
It's kind of surprising.
Latino voters. That gives a lot of confidence. All right, and you can.
John Kennedy, a rhino? I don't think he's a rhino. I think he was always a solid Republican. He's from the South, remember. He's not part of the
so still a lot to
he's not part of the Boston Kennedys.
Tom. I mean, I keep reiterating that point. We have a live picture though at Harris's election night watch party there on the campus of Howard University. Of course, she's an alum there. So let's talk about how the Harris campaign might be.
They look a little bit worried. I don't think they
today, Tom.
But so it's, so early when you consider that some of the polls that are still they still are open in the West.
I believe they can win all 7 battleground states.
I mean, it's it's not even 7 o'clock on the West Coast here, so.
Hopium or not here? What does that mean?
And they don't start counting the votes until, or like publishing the votes until till the polls actually close, right? So, or maybe they do. Maybe they do start to. I know in BC they didn't. But
look, we saw some of the early.
That's obviously quite a bit earlier.
NBC News. There was a lot of talk a couple days ago about the Madison Square Garden rally and the Puerto Rico comments really damaging Trump with Latinos and Puerto Ricans. Okay.
I think
translated among the electors.
I think that was a setup, just like just like when the October surprises, just like when
So
Harris tried to pull out that comment that they figured Trump was had mentioned
even talk about places like Arizona.
Hitler in the White House. I think that was a setup as well. It's like they're pulling things out because they're desperate. It depends on, will it work? Are there low information voters who are going to
then it becomes an issue in
who are
Pennsylvania.
going to make those
All right, you
issues?
gotta look at Allentown, the Lehigh Valley. All right, and you got to watch the returns coming out of there. That was the big concern. All right, Pennsylvania is really a must-win for Harris. Okay. It's not as much of a must-win for Trump, but for Harris, it looked like she needs that blue wall to hold.
Still a few ballot boxes in BC to find. Yeah, they're in somebody's garage, probably.
Statistic coming out of Osceola County. This is just south of Orlando. Right now, Trump, with 95% of the votes counted, Trump has 50%. Harris, 48. So Trump's up by 2 points. If I'm looking back 4 years ago, Biden won.
He's up by only up by 1.5%.
We're seeing a sizable shift. This county is important because I believe around a third of the population there are Puerto Ricans. What do you make of Trump seeming to gain some ground in a county like this?
One of the things that they always do in these is they always play this identity politics things. One of the things that gets me is a lot of people from these communities that they claim are marginal communities. I don't think they are marginal. I think they're just mainstream. But a lot of them actually have very conservative lifestyle values, and it's I think I've heard it said a number of times where they're Republican at home and Democrat in the voting box. But I always think that people should take those tests, those online tests, to see where you actually sit, because I think a lot of people don't realize where they actually sit as far as on any given scale. I think that especially in Canada here, so many people consider themselves to be left-leaning, as if that's a good thing. I don't know. It's never been a good thing for me, like to think that. But I do believe that more people are centralist, central right than central left, because obviously central right is more of a smaller government, and keep your own money and look after yourself, look after your neighbors. Don't rely on the government to be your parents. Yeah, so Steve was saying some people just totally get locked into how they've always voted. And, I'm 60. I've never voted Liberal. Never in my life. And I was born on the East Coast. Now, I never grew up on the East Coast. I was just born there in Chatham, New Brunswick, which is now Miramichi City. Left the East Coast when I was a baby, and we moved first to Regina, then to Edmonton, and then finally to Vancouver, and then out to Delta, just south of Vancouver. And really, when we moved out to Vancouver, there was there's never really a solid conservative party. There was the Social Credit Party, which now that we know what social credit means, you would think that would be a left-wing party, but it was actually kind of more of a centralist, even a center-right party at the time. But it wasn't totally conservative. But for the most part, I just, as soon as I learned about politics, I just couldn't understand why anybody would vote for more government and less control of your own finances and your own life. It's like people just want to be taken care of. I've never seen government as my parents. And you know, I've always actually even been a little bit rebellious towards my own parents. I've always wanted that independence. And I just don't understand how people in the West and, you know, don't value freedom the way, I guess, the way they used to. But even when I was growing up, I would have thought that people would have voted, just valued freedom a lot more than what they did.
In the meantime, like I said before,
You know,
let's go out
and
live to West Palm Beach, Florida, to the Trump-Vance election night watch party. That's where we find Fox News' Rebecca Castor with the latest there. Rebecca, good to see
I wonder
you
where
here.
Vance is watching from. Is he, if he's with Trump or whether he's up in Ohio?
Andrew, well, of course, with this being filled with Trump supporters, they are excited and encouraged. The Trump campaign advisors, they tell us that they feel they're on track for a good night. They're encouraged by some of this exit polling that is coming in. The supporters here, they cheer every time a state is called for the former president. Trump, though, is watching this all go down from Mar-a-Lago, where he's watching the returns come in with family and friends.
I think one of the best things he did was to bring Tulsi Gabbard on board, but I was hoping before they chose
they can secure the magic number of 270 electoral votes.
For early voting, it was definitely
45 minutes north of me. Cool.
as much mail turnout. And
So you're, you know, I guess you're talking about
but after today, we're seeing a change.
New Brunswick, but you know, where I was born, but. Or are you in BC? Are you on Vancouver Island? Steve? I thought you said earlier that you were from Quebec, but I could be wrong.
But with the race neck and neck, it could
But,
be days before we know the
yeah,
final results. During a visit to thank his campaign staff, the former president expressed his frustration with the vote counting process.
Yeah, so once he named, before he named J.D. Vance, I was kind of hoping that he would name Tulsi as his running mate, because I think that would have really, really solidified a lot of the votes for him. But then, after the assassination attempt, it made a lot of sense, because it almost made him a little bit bulletproof more than he was, because, you know, Vance is obviously a lot more conservative than Tulsi or looks to be. But I'm looking forward to seeing where Tulsi will fit in, because I think that she would make an excellent Secretary of State. And I'd also like this. I'm interested to see what role.
So we didn't really get a clear answer from Trump on how he voted.
Okay, so Neil is in Quebec.
Said, really
No, Steve. I thought Steve said he was. Maybe I'm wrong. Probably wrong. I know Steve said he was French. I just assumed. So, and you really shouldn't assume things. You know, me being a French heritage but not being French. Yeah, so yeah, like I was trying to get to, Vance was kind of his insurance policy, because if somebody did assassinate Trump, he was just kind of, you know, you're getting more of the same, right? And there have been so many attempts on Trump. I did a video on that, actually. There's been like 11 or 12 attempts on Trump since the first time he ran. So, you know,
and she joins me. Christina, what's going on social
media? It's very,
absolutely, Andrew. It's been a very busy
very interesting. I'd like to see what.
Getting a lot of updates and able to see what's happening on the ground in certain states, including Arizona, one of those critical battleground states. I do want to give you another look here.
I hope Arizona goes Trump.
How we're tracking these tweets.
I'd like to see New Mexico as well. That would, you know, help them out a bit. And Nevada.
Update. What you're seeing now on your screen. This is an update there from Fox 10 reporter Kinsey Beach. She's there on
said he couldn't live in Quebec. So, yeah, he's probably in BC then.
Have closed in this location, but the lines are still.
So are you in Nanaimo there, Steve?
Putting in their opportunity to cast their vote for the presidential election and some of those other elections happening there in the battleground state of Arizona. So she did say that folks are
okay. So you're still in New Brunswick. Okay, now I understand.
Campuses at Arizona State University specifically, lines are still long.
Yeah, I'm on Vancouver Island right now. I'm in Duncan.
I do want to also give you an update here on Live Now. Another look at another place in Arizona where the polls are going to remain open. This is the Navajo Nation area in Apache County. This is all thanks to the Navajo Nation president that he filed a lawsuit to extend polling hours to accommodate voters. This after the Arizona Secretary of State said that voters in the county experienced issues with e-poll books and printers. So we do know there in the Navajo Nation, those polls will remain open until 9 p.m. local time. That's just another hour or so in the state of Arizona. So again, they will stay open so that way the Navajo Nation members can cast their vote there for the presidential election. Again, Arizona, one of those critical battleground states that we're keeping a very close eye on in this election. Will be interesting to see how these things.
So it sounds like they threw out the electronic votes in the Navajo Nation, and now the people have to revote or something like that.
If you're in line, stay in line. That's the message from some of these election officials there in some of these battleground states.
That does kind of muck things up a bit, right? Like, how do you know for sure that the votes were canceled?
Thanks for being with us.
And then how do you know that everybody who had their votes canceled showed up a second time?
Tallies at the moment. If we could pop that up there in the lower left hand of your screen. You see where the tally stands.
Okay, so
right
Trump
now.
is still
Electoral college votes. Harris with 99, though it is still early.
72 votes away.
Western battleground states like Nevada, like Arizona, like Montana, like Utah as well. We're tracking some down ballot races in those states, including some of these key Senate races there as well. In the meantime, we do have, let's go back to Michigan now. The Secretary of State there, Jocelyn Benson, she's addressing the press.
Oh, Josh Hawley is pulling out ahead in Missouri. That's good, because he's, I think he's a good senator.
Incredible day for Michigan, and this is an incredible day.
Definitely entertaining.
My thanks to clerks.
Very reasonable person, but does have a lot of good things to say.
Several months preparing for today. Their preparation paid off in a smooth and successful election. And I'm grateful to so many members of my team here tonight who helped facilitate that work all throughout the state, all day today, and the many partners we have had along the way, from our faith leaders to, yes, our sports teams. And that's one of the reasons why we're here in Ford Field tonight, to really emphasize how important these partnerships were, from faith leaders to sports leaders to business leaders to law enforcement and our Attorney General, all of whom share with us.
I don't know about their sports teams.
Is at its strongest.
How are the Detroit Lions doing? They're better than what they used to be.
I want to thank the millions.
I know they beat didn't they beat Dallas a few weeks back?
Made winners of all of us. Thank you.
I don't know. Are the Lions winners?
Go ahead.
As I said, I think they beat the Cowboys a couple of weeks ago, but
of any issues or any misinformation spread today, and if so, how was that?
Have they made the playoffs?
One of the candidates, the former
last 10 years, last 20 years?
Present in Philadelphia and Detroit.
I only really follow the NFC West and the Cowboys.
Which I don't recommend. But at the same time, we also made these stickers available at our Secretary of State branch offices for the rest of this week. But
all right, Jocelyn Benson there. She's the Secretary of State in Michigan, talking about all those I voted stickers and how the voting has gone there in Michigan as well. But in the meantime here, let's step away from Secretary Benson. We do have one of these candidates conceding the race there. Let's go out to Maryland. Former Republican governor of Maryland, Larry Hogan, losing the Senate race to Democrat Angela Alsobrooks there. Let's watch.
Okay, so what just happened in Maryland? I thought Maryland was going for Trump, and then I just looked down and it was going for Harris. It must be flipping quite a bit, or whatever. Mascus, do you follow the Dolphins? I used to follow the Dolphins, but that was decades ago. For me, it's BC Lions, of course, but they're out now. They lost to Saskatchewan. but then NFL, it's the Seahawks, the Rams. I'm glad that they came back to Los Angeles. Of course, the 49ers. Never been much of an Arizona fan, but those three I follow. I also actually follow a little bit of the Chargers. My main three are going to be the Seahawks, the Rams, and the 49ers, and then the Cowboys. Got to throw those Cowboys in there. College ball, though, I tell you what, college, it's my first choice is always going to be Notre Dame. Yeah, I've never followed Buffalo. I know a lot of people from the East follow Buffalo. College ball, I find college ball very, very interesting. I like the Southern teams like Alabama, Georgia, and Clemson. I follow them, but then I also follow Navy and Notre Dame. And sometimes Florida State. I used to really like Florida State when Winston Jameis was there, and then he got in trouble with the law, and I just realized how much of a jerk he was. I couldn't follow Florida State for a while, but he's not there anymore. It's just I was really disappointed in how they handled that controversy. They covered up for him, and I just really didn't like that. And then the coach went to Texas A&M, but I haven't really followed that too much.
On tearing America apart. No matter what happens in this election, we as a country must move beyond talking only with those we agree with, and we need to stop dismissing or even hating those we disagree with. We have got to find a way to come together, to listen, and to believe in each other once again. Because there really is far more that unites us than divides us.
It's interesting that he was the governor, but he couldn't win the Senate seat. It kind of shows you, how there's so much of a difference in state versus federal, Senate versus congressional, and and presidential candidates.
In Maryland, losing to Democrat.
I note that you're not seeing too many of the sheriff races happening. I don't think that obviously they're not as important, but you would think that you'd see a few of those, especially Polk County. That sheriff is. I like that sheriff, Polk County, Florida. There's a few other Florida sheriffs that are really good.
Let's move from Maryland to Massachusetts here. Staying in the Senate, Elizabeth Warren fending off this Republican challenger in John Deaton. About 25.
She is such a weirdo.
Right now, the Associated Press calling the race there for
Elizabeth Warren. Come on, man.
She gets another 6 years in the upper chamber. In the meantime, here on the presidential contest, on that level, we do have a race call. Remember, these states out west, Utah, Montana, Arizona, Nevada, polls just closed there 10 minutes ago, and we just got a quick race call there in Utah. Take a look at this. The Associated Press projecting Donald Trump will win Utah's 6 electoral votes there right now.
How many?
Okay, let's stay out west right now. Let's move from Utah to Colorado there. Take a look at this. Colorado being called for Vice President Kamala Harris.
Yeah, no.
Over Trump. 48% of estimated votes counted. Harris getting Colorado there.
No surprise there.
56-42, Colorado trending blue in the last, really, 3 cycles, if you think about it. So in the meantime here, let's take yet another quick commercial break. When we come back, more experts, more analysts, more reporters, more results, more race calls. Yes, it's still early. I'm Andrew Kraft. We'll see you in 2 minutes.
Yeah. Just watching the Navy Notre Dame game. I PVR these games, and because I don't get the results ahead of time, and then I just watch them when I can. And that was a interesting game, but you know, and I felt bad for Navy because I do like Navy. It's just I like Notre Dame more, but Notre Dame just cleaned up. I saw a Notre Dame game earlier where they actually lost to Illinois, and I was really surprised about that. I guess everybody was, because they're a highly ranked team. I think that I don't know if they got a shot at the playoffs or not, you know, because of that loss, but we'll see. Navy never has a shot at the playoffs. Matter of fact, they have a difficult time with Air Force, and I think they're doing better than Army this year, though. So that's a game I always want. I always like watching the Army-Navy game. You know, that's always a game that's fun to watch. I'll see if it's... I don't know if it's been played yet or not, but if it has been, I've got it PVR'd, so as long as my PVR is working, I want to be good. Watch that game. You know, got to go off the diet, drink some bourbon, and eat some wings, and watch the Army-Navy game. College ball is actually quite fun, I think. You know, I watch too much. I follow too many teams. To be honest with you, I should just stick with one college team, one NFL, and one Canadian team. Although Canadian football, I think that they, even though, you know, football was created in McGill University, I do believe that they need to update the rules and their field, make it more palatable to the larger Canadian audience.
The Associated Press has not called this race yet. Other outlets have, though. For Ted Cruz, you see there 67% of estimated votes counted. You see the wide margin in the differential between Cruz and Allred. Cruz just stepped up at his election night watch.
Wow.
Listen live.
Looks like Harris is taking Arizona. That's not good.
And I believe and I hope and pray that Donald Trump will be reelected as President of the United States. I want to say thank you, number one, to my extraordinary wife, Heidi, my best friend in the world. Such an amazing partner on this magic carpet ride of life. And I want to say thank you to our two beautiful and amazing girls, Caroline and Catherine. You know, politics at times exacts a price on the family.
I don't think I could put my family through that, to be honest. Not sure I would put up with it either. I'd probably go all Jagmeet Singh on somebody and, you know, duke it out. But, you know, but actually I shouldn't say that, because I'm pretty calm and collected. I don't get riled up personally. When I don't take things personally because of my background or stuff. But I do get get quite passionate about my beliefs, and when I'm faced with all these communists, and I know I use that word, probably overuse it, because I just see them as communists because of their far left radical stances.
We're going to.
And where they're taking our country. But, you know, I would just have a real problem with dealing with that.
All the Democrats across Texas who crossed over and supported my campaign. Including especially Harris County District Attorney Kim Ogg. Who has stood strong for prosecuting violent criminals. And I want to thank every Texan across our great state who has stood with us in this fight, who worked and who fought for Texas.
Now, you don't want to mess with Texas.
I want to congratulate Colin Allred on a hard-fought campaign.
The only problem with Texas right now is it's so many people from California and some of the blue states are moving there.
For your jobs, for your safety, and for your constitutional rights.
Yeah, so the statement "Keep Texas, Texas" is a very real statement.
Have spoken. And their message rings clear as a bell across our great state. Texas will remain Texas. You know, the media were ready to write off Texas. And Chuck Schumer poured in more than $100 million to our state. Well, I want to say thank you, Chuck.
Yeah, pour the money in.
A few more Senate seats tonight because you wasted so much money in Texas.
Chuck Schumer. Ugh.
They deployed every trick, every lie, and every Hollywood celebrity they could find. Chuck Schumer tried to buy this Senate seat like it was a piece of Manhattan real estate. But he learned what we've always known, that Texas isn't for sale. And Texans can't be bought. Amen. Over the last 2 years, I've traveled every corner of this state, from the Panhandle to the Valley, from deep East Texas to far in West Texas. We have traveled 9,094 miles, 53 rallies all over the state of Texas. I've worn out my boots, at times my voice, and certainly the patience of my incredible political team, who did an amazing job on this campaign, and I think is the very best team in all of politics. And what I found traveling the state of Texas was worth every single mile. Because everywhere I went, I found something that gives me profound hope. Common sense isn't dead. It is alive and well in Texas. Everywhere I went, I met Texans who share a simple dream.
Trump took Maine.
To keep their families safe, to keep their freedom
not
secure,
all of Maine.
and to keep their Texas values strong.
2 of the main
Tonight,
seats.
we are witnessing incredible results, especially for Hispanics across the state of Texas.
Harris flipped Maryland. I was surprised that Maryland was leading towards Trump earlier. Obviously, it was, that red mirage is what they called it. Trump is winning in Minnesota. Insane. Insane. That's cool.
And so we'll be waiting to see whether or not
Missouri, Trump is okay. Now Trump is back in Missouri. That's good. Nebraska, it's still close. Why do they have a check mark for Trump when Trump is below Harris in Nebraska? That's just weird. It's just weird.
Some outlets have called this race for Cruz. In the meantime here, we do have some more race calls to get to. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being here.
Maybe
Right now, we want to focus our efforts on the presidential.
maybe it's because of how the seats are divided in Nebraska. It's not a winner-take-all state, so.
Montana. All right, so Trump getting Montana's 4 electoral votes there.
Nothing surprising there.
This is not a shocker, not a surprise. Montana ruby red there, though the Senate race, I believe, is too close to call there between Tester and Sheehy. In the meantime, let's move from Montana now to Utah. Remember, we brought you the results in the presidential contest from Utah, Trump sweeping Utah there. But there was a Senate race we had our eyes on because, remember, this is the seat being vacated by current Republican Senator Mitt Romney. This was the race to replace Mitt Romney and Republican John Curtis, the current congressman right now there from Utah, winning this race, the Senate race in Utah, over his Democratic challenger there as well. So wanted to make sure we got some of those race calls in moving forward. In the meantime here, we do have some tweets. Want to put this up. This is from Texas Governor Greg Abbott. Let's go back to Texas. You see there, he says, congratulations, Senator Ted Cruz, on your big win. Senator Cruz will continue to defend Texas values of freedom, liberty, and prosperity in the U.S. Senate. Working together, we'll keep Texas. Texas, you heard that common refrain there from Ted Cruz at his party. All right, in the meantime here, we do want to bring into the conversation my friend and colleague, Austin Westfall, in the Live Now newsroom, who we've been relying so heavily on for what to make of these race calls. He joins me also with some viewer engagement. We want to hear from the viewers tonight. Take a look at the lower left portion of your screen, about 800,000 of them watching alongside us. But first, Austin.
Trump seems to have stalled out at 198, and Kamala Harris has gained a few.
Who's watching? Let's ask you what's going on and what you're thinking about. We're asking you, and by the way, we'll say QR code right there on your screen. Andrew, if we can take that in full so that the people can point their smartphone camera at that QR code, it'll send you to a web page where you can vote on this poll. We've already had a couple of results come in. That's because some of you are looking at our website and you're voting on this before we even brought it to air. Arizona, Michigan, North Carolina, Wisconsin, Georgia, Nevada, Pennsylvania. Those are the 7 key battlegrounds we've been following. The question is, which battleground state do you think will have the most impact on the presidential race? Right now,
I think Pennsylvania.
With 51% of the vote, Pennsylvania is looking like it's taking the cake. But again, we've only gotten a few dozen, I believe, answers to this poll so far. So if you want, you can either...
Pennsylvania's got enough seats to make a difference.
Before you're able to do that, you can simply type in...
And it's been close enough.
livenowfox.com/connect. livenowfox.com/connect. You can tell us which battleground state you think will have the most impact on the presidential race. We've been talking about this ad nauseum, Andrew. Pennsylvania is going to be the common denominator for both Harris and Trump's easiest path to the White House. Pennsylvania so far winning in our poll. Okay, so as you mentioned, let's bring up the map. This is what we're working with right now. We've got Harris with 112. We have Trump with 198. Trump
I want them to zoom out a little bit.
From the magic number. We have had so many in the last few minutes here. So we're seeing a lot of this dark red being shaded in. Most of these.
Okay, that's.
I want to focus on the battleground states, though.
Oh, look at that. Pennsylvania's going red. That's good.
48% of the votes in Wisconsin have been tallied, and so far, this is a tight one. Trump right now, 1 point above 49.8% versus 48.8%. That's with nearly half of those votes being tallied so far. Looks like Michigan is leaning blue right now. Only 21% of the votes called so far. Less than a quarter of the results have been tallied in Michigan. Of course, so much attention.
It's really close in Michigan with only 21% of the votes counted. Really close. It's like 1.1%.
That are going to be voting as well. It'll be interesting to see how they react to some of the news and how the Biden administration has handled the Israel-Hamas war. Moving on to more battlegrounds. Pennsylvania. This is the one that our viewers
Pennsylvania, that's what everybody is
Just over half of the votes have been tallied so far.
55%, and Trump is up.
And Trump
Not by much. Not by much.
All right,
in
Austin.
this.
Don't mean
Go ahead.
to cut you off here. We do have more of these now winning candidates stepping up to their
Looks like Virginia went back.
Including Maryland
Went back blue, though.
Elect Angela also Brooks there. Let's watch.
Doesn't it feel good to be in Maryland tonight? Oh, yes. Well, first of all, to Alex, you know, she forgot to tell you one important part of that story. She's the one who got on the bus after I had to race after her first grade friends and said, well, we have to wait for a certain 40-year-old to come across the park. Well, I have to say, first of all, tonight, I must give credit to the absolutely unfailing God that I serve. One whose grace has been sufficient at every turn. I don't have enough words to say thank you to God, whose faith has been unfailing. I want to thank him so much. And just a moment ago, I received a call from Governor Hogan congratulating me on tonight's victory. Offering his congratulations and the congratulations of Yumi. And I know that we both share a very deep love for Maryland and commitment to Maryland, so I certainly want to thank him so much for his service. Now, I start off with something that is so obvious, and it's that it couldn't be overstated, but tonight absolutely could not have been possible without you, without every single person in this room and the people of Maryland. So to the people of Maryland, thank you so very much. Thank you to Marylanders. Thank you. Now, if I named every person who shares this victory with us tonight, we'd be here for a few hours. But I can't leave the stage without thanking some very special people who made tonight possible. First and foremost, to the single most incredible, the baddest campaign team, let me tell you, ever to have graced the earth. This team is incredible, and they are led by the incomparable Sheila O'Connell, our campaign manager. Thank you so much to Sheila, who is what I love to call a super bad woman. Sheila led this, she flew this plane, no matter what the winds were, against over $100 million that was spent against our campaign. And we're here.
$100 million. That's insane. What people spend on those campaigns.
They left
wow.
all on the field. This was the single most talented team. I've seen every single one of them. I want to thank them so much for their commitment. I want to thank them for sharing their talents with me. And I can't wait to continue working and making your efforts worthwhile. I'd also like to thank some of our partners, Emily's List. I want to say thank you so much to Emily's List and the super incredible Jessica Mackler, Higher Heights, and Glenda Carr.
They must change the amounts every cycle of how much people can spend on elections. Maybe they don't have a cap, I don't know, but $100 million for a Senate race, that seems to be insane. Chump change. Yeah, maybe for them.
Yes.
I mean, you could see that for, you know, the presidential election. It's all become big money, and it's so expensive to get ads and whatnot, and travel and do all those rallies and whatnot. But a Senate race? Wow, that's a lot of money.
Delegation who are here tonight. You just heard from Senators Cardin and Van Hollen. I want to thank them. All of our the congressmen who are here. I see Congressman Hoyer. I want to thank him so very much. Congressman Mfume, sir, thank you so much. Congressman Sarbanes, and Congressman Raskin. Yes, Congressman Raskin. Yes, America's congressman, Congressman Ivey. Want to thank them, Rupersberger. Thank them so much for all of their support, as well as all of my other brothers and sisters.
You know, I've always found it weird that New Mexico was blue and Arizona. I guess they haven't finalized their votes yet, but I've always found it weird that those two states were blue. I guess there's too many Californians that move into those states.
Not just for believing in this movement, but I thank you for working so hard to take the movement to the people. So for every single volunteer who opened your home, who opened
Trump, 51% in Pennsylvania. Let's hope he holds on. It looks like they put a check mark beside his voice, though.
For every phone call and every door knock, thank you so very much. And to the people, thank you. That's Wanda Durant, you guys. To the people of Maryland, especially the folks who came out. Now, you all know we started a little later tonight. And you know why that was? It was because our college students and first-time voters, so many of them showed up at the polls tonight. They had to keep the polls open later because our children came out to vote tonight. And so I want to just say thank you to them.
Yeah.
And also want to just give a special shout out to my hometown.
You know, they say that they said that your brain doesn't fully form until you're 25, and that you know, people who vote, the young voters always vote liberal. Is there a connection? Is there a connection?
All right,
just asking. That's just a question. I'm not saying it is the case. So Trump is getting 53% of the popular vote, which is cool. Arizona looks to be leaning towards Trump. That's good. Of course, the Deep South is going Trump.
We are in for it tonight. Remember, we're not stopping. We are going live, raw, and unfiltered throughout the course of the evening, bringing you these results in real time, coming to us from the Associated Press here. And in the meantime, we do have some of these race calls I want to bring you. Let's go to the District of Columbia right now. You see there, Harris getting...
Oh, wow, D.C., only 7% Trump. Wow, I mean, that's not really a surprise, but man.
On some of these western battleground states, including Arizona, take a look at that. Arizona has 11 electoral votes. As you know,
wow, look at that.
Very close here, but
0.2%.
Half of estimated votes.
That's obviously going to be a recount if it's that close.
Let's go to Missouri briefly. Remember, Hawley was facing a Democratic challenger in Lucas Kunz there, and he won this.
He pulled it out. He
Hawley,
pulled it out. I know it was close.
Lucas Kunz there, 45% of estimated votes counted. Hawley goes back to the Senate with another 6-year term. In the meantime here, we do want to bring into the conversation my colleague Austin Westfall in the Live Now newsroom, and New York Post's A.G. Gankarski. He joins us as well. We'll start with Austin. Austin, we were trying to get...
Looks like Montana Senate race went
right now as far as the presidential
Republican.
is concerned. What do they?
Let's go through them. So let's start up in Wisconsin. Let's just go with what the AP is calling for now. 53% of the vote so far tallied, according to the Associated Press.
That's still really close.
49.5% to 49%.
Wow, 0.5%.
By 1/2 of a percentage point in Wisconsin.
0.5.
Michigan, which is currently, and it's light blue, but if you really look at the results, that's a dead tie. 49.1.
Wow.
49.1. It looks like we just lost that. Let's move on to Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, considered the most pivotal battleground state, 19.
Wow, if he takes all those states, that would be amazing.
Right now, Trump
is that even possible, though? I mean,
roughly over 100,000 vote lead over Kamala Harris right now. So we're looking at Trump having just under 3 points of a lead versus Harris.
Wow.
That's the most important battleground. Going down to North Carolina, we're getting in a little more results there. 83% of the votes have been tallied in the Tar Heel state, and right now Trump has
looks like
over a 2.5%
with 83% counted. That looks pretty good.
88%. So we've been speaking all night about preliminary results, Andrew. We can toss that out now when we're talking about states like this. Georgia has
88%
of the votes tallied.
Almost 2%.
1.3%.
Almost 3.
Harris with 48.1. I'm going to zoom
Almost
out
3%.
again, because we've been saying all night, Trump's easiest path to victory: Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia. Still a lot of votes to be counted in Pennsylvania, but for now we're seeing that Trump has a slight margin, especially in Georgia here. We're starting to see some of these counties really fill in, not surprisingly, seeing this kind of blue blob in the Atlanta metro. But then we see
And
all of these bright
a blue
red
blob.
and dark red rural counties that are pretty much balancing out, if not overcoming, some of what we're seeing in some of these larger cities, specifically the Atlanta metro. Let's zoom back out just to make sure that we hit every battleground state that we can. The other one
Looks like Michigan just flipped back to blue.
vote tallied. Most of this coming from Maricopa County. Maricopa County is most of the ball game in the Grand Canyon state. Right now, we've got a dead tie, 49.6 to 49.6. Interesting.
Okay.
To say the
Interesting.
least, Andrew, as this map gets filled out.
That'll be a recount for sure.
So, AG, thanks so much for being with us.
And they had so many,
what can we glean from some of these?
so much controversy in the last election in Arizona.
Is it fair to say that some are too close to call? Not Georgia, is it?
You know, I think Georgia is trending toward Trump, but the thing I'm noticing is that blue wall is looking like it's going to crack. I mean, you know, what's happening in Michigan, what's happening.
I wonder if
it's going to come down to
everything is settled in Virginia, because that's been flipping back and forth as well. Not that I don't think it has that many seats, but
2020. And you know, that's kind of remarkable for people who thought the Harris.
I mean, he's going to take Idaho for sure. And then we got possibility of Nevada.
You know, men are coming out to vote for him.
And then Alaska. I think those are the last states in the West that he could take. But all of the seats that could possibly go to him, you know, in the East, very, very important.
He hasn't been as of yet. So this is just Trump.
Still really close in places like Georgia. Still really close.
Yeah, Trump is really, he's really driving it right now.
So, AG, I've got Pennsylvania up right now. 51% of the vote so far is going for Trump. He has roughly a 3-point lead over Harris. 57% of the vote has been counted. Let's talk about what is considered the most pivotal.
Yeah, what happened last election, though? I think he was up, and then overnight, some shenanigans happened there.
That 43% of the vote in.
So.
Philadelphia County, you know, because that is predominantly Democratic. I think in 2020 was more than 80% for Joe Biden, and you expect similar margins with Kamala Harris. But the question is always turnout. Like, how many people actually turn out to vote? You know, how many votes are counted in, you know, the coming days? It's not just what we see tonight, but we'll see what we see in the next couple of days as well. So, you know, a Trump lead. You know, say 3 o'clock in the morning isn't necessarily safe in Pennsylvania because of Philadelphia County primarily. The rest of the state, you know, Trump's got an advantage in it, but.
Really? Trump's got an advantage in Pittsburgh? That's interesting too.
You know, it works a little bit more slowly, works a little more gradually, and it looks a bit rougher from the outside where people are saying, why haven't these votes been counted already? You've got late votes, you've got precincts that take a while to count for whatever reason, you've got anomalies that happen in the counting process, all kinds of things. So people will be watching that one over the next couple of days for sure.
Okay, so AJ, we have a live picture there at the Harris Walls watch party. You said there are indications of 2016 vibes, so to speak, when Hillary Clinton lost. Do you see any of that on the faces of some of these Harris Walls supporters here? Because I want to ask you this. You know, the question going into the night was whether or not we would know a winner in the presidential contest tonight. Do you think we will, or will it take till tomorrow morning?
I think it's going to take a day or two before we have something where we can say somebody's going to be the winner. I just don't think that we're going to have enough of the count in tonight. Especially
Really? Oh, wow.
States to really figure it out. I think Arizona may take a little bit of time too. It looks a little close from what I'm seeing also. So, between those states, you've got, 55 electoral votes between the four? That's a lot of suspense. So, expecting a winner before you go to bed tonight, I think is a little bit unrealistic. But the trend right now is Donald Trump. It's looking good for him. But, you have to consider
it's trending towards Donald, but there's all those shenanigans last time that seemed to come out of the woodwork right at the end. So but taking
when we wake up in the morning.
Listen to that, right? What he's saying there, that's interesting.
These southern states, and we've been talking about Pennsylvania.
When you go to bed after all the polls closed, and you've got the projections, and then they change overnight, that it just doesn't sit well with people. Doesn't sit well at all.
We get this correct here. We're focusing in on the area where Detroit is. So Wayne County is what we're talking about.
Look at that.
AG. So right now, Wayne
Look
County
at that.
is showing that Trump is up 61% to 37.5%. We're talking about Trump having a commanding victory so far with 24% of the votes in. 24% may not sound like a lot, but what do you make of what we're seeing out of this county so far?
It's interesting how few people are actually voting in some of those big counties. You get.
In and of itself isn't necessarily the thing. There are precincts in the counties that'll tell you what the real story is that's happening, and when you're watching that precinct data being dumped in, that can move these totals. And we've got these margins as thin as they are in Michigan. You get 5,000, 10,000, 15,000 votes dumped in, and if they're D plus 80. That makes a remarkable difference in the narrative.
So we do have some race calls we do want to get to right now
here
on the presidential
the deceased
level.
people
Let's go to
vote.
Kansas right now, AG in Austin. So you see there Trump getting Kansas's 6 electoral votes. The Associated Press calling Kansas for former President Donald Trump here. Let's stay in the Midwest. We also have a race call there in the Hawkeye state of Iowa. Iowa's 6 electoral votes going to Donald Trump there over Harris with 56% of estimated votes counted. Now, this is really interesting because we got to dive into some
Iowa. That's good.
Iowa, because there was this poll that was put out over the weekend by Ann Seltzer. She's considered the gold standard there of polling mavens in Iowa, AG in Austin. She had Harris winning Iowa by 3 in her poll. She even considered her poll an outlier here, AG, but obviously we're not seeing that here. Trump getting the state, and it's a pretty sizable margin so far, more than half of votes counted.
Yeah, the Trump campaign said that, they tell people to look at the Emerson poll, which is more of a 10-point poll. The Seltzer poll, the methodology seemed really weird to me. And, this idea that there's this groundswell of women in this very conservative state that elected Kim Reynolds governor and all of that was moving over to Harris. It didn't make a lot of sense. But, when you look at polls, we know this. It's like it comes down to your sample size. It comes down to your random pick. So you got 600, 800.
Yeah, like the polls are always about that. Also, it comes down to sometimes the questions that they ask.
Like a real sampling error from Seltzer.
Now, when you say, well, who are you vote for, that's a pretty straightforward question. But a lot of times when you if you do answer the phone to some of these polling companies, they don't necessarily ask straightforward questions.
Voters did what we expected them to do before this election, leaving aside that
You were cut off 3 times trying to watch this. I wonder why.
So, AG, as I zoom in on the map here, we're starting to see that almost every single battleground, in fact, every single battleground that has results, save for Nevada, which we do not have results in for yet, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia.
Yeah, Nancy, I agree. Like,
all of them so far.
they started counting the mail-in. You would think that they would count them first.
Leaning red right
now. Just go into a room,
What does that mean?
You know, and just get everything counted, add them to the total. You'd think that that would happen. No, why would you wait for the votes that are sent in first and vote and count them later? It just doesn't make any sense.
Just about a quarter of the votes tallied and over 50% of the votes tallied in Wisconsin, as well as half of the votes tallied in Arizona. Out of those 6 battlegrounds, AG, what's standing out to you?
I mean, to me, it really is the trend. And you know, you have to ask yourself right now, who would rather be, Trump or Harris? And, you know, Trump, basically, his strategy of going...
You go to some of these,
campaigning everywhere, taking questions.
Some of these rallies, and the people are like, looking so worried.
And, yeah, I think voters are responding to the authenticity, to the viscerality of the Trump campaign, to the approach, you know, and to the central question, are you better off 4 years ago? Trump weaved that question in over and over again in his closing arguments. And, you know, many of these voters in these states, Michigan, Wisconsin, you know, and so on, you know, they looked at their pocketbooks or bank balances or credit cards, and they said, no, we're not better. And, you know, I think Harris not doing press conferences, kind of doing these parachuting in, doing these scripted rallies, I don't think that helped her. I think voters really wanted a connection.
Harris tried to pull a Biden. She tried to hide in her, you know, in the background.
From his basement. You know, Harris did a version of that. And the voters seem to be rewarding Donald Trump here.
So, AG, let's just transition briefly here to some of these Senate contests and some of these Western battlegrounds as well here.
So I think if that map holds right now, this is for Trump. And what I think that you know, because Idaho is definitely for Trump, and Alaska, the only one that'll necessarily flip back and forth is Nevada, but then you do have Arizona that can flip as well, go back and forth. I hope it doesn't. One thing though, you know, some of the other states have been flipping earlier, so you never know, like Virginia and New Mexico were actually flipped a few times, so it's interesting.
Would be their year for the Senate, and they've got a lot of opportunities. And I think as Trump rises or falls, you know, so too does the Senate candidates. If you look at the state polling that came out in the various swing states where you had
looks like Trump is going to take the Senate, or not Trump, but you know, the Republicans, which is good.
States by 2 or 3 points. That's very good for a Dave McCormick or Eric Hovde or somebody like.
He's already got 48 seats. He needs 3 seats.
You know, Trump.
3 seats to get a majority
in that race.
In the Senate.
I don't think Kerry Lake has a shot per se. The polls I saw of Arizona had a law split ticket between Trump and Gallego, but you know, overall, if
kind of wondering why Kerry Lake isn't doing well in Arizona.
You know,
she seemed to be very popular about, you know, with a lot of the conservative pundits, but you know, I don't know much about her.
And Donald Trump would be able to enact a lot of this policy agenda that he was thwarted, you know, from doing.
Anybody knows anything about Kerry Lake that maybe you would shed some light on that? Let me know. But I thought that she was quite popular.
And this is giving us a look at how this thing is shaping out. So right now, and obviously you need 50 seats in order to have control of the Senate if the president is Donald Trump, because that would mean that J.D. Vance would be the tiebreaker. That would give Republicans control. That would mean they would only need 50. Now, if they want control regardless of who wins the presidency, they would need 51. Let's tease this out, AG. There are quite a few competitive Senate races around the country.
Okay, so it looks like there's
Michigan, Wisconsin, as you mentioned. It's not as competitive in Arizona as it once was. Montana, we are seeing that John Tester has a steep uphill battle. Is there really any path to the Democrats maintaining control in the upper chamber at this point?
not with the way this map is going. It's going to be very difficult, and I think you would need for the Senate candidates to really outperform Harris in state after state. My guess right now is 52, 53 Republican seats, and that's really what you want if you're the Republicans, because it's very hard to maintain a unified caucus in the House or the Senate. So you want that margin to be a couple points higher than just a 50-50 split with Vance casting a bunch of tie-breaking votes. It's really early to tell with these Senate races, but I'm less confident in those than I am in Trump right now. But I really do think Trump is the rising tide that will lift some of these Senate candidates up.
Okay, so in the meantime, A.G. Gankarski with the New York Post, we're going to have to leave it at that. We do appreciate it. We are nearing the top of the hour. Austin Westfall here in the Live Now newsroom with me. But in the meantime, though, speaking of some of these Senate races, I want to put up some of the results. Let's go back to Virginia right now. Take a look at this. Democratic incumbent Tim Kaine there leading over his Republican challenger, Hung Kao. You see there. We also have Tim Kaine speaking live right now to his rally group of supporters. Let's listen.
Still fairly close. I wonder how many they've counted.
And by the progress that you've demonstrated. So it's going to be a long night. We're going to have, however all these results go outside Virginia, we're going to have a lot of work to do. We're going to have a lot of work to do to promote more peace in the world. We're going to have a lot of work to do to create this economy that is not just for a few, but for the many, and expand healthcare options and protect reproductive freedom and fight gun violence and battle for a cleaner environment. And
I hate it when they bring up gun violence. It's like it's violence. It's not gun violence. It's violence.
We can
it's just like, and they do that in Canada here all the time. Just call it what it is. It's violence. Take the gun out of it. Because if it wasn't a gun, they would use something else.
And you may or may not, over the course of the next 6 years, agree or disagree with this or that, but I won't embarrass you. I won't let you down. I won't cause you to lose a moment of sleep, and we will keep moving Virginia. And
wow, New Jersey looks like they're going to elect a Republican senator. That's interesting. I haven't seen too much. Now they're showing some of the House of Representatives, but they haven't really focused too much on that. It's been the Senate race, and the presidential race, which is, you would think that they would spend a little bit more time, or at least talk a little bit more about the House, because the House is where a lot of the work gets done, right?
All right, let's continue on. Let's line away for a quick 2-minute break. We have more polls closing here at the top of the hour as it gets closer to 8 o'clock Pacific time. We'll be right back.
Yeah, closing in on 8 o'clock. And I mean, I actually dozed off during the provincial election here in BC. This is, I think, a lot more interesting because of what it really matters. I mean, it matters to Canada, it matters to the world. And although I was really disappointed in what happened in BC, it was almost like it was a long shot, I thought, to get reasonable people in, because just the way people think and vote out here, it's just gone nuts. And of course, now that I'm on the island, it's even worse because being on Vancouver Island, there's so much orange here, and I've just never understood. It's bad enough people voting Liberal and giving up that much of your rights, as opposed to like having bigger government and less government. But when you go even further, and just the incredible spending that the NDP do, and how much they want to control. And now we find out that EB is under control of the communist government. It just really is so annoying. It should automatically make the results of that election null and void. Go to the polls again, because now it was information we should have had, and then you add on top of that votes that went home with election workers. You add on top of that the severe weather event, and how many people didn't get out to vote because of that. I don't know. It's just, and then the machines. The fact that these machines were supposed to give us results almost immediately, and they didn't. So there were some shenanigans going on there, I believe. I mean, I want to trust the system. I want to believe in it, but come on.
Still very high as well, despite what we're seeing in the polls right now, and also in West Palm Beach, Florida. A live look there with all the American flags. Plenty of people excited for this, as we're soon to have polls close in California, Oregon, and Washington. And let's continue on. Let's bring in again my colleague here, Austin Westfall, to discuss the latest of what we're seeing from this on the West Coast. Austin, thank you so much for joining us. So what are we looking at now, and what do we expect here as polls close in just a matter of minutes on the West Coast?
Good to be with you, Andy Mack, and props to our colleague Andrew Kraft for a 5-hour-long marathon manning the controls there. Let's get into the maps. So here's what we're talking about. We're going to be watching some of these West Coast states now. At this point, polls are going to be closing in...
Still sitting just over 200.
Polls are going to be closing in states
now I want to see him.
Oregon, and Washington at the top of the hour. We do.
Those are all going.
Completely surprising happens.
Those are all going for Kamala.
Those 3 states will fall in the blue category. Now, what's going to be interesting, though, about these states is in the House. We haven't really been checking in on the balance of power in the House so far. The magic number is 218, Andy Mack. Right now, the Republicans have secured 152 of those seats. Democrats, 98. Why am I talking about this on the West Coast? That's because there are tons of toss-up races all along this coast. So many of them in California. There's one specifically in southwestern Washington. That's going to be a particularly close one. Bend, Oregon.
One of the interesting things is I've talked to a lot of Americans when I've done cowboy action shooting down in Custer, Washington, and so many of the so much of the state away from the large centers, both Oregon and Washington, and even Northern California. Like and when I say Northern California, I actually mean like the Jefferson area of California. So many of those people are actually far more Republican than Democratic or Democrat. So. And it's just the heavily populated areas that just sway those states so far to the blue. In fact, there was a lot of talk at sometimes about this concept of Greater Idaho actually taking a big chunk of Oregon away from Oregon, and I don't know how many congressional seats that would result in, but Oregon is actually more of a purple blue state than it is a dark blue state, as opposed to Washington and California too, which I found that to be very interesting. Interesting, because I always thought Oregon was to the left of anything else, but when you get inland, when you get away from Portland, people are more sensible, more reasonable, and when you get north of San Francisco, people are more reasonable there as well. And then again, get more inland, further inland in Washington State, you get more reasonable people. So now that they're talking about the congressional map, that makes a lot of sense, you know, because if you're voting for your actual seats.
Just as we were speaking.
Just gonna get me a glass of water here.
There we go. So we're seeing some of these Senate races. Washington, as soon as the polls close, and this is just how reliably blue these states are. I'm gonna just guess 0. Yes, there's zeros on these. There's probably zeros on California as well. That's because the AP has such confidence in these states. As soon as results start coming in, they're going to be so overwhelmingly blue that they feel comfortable calling these races as soon as the results start coming through.
So they don't even count the votes. They just give it to them.
In California.
Of course, that's not official, but that's what the Associated Press is doing.
As well, we're going to see so no numbers there as well, but still, Maria Cantwell going to be starting off her 6-year Senate tenure in the state of Washington, Andy.
Yeah, they just call it. No votes counted. They just call it because they know, right? I mean, there's, but as I said, like you get inland and things change.
Hearing now west to east, as I do want to put up just this. One of the most recent calls there in Idaho being called for the president, Donald Trump, as well. So I do want to put up just this, those 4 electoral votes going.
Of course, Idaho is going to go to Trump. Idaho's all, like Idaho is red through and through.
Electoral votes being cast up. So we're hearing different ones about Nebraska.
Hey, Harley, I was going to go,
but also
I was going to go and get the bourbon started, but I don't know. Would I get kicked off of YouTube if I had a bourbon while I was watching this? I don't know.
Just the excitement within this watch party.
You know,
there in West Palm Beach in Florida.
Maybe I'll make a smoothie and put some tequila in the smoothie so nobody can tell, right?
As instead. On the other side,
but I don't want to, you know, even though it's slow moving, I don't really want to miss this because who knows, right? I could be upstairs making myself a tequila smoothie and then everything kind of is called for the day. I think though that, you know, I really think that as soon as we get Nevada called and all of the tell YouTube it's apple juice. Look, they've caught. Look, you see, and look how light blue Oregon is compared to Washington and California. Is exactly what I was saying. Nevada is still up for grabs.
Votes coming from California.
You know,
is going to have 12 electoral votes.
It's
not being called yet. It's likely blue. You know, let's go in and let's see. What we're working with here. It looks like Harris is up.
But you know, if you broke up those states, if you broke up those, where and did something like what Nebraska and Maine does, where they actually give some of their college seats to different places in the state. I would go with like with Washington, you know, out near Spokane and south of Spokane. I think that you would see at least some of those congressional seats going Republican. Oregon, you get away from the coast, there's a lot of Republicans. And then Northern California, the Jefferson area. Jefferson used to have, people almost, they wanted to separate at one time. They wanted to have their own state, the state of Jefferson. And then, and there was talk about Washington State being a different state. I'm not sure what they were planning on calling it. But it's tough.
It looks like as more and more votes are tabulated, we're nearing 3/4 of the votes being tabulated. 70% of the votes in Pennsylvania have been tallied. And right now, former President Trump has just over...
it's going to be a good 4 years for
the vice president.
For the United States, and hopefully that means that we will benefit up here. It's just a matter of, when can we get rid of Trudeau, because he does not, he no matter what, he will not work well with Trump. He doesn't even work well with the Democrats, and that's saying something, because he's so radical. But Trudeau working well with Trump, that's a whole other thing. With Pierre Poilievre, if we can get him in, the sooner the better. I think he'll work well with Trump, and I think we'll have a good 4 years. And what happens after that? Well, that's anybody's guess, right? It could be that everything flips, right? It just flips back and forth all the time. And in Canada especially, people have really short memory. Like the most recent polls from Sunday shows that Pierre Poilievre is down like 4 points. How is that even possible? How is that even possible? And Trudeau is up a couple of points. How is that even possible? People are maybe optimistic that Trudeau is going to take a walk in the snow as his dad did, or as the man who paid the nanny to raise him did, because we don't know if it's his dad really. But seriously, whenever there's a possibility of him leaving, you get a little bit of a bump for him, and then Pierre gets a little bit of a dip. And that's what I think is happening right now is there's so many people who would be optimistic about him leaving.
We'll talk more about the balance of power and everything to do with it. But let's continue on. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. We'll get you more live pictures.
Yeah, I think actually there's so many topics I'd like to do videos on. Digital currency, and is one of those. Digital ID is one of them. But there's everything comes up, and it's one of those things. I don't have time. I'm a single operator here on YouTube. I don't have a group of people. I did have some. A friend of mine did say he would do research, but he never kind of came through on doing research for me. I do tend to like to do my own research because I like to rely on it. One of the things I wanted to do a video on is that guy who apparently is now employed by the Canada Border Services, who was an immigrant to Canada, and prior to coming here was on the terrorist list in India. How is that even possible? But I don't want to do a video unless I can do my own research and make sure I find out for sure that I'm given correct information, because we all get caught once in a while where we're pretty sure, we're absolutely sure we have the right information, that we've done our research, we've crossed the T's, dotted the I's and all that, and then something comes up and we end up getting a little bit embarrassed because of that. So it's always it's one of those things. Like what I was talking about heat pumps a couple of weeks ago, people are still commenting on some of those on one of my videos, saying that obviously I'm out to lunch with my heat pump. Well, my heat pump is a normal air-to-air heat pump, and that's, so I'm talking from my experience and from what people are telling me about that heat pump. But because I didn't really know about the other types of heat pumps, I knew that there was a geothermal system. I didn't realize that was also a heat pump system. So I give out this information. I don't realize that, okay, I just have a cheap system. I have like one of the more common systems. And but there's people out there who have these fancy Mitsubishi systems that cost tens of thousands of dollars, a lot more, like where
Let's take you.
You could buy a house in Swift Current, Saskatchewan, for the amount that you can buy these heat pumps for, and they might work. They might work to -10, -30 even, but mine only works to +4. So what's the use? And it came with the house, so I can't even get an upgrade. I can't get anything done with it. It would be something that I would have to pay for myself. It's not like I would qualify for any real program on that. So, so I really have all these ideas to do videos, but I don't want to just. I don't have time to just do, days and days of research, especially since there's so much happening that really is interesting things. Like, yeah, I can watch, when question period is happening, there's always something happening. And then there's committees, and I don't watch committees as much as I should because I just don't have time, but so much interesting stuff happening in committees, This is interesting stuff here because everything that happens in the States affects us, affects the whole world. I don't know this guy here who's talking, don't know him at all. He's a U.S. Senator from Ohio. The really important things to us, of course, is going to be Trump. And how is that going to affect Canada? He's going to bring peace to the world, Trump. He does that. And he's also very He's got a talent for negotiation that is very underrated, I think, especially by Canadians, especially by our Canadian politicians who have no clue how to read him. But just his economic policies, when the United States does well, we do well. So that's why this is so important for us. So important for Trump to get in, followed by Pierre Poilievre. That would just work so well for Canada.
Can we give my wife an amazing round of applause, please? Thank you, Bridget. Bridget. Look, we need to make certain that we honor teachers, They're doing great work in every...
You're just listening in there as they were talking with Bernie Moreno, talking and very excited.
He's like loosening up, almost like he's going to go into a fight.
In his favor, it is looking to be a margin that continues to grow for Moreno over Sherrod Brown, the three-term incumbent Democrat there in that state of Ohio, as this one will flip from blue to red likely as soon as that's called. But that is what we're following right now as they moved off the shot. But we do have another shot here on Live Now from Fox on the election night in Arizona, another key battleground state of what we're following here in Arizona. I want to put up this post from Ruben Gallego, the Democrat from Arizona, saying, shout out to poll workers across Arizona who show up early, stay late, and keep our democracy running smoothly. Your dedication to every single vote is a testament to our state's strength. Let's take you out to this, the speech from him to supporters in Arizona. Let's listen into this live.
I ever owned that my Uncle Al gave, who could not be here today. He gave it to me because when I went to college, I couldn't afford to buy a new suit. So he gave me one of his. When I got to college, I saw other kids were happy because they were just happy to be there, happy to be at Harvard. I was happy because I finally got a bed. In college, one of my beds was cleaning the bathrooms of fellow Harvard students, scrubbing the toilets of the kids I had to see the next day. But I did it all proudly, because I believed that if I worked hard and followed the rules, even a poor kid would succeed.
And Arizona always surprises me when it goes blue. I just don't understand it. I think it's too many Californians moving into Arizona.
So I enlisted in the infantry of the United States Marine Corps. I know there's some out there.
A Democrat in the Marine Corps. Ooh. That doesn't make sense to me either. That just doesn't make sense to me. You would think that a Marine would have a lot more sense than that.
Our company saw some of the hardest days of the war. And those were tough days. But the fight for my brothers was always worth it. And so is this fight for Arizona. We had a mantra on this campaign. Go everywhere and talk to everyone, and that's exactly what we did. We didn't take one vote for granted. For many candidates, Latinos and Native American voters are the afterthought.
I thought there's more people in Arizona. You know, when you look at that, that's less than 2 million people voting. Maybe they just don't have a turnout, or maybe people aren't voting for senators. I don't know, but it would, you know, 2 million votes just doesn't seem to be, you know, well, I don't know. I should Google the population of Arizona, because I would have thought that it would be, you know, about the population of Washington State or something.
To pay the bills, to pay the rent, and maybe, just maybe, save up a little. I understand the dignity of work.
Yeah, so population of Arizona is 7.4 million, and only 2 million are voting? How was that even? Like, wow, like, what the hell? Like, are people just not that interested? You would think that this election would be important to people.
It looks like this race won't be called tonight.
Yeah.
But one result is already coming through and clear. We fought for Arizona.
He's saying it's not being called. He's got 53 to 46. I think it's, and with 50% of the vote counted, I think that you know, I don't think it's going to flip. I think it's going to stay.
To those who didn't, I want you to know that regardless of who you voted for today, I will stand up and fight for you. As hard as I fought to get out of poverty, as hard as I fight now for my family, as hard as I fought in the Marine Corps, I will be fighting for you in Washington.
Yeah. Whenever a Democrat says that they were in the Army, I'm just wondering what, you know, what they did. Were they in, like, on the front line or what? Well, I get Marine Corps is not the Army, but everyone a rifleman.
I will keep fighting. To my Lima Company Marines, the men I patrol with in Iraq, the men I went to the hardest days of war with, and came back to a country that had forgotten us. John, Andy, and Justin.
Oh, Lindsey Graham. Okay.
I love you, brothers.
He was a cook. I don't know what it. Maybe he was a cook. I don't know. But after Tim Walz and his shenanigans, they're claiming that he was a command sergeant major when he lost that rank because he didn't actually complete the course load, and how he claimed he carried a M4 in war zone when he wasn't even in a war zone. It just makes you wonder whenever a Democrat talks about their military service, you know, it just makes you wonder.
Sleeping on the floor tonight in Arizona, dreaming of a better future. This is for you. Gracias, Arizona.
You were just listening listening in there to Ruben Gallego talking to a crowd of supporters, noting that it would likely not be called tonight just based on the protocols in place in that state, but very confident.
Okay, so state protocols. But I think that it looks pretty good for him. Not that he would be the one I'd vote for. I would have voted for Kerry Lake.
7-point lead right now, so no call as of tonight. He admitted that such, but a sizable lead for him this evening. But we do want to get you out to some calls in terms of the race.
So that guy that was just talking, he was in the Corps. He was in the Marine Corps. Tim Walz was in the National Guard, the Army National Guard. So the
just over 100,000 votes as Trump. The AP calling this almost 90% of the votes tallied at this point. Another battleground state not called at this point, but in favor of the former president in a significant way.
Yeah, so Paul, it looks as if Trump is going to take it. He currently has over 200 votes, or 200 seats right now, 230 to Kamala Harris's 179. So he needs another 40 seats. He looks like he's on track to get those 40 seats. As long as he gets
going for the former President Donald Trump, and Raffensperger saying an insurmountable lead for Trump in Georgia. How pivotal is this moment?
So when they finally call or give him Georgia and Pennsylvania and the blue wall, as it looks like he's going to take the blue wall, I think that'll do it for him, Paul. I think that he will get to 270. I think he'll get more than 270. I think one of the things that we need to wonder about is Nevada.
Donald Trump away
look at
from the presidency. Harris still at 179. Let's take a look. North Carolina, solidly red at this point. We've been saying all night, Trump's easiest path to victory is North Carolina, which he has now. Georgia, which with 90% of the votes in,
he's got Georgia.
A 3-point lead. So
90% of the vote. I mean, there'd have to be some overnight shenanigans to for that to change.
And every other state falls the way we expect it to. That means that former President Trump will become president again. The only time that's ever happened before was Grover Cleveland. He was the 22nd and 24th president of the United States. So
Grover was assassinated, wasn't he?
I'm watching Pennsylvania closely now.
That's not good.
Now, again, 9/10 of all the votes have been counted in Georgia. He's got almost 3 points up. Pennsylvania, just over 3/4 of the vote now tallied. Trump has, and right now we're looking at just about a 3-point lead out of PA as well. So Trump has leads in 2 absolutely crucial states. And I'm not even mentioning the fact that he has leads right now in Wisconsin. 66% of the votes in. Right now, Trump has about a 3-point advantage there. Michigan, fewer of those votes counted. About a third of them are in so far. But Donald Trump right now with a sizable lead over Kamala Harris. That one looking like it's just over a 6-point.
That is really, really interesting.
We don't hear any more results in from them for the rest of the night. They've been stuck at 50%. Nonetheless, that's at a dead tie right now. It's very possible, Andy, the way this is playing out, though, we might not need to worry about Arizona. We're going to keep an eye specifically right now on Georgia and PA. Now that North Carolina,
I wonder if have they called Virginia? Because that was flipping earlier on in the day, in the evening.
In Pennsylvania,
they're not showing anything in
at this point, just based on the margin
in Maine, which is interesting.
With you in just a little bit, but let's give you some live now looks inside of some of these watch parties there in West Palm Beach, Florida. You can see the excitement growing, building in that room as they are monitoring this in real time, as we are as well. Also there in Washington D.C. at the Kamala HQ. the headquarters on the campus of Howard University, her alma mater. We're monitoring it all very, very closely. But also the race for the White House, other props coming up. We're going to have more on some of the down ballot races, some of those measures, amendments in place, and what they mean across this country. We'll have that and much more here on Live Now from Fox after this.
Yeah, I was wrong. It wasn't Cleveland that was assassinated. It was Garfield. Not the cat, the president. Look at that, so interesting. Even in California, like some of the races are tight. Not that one, but the one before. You know. I tell you, you get out of the big cities, and people even in California are Republican. You know, I mean, Ronald Reagan won. Neil. Ronald, you know, I mean, he is a very popular governor, and then one like very popular president. My favorite president, Ronald Reagan. I know a lot of people didn't like him because of the Reaganomics, but you know, he brought the United States back from the brink, and I've been saying it all along. The strength of the U.S. economy affects the Canadian economy big time.
Night coverage on Live Now from Fox. I'm the host, Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. I do want to give you a couple Live Now looks there in Washington, D.C. at the Kamala Harris watch party.
They don't look happy. I don't know why that gives me joy, but they don't look happy.
Some of the excitement in the eyes of some of these viewers. Just approaching midnight on the East Coast. All right, we're also monitoring the latest inside some of these different polling locations, some of these tabulation centers, including in Gwinnett County in Georgia, as we're hearing from Brad Raffensperger talking about potentially an insurmountable lead for the former President Donald Trump. But they will.
The hell is somebody still wearing a mask? It's.
All right, let's talk more about the race for the White House, but other amendments, proposals on the table in different states. Let's bring in right now my colleague, Christina Evans. Christina, thank you so much for joining us. Break it all down for me. What are we seeing in some of these votes and some of these props around the country?
Absolutely, Andy Mack. So again, right now in the Live Now Social Center, I want to show you what things are looking like from my vantage point. We're keeping up with some of those storylines that you may not see on the regular news. This is some stuff that we're seeing.
Fred was a raccoon, I'm thinking.
Social media, you have to talk about some of those conversations that pertain to abortion. Let's go ahead and take a look here on the screen. You can see this race call for the Associated Press. Voters in Maryland did accept a ballot measure to enshrine protection for abortion in the state's constitution. Now, this is a big deal because Marylanders did vote to protect reproductive rights. Abortion is already legal there in the state, but by approving the amendment, voters have made it extremely difficult for lawmakers in the future to pass a law that could limit.
You know, Trudeau talks about abortion all the time, and the Liberals, and it's only because this is happening in the States, and they know that it's a hot button issue. So they're trying to bring it into Canadian politics. You know, it's just ridiculous.
New York also passed Proposition 1 in their state. This meant that the amendment is designed to protect abortion rights and other civil liberties. That
and they blame Trump for the, you know, nominating the justices who sent the abortion issue back to the states, but in reality, it was always meant to be in the states. If you read the U.S. Constitution, anything that is not specifically given to the federal government is a state's issue. So, and Trudeau is just grabbing on that, trying to cause people to believe that, Pierre Poilievre is going to do something similar. It's not even it's not a Canadian issue. They just need to keep us out of it.
Make sure you follow us on Live Now Fox. It's on all platforms, including TikTok, where
they call abortion healthcare. It's just so. Sometimes it is. Okay, sometimes it is. I like the Reagan. Rare, but I don't know how he said it, but rare, but whatever. That you somehow, sometimes it just shouldn't be used. In my opinion, this is just my opinion, at the risk of losing a whole bunch of, viewers or whatever. In my opinion, it shouldn't be used as birth control. It's too late by then. It should be used when it's needed for the health of the mother. But now in Canada, we've gone so sick. We have the MAID program. If you're around in the 60s and 70s and 80s and 90s like I was, and somebody suggested that MAID was going to be an issue, that people were going to be, you would think, okay, well, if it was rare, and obviously, kept very, very rare, then it's not something that would really be too big of an issue. But it's not rare. It's people are using it because they're depressed. People are using it because they can't afford food. That is not rare. That is not what it was meant to be. And they make such a big deal about it, and they want to expand it in Quebec now. They want people to be able to sign a document saying that, if I get to a certain point, then regardless of whether I change my mind or not,
I think we've had a remarkable
and it's not even pulling the plug anymore. It's like,
going remarkably well.
Give the injection. It's just the deterioration of our society when we have something like that is just. You got to wonder where has the moral compass gone? Where I don't know. It's just insane.
Technology glitches in the morning, and that led to lines.
And they keep on bringing this stuff up as if it's an election issue.
Unusual events.
It's an election issue. So, why don't they bring up capital punishment? Those are the people that you should be euthanizing. Murderers, terrorists. Those are the people that you should. But but what do? We focus on people who aren't in the right mind, and we say, well, it's their choice. Well, it could be their choice. And I'm not saying that people don't have the choice. They shouldn't have the choice for the ultimate decision of how they end themselves. But that doesn't mean that the government should get involved in it. And when they get involved in it and start really doing some sick things,
just under a 3%.
I don't know. Anyways, off on a tangent. I should stop that because it's not really an issue, but it just pisses me off. So pisses me off when we have a government that doesn't doesn't agree or doesn't care about actual life. Do you think the numbers will drop after JT? What numbers are we talking about? Like the numbers of, I don't know, the numbers of MAID, numbers of abortion. I'm not sure. You know, I don't think it would make a difference because abortion is not on the ballot. It's not an issue. MAID, I hope that it becomes more sensible. It's used. Election officials, Democrats and Republicans, it's more rare. You know, this idea of. Anyways, I'm going to get off of that tangent. Just going to put that behind me. It's not. I don't want to get worked up. Anyway. Different folks are estimating 200,000 people a year lost to MAID and abortion. It's insane, especially when you consider, the population of our country. So in 5 years, we lose 1 million people. We lose 1 million people in 5 years. And it's not the right people.
To be counted once more just due to a snafu, as one of the city commissioners talking about it earlier on today. And I do want
the emperor would happily bring back capital punishment. Prison is too good for political dissident. Yeah, but the problem, Sackman, is he would bring. Well, thank you very much, Neil. The problem is election officials spend a lot of time preparing with him. We're talking about thousands of people. Is he wouldn't use it properly because he doesn't care about punishing prisoners, punishing evil people, punishing criminals. He cares about punishing people who don't agree with him. In life, we all know that. But anyway, to stop, go back to the check all the machines, seal everything up, and then start over again so that there aren't any questions about those ballots. Best thing to do.
So, Chris, I got to ask you, misinformation has become a staple somewhat as we've been tracking this election and how the votes are tabulated. What do you want people to know about misinformation, and what do you want people to know about some of the common misconceptions people have about how these votes are tallied?
So the first thing to remember is that the reason it's taking a while is that elections are close. Right?
I really wonder about this.
That are not close. You all can call that, decision desk can call that very quickly. We can.
When did misinformation become the euphemism for lies? The government is lying to us. That's it. Call it what it is.
After Election Day, so we keep talking about these results. These are unofficial results. Before they become official, they will be audited. They will be checked. In every state, they go through a rigorous process before those official results are certified so that we can trust that those final results are really the results that are out there. In terms of misinformation, what I would say is if somebody's telling you something and it's really what you want to hear, be a little skeptical of it.
Well, that is a good advice for people moving forward. And my question is a little bit of a piggyback of what Austin just asked you as you're talking about disinformation, misinformation moving forward. What are you looking at over the next several days? Because some of these states like Pennsylvania, which could be the common denominator for the race for the White House, will be counting for tonight into tomorrow, potentially over the next several days. What are you looking at over the
look at Arizona, 50-50.
The biggest thing that concerns me is actors out there, particularly foreign actors, that may be just trying to rile up anger on both sides and disrupt
foreign actors.
How we operate as Americans and our trust in this electoral process, in the political process. And so, if something is out there and it's really getting you fired up, that's the most important place to take a step back and ask yourself, is this person just trying to make me angry? Is this social media post?
There's a lot of trolls out there. There's a lot of trolls out there.
Something that's trying to wind me up. And that's the most dangerous piece of misinformation over the next couple of days. This process, we knew what was going to happen. We've known for months that this is going to play out. Pennsylvania was going to take a long time. Wisconsin will take a little bit of time, not quite as long as Pennsylvania, probably, maybe a few other states. But be patient. And don't fall for those folks who are just trying to rally you up.
In general,
Chris,
I got to ask you, does it
you see that it looks like Minnesota has flipped back along.
Is that because of all of those mail-in ballots 4 years ago?
It's moving quicker.
Yeah, Subdog. It's definitely weird how people can't put their politics aside.
Officials learn lesson from every election.
You know,
They changed their procedures. They got more.
yeah, my truck won't start. I know that Russia did it.
Quicker, a little faster, all of those things. But yeah, the big factor is that there are fewer mail ballots. They, have those extra steps to process them, especially in those places like Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, where they don't get the head start of being able to do that.
Fingers crossed for the Orange Man. Thank you very much, Brad.
Good, Chris. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time. It's glad. I think many people are that it is going smooth here on Election Day, very critical election. I appreciate your time. We're continuing to follow the latest, but thanks again for joining us here on a busy day.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
All right. Thank you so much. All right, let's continue on covering all the latest here on Live Now from Fox on this election day. As we do want to get to more race calls in terms of the race, the push for the White House. Another one out of New Mexico in favor.
Okay, New Mexico. That's no.
52 to 46.
That's not a.
Next to her name, those 5 electoral votes going to her.
That's not a surprise.
About Oregon one more time.
It's not a surprise.
That state as well. 8
Oregon's not really a surprise either.
For her over the former president.
So brings her up to 192. See, he's not going to get a lot more seats now because they've taken so many of the seats, or the congressional votes. But it's those key states, the Keystone State, for example, that gotta get that. They gotta get Pennsylvania if they want to. I mean, how many? Let's see, how many?
7 million to 2.6 million in terms of that. All right, we're following all the latest here.
I think they said it was like 19. Is it 19 for Pennsylvania? That's a lot. Okay. I'm trying to see exactly how many seats or how many votes Pennsylvania has. But it's probably coming up on my screen while I'm looking down on my other screen, but I think it's 19. Is it 19 or is it yeah, yeah, 19. That's a lot. And I get that as a Canadian, we're really interested in who holds the White House, but it's, the whole system there, just like here, it makes a difference who controls the Senate and the House as well. For the next 4 years, we don't want a lame duck president. We want a president that's going to improve their economy significantly so that we as Canadians can ride that wave. Because honestly, our only hope for the next year while we're stuck with Trudeau is Trump. Although, like, even though they're doing better now than we are, we do want to ride their coattails for the next year, hopefully. And I think actually Trump is he knows that bringing Canada along to a certain extent is benefits the United States. I know. Canada's not his focus, nor should it be. But He does know.
Very, very close one in terms of this.
205. She's up over 200 now.
Race call, a call that we've really already seen the speaker for this, the senator out of Texas, Ted Cruz, the AP finally calling this one. It is a sizable margin right now at this point. 50.
Oh, won by 1 million. So I mean, like that's a good size.
2.25 million votes for Ted Cruz in that state. We've already seen him speak to supporters there on the ground in that state. So I just wanted to give you an update on what we're seeing in terms of that state in Texas. But we're following all the latest here on this on Live Now from Fox. Let's continue. Let's bring in my colleague Austin Westfall, because we did see Ted Cruz being called, but Virginia going for Harris, and we're expecting to hear from Dave McCormick.
Virginia went for Harris. That's disappointing, but
Give me a breakdown of what
if that's been called, it's been called.
College. What are we looking at right now, Austin?
So let's start off, before we get to the Electoral College, let's start off with the Senate map, because Texas going to Cruz, that is going to matter in the grand scheme of things. As things sit right now, Republicans have 49 out of the 50 seats that they need in order to get a split in the Senate.
What are those two striped seats? So is that like oh, it's a flipped seat. A flipped seat, okay.
Vance becomes the vice president, he would give the edge to the Republicans in the Senate. If Tim Walz becomes the vice president, that means the Democrats would become the party in power in the Senate.
They just need one more seat.
There are so many, Andy, so many of these blue seats that are competitive. They only need one more. They only need one more. The Republicans need one more seat to win in order to get to what they need to get to. So, and what we'll say here is Republicans do have 50. So yes, if they win the presidency, what that's going to mean is that they are going to control the Senate. If they get one more, that's going to confirm the fact that they've gotten the Senate. So
yeah. Let me cut you off real quick, because that was a great breakdown. But we do see Colin Allred now at the microphone after Ted Cruz secured that victory. Let's put this up one more time just to give you a sense of what's going on.
Oh, he's going to concede.
Over him. Now the
no big deal.
Coming from Colin Allred there in Texas. Let's listen in to him and what he has to say here on Live Now from Fox.
It's becoming rarer and rarer. I was inspired to run partly because of what I saw on January 6th. What happened
oh, not this again.
About a free and fair election, because they weren't happy with the results. I said then, and I'll say it now, you can't just be a patriot when your side wins. So tonight, we didn't win, but we will continue to be patriots. Isn't that right? I want to thank every single Texan, every single American who got involved in this race, but especially the folks who knocked on doors, who made phone calls, who gave whatever they could to this campaign. You know, I come from a family where we didn't have a lot of money. And so I know what it means when somebody sends in $5 or $10.
Seems to be one of those
and I appreciate
common lines that the Democrats are rolling out.
Want to thank
slept on the floor.
Texas women who
come from a
told their stories.
Middle-class family. Come from poverty. I get it. Everybody's got their problems, so.
Lauren Miller, Dr. Austin Denard, Taylor Edwards, I could keep going. There are so many brave Texas women who've told their stories. And Allie and I will never forget them, and we will never stop fighting to overturn this abortion ban here in Texas.
Why is it so important for you to want to do that?
3 little rocks with me that my sons picked out on the playground. They represent my 2 kids and my wife, Allie. My boys are little.
Steve Martin.
They're 3 and 5. I haven't seen them as much as I'd like to, and as for someone who grew up not knowing their father, that's a big deal to me. So I want to say a special thank you to my family, to my mother and father-in-law who have done so much child care.
Yes.
To the folks who mean the most to me.
I don't need to, I never do.
I ran for my boys, and I'm going to keep fighting for my boys' future and for every Texas kid's future.
Am I getting feedback, or is that from
There's a quote from Churchill
the
that's
broadcast?
in my head that I'll probably mess up.
I found out that I do get some feedback sometimes from the neighbors.
Esteemed as the first of human qualities, because as has been said, it's the quality that guarantees all others. You have to have courage. It took courage, and I'm not tooting my own horn here, but it took courage for me to come from a single-parent household without a lot of money to the United States Congress. It took courage for these, thank you. It took courage for these Texas women to come forward and talk about the most difficult moment of their lives in front of thousands of people. It took courage for each and every one of you and everyone who got involved in this campaign, to, even though we haven't won here in Texas in some time, to believe in this election and to put everything you had into it. And it's going to take courage for whatever comes tomorrow and the day after. This country is worth fighting for. Understand that. This state is worth fighting for. We are a great country. Nobody needs to make us great again.
Trump popular vote has gone down to 51.
We are good because that's who we are as a people. And so I don't want to see anybody putting their heads down. I want you to put your shoulders back and your head up and walk out of here tall.
Good night, Sackman.
Participate in an American election. That's what we do. Because in this country, we don't settle our differences in the streets. We don't settle it with violence. We settle it at the ballot box. And if we don't win, then we dust ourselves off and we come back the next time.
Oh, right now it looks like a lot of our imported Canadians are settling it on the street.
But I know this. It's going to require patriots like all of you and people all across our state and our country to stay engaged. This 250-year project of ours is one.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there, BT.
Every generation of Americans is responsible.
I think
for
I don't know what's gonna what's happening. They're not releasing the votes.
And whatever happens in this election,
maybe the polls haven't closed yet.
Remember who we are. Don't ever lose sight.
See, the states run all of the elections. They can do it however they want. They don't have to follow a set federal rules. They can actually determine their own rules, their closing time, their poll times, and that kind of stuff. And that's why you find that there are a couple of different states, like 2 states that separate their congressional college votes, Nebraska and Maine.
All right, you're just listening in there. Colin Allred, slightly dejected, but he says he will continue to fight for the people of Texas there, as this going in favor of Senator Ted Cruz, the incumbent, earning that battle, a very hard-fought battle in Texas. Of course, I just want to put this up again here on Live Now from Fox on election night of what has come to the conclusion. Ted Cruz there by 10.
Let's see the leaderboard, guys. Let's see where everybody is.
Of him. I do want to take you out to another Senate race in terms of Minnesota, as Amy Klobuchar, the incumbent there in Minnesota, taking that race, the check mark next to her name over Royce White, nearing 1 million votes in favor of her there in Minnesota as well. So we're following that very, very closely. We're also monitoring several different shots, including in Pennsylvania right now, an election update coming out from there in just a matter of moments. They've had one nearly every hour. Also a live look in Westland, Ohio, I believe, at Dave McCormick, Pennsylvania, Dave McCormick's rally there. So we'll take you out to these in just a little bit. But let's sign away for a quick 2-minute break. We'll be back after this.
The live stream is a bit slow, so it could be my computer slowing down. There is always a built-in delay, though, with YouTube. It's not instantaneous. I'm not sure how many seconds, but it's I think it's like a 5 or 10 second delay from when if I was to say something now, you would hear it in 5 seconds or something like that. I think if you have a really powerful computer, you can narrow that down a bit. I'm just happy my computer hasn't crashed, since we've been on for almost 5 hours, which means that I'm going to have to switch and go to my headphones soon, because my earbuds are going to run out of juice if they haven't already. I should take a look here, because I'm pretty sure I can tell. Yeah. Huh? It says it's at 100%. That's impossible. That's impossible. Because I've been wearing them for like 5 hours or so. And I can hear some chirping. I mean, you can tell when your computer's not working or up to snuff when things like, it reads that you're something that you've been wearing for 5 hours is still at 100% battery power. It's
approaching midnight on the East Coast as ballots will continue to be tabulated across the country. I do want to put up just some of these live now looks. One at Howard University, the site of this Kamala Harris watch party. You can see two very different vibes there in Washington, D.C., but also in West Palm Beach, Florida, the site of former President Donald Trump's watch party. So plenty to get to in terms of all of these races. For the White House, we're hearing race calls minute by minute. We're taking you as soon as the AP, the Associated Press, does call those. We'll bring it to you in real time as soon as they happen. We do want to talk about the balance of power, though, right now in terms of the most critical state.
So if you had to be at a watch party, where would you be? I think I would. I think the Florida watch party, Mar-a-Lago, would be the most interesting.
2 points in favor of Dave McCormick, the Republican right now. Let's bring in Austin Westfall to give us a breakdown, the latest on this balance of power in terms of the upper Congress, upper state of Congress being the Senate. What do you make? What are we learning?
We're learning a lot. And as you just showed on your screen, Andy, we're talking about McCormick being up by roughly 2 points over Bob Casey. Bob Casey, an incumbent in Pennsylvania, 82% of the vote has been tallied. We're also seeing some results in from Montana as well.
I'm not going to stay all night, but what I want to do is I want to see them call at least enough of the seats, when it gets close enough that Trump will take 270.
Republicans, they've got 50 right now. That's what they needed in order to get.
So we know that
means if Trump wins the presidency,
if Trump wins, he's got the Senate.
The vice president,
it would be nice if he could get
would have control of the Senate in that scenario.
A few more seats. They look like okay. This is
lots of these seats up for grabs, and they are in.
Okay, I gotta have to change my.
So we're looking at states like Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania,
change this out.
Nevada, Montana. These are all states where Democrats are facing tough challenges. And as you can see, they're all leaning red right now. So it's looking like it's very, very difficult to imagine a path where the Democrats maintain control of the Senate. I think we have Rich Rubino standing by. He's somebody that I've been speaking to over the weeks. We've been talking about
okay. I don't have any sound right now.
We've been
has to
how
click in with my
and that it was Likely
with my computer, hopefully.
might gain control of
Yeah,
the Senate,
here I'm back.
But I think Rich, and we'll have him on in a moment here.
Yeah,
I think
before we get to that, Austin, I just want to cut you off a little bit because I believe we're just seeing Amy Klobuchar at the microphone. Is of course she did take that, the incumbent Democrat there. We did see her just a little bit here on live now from Fox. You see she might be stepping away from the podium, so we're going to take you out to that in just a second. But Austin, let's get back to your comments because let's bring in Rich Rubino right now because Amy Klobuchar clearly wrapping up that speech. She did earn the title there in that Senate seat, retaining that seat over Roy Swine. Let's bring in Rich Rubino right now, political analyst. Again, thank you so much for joining us. Austin was breaking it down very great about the balance of power, what we're seeing right now. What do we make of the landscape on this election night, Rich?
Couple things. It's very competitive right now, and Republicans seems to be having an advantage. A state like Pennsylvania, I think that the thought process was that Senator Casey probably would eke out another term. He was elected in 2006. He actually defeated incumbent Rick Santorum.
Hey, Rock
He was
Girl.
Reelected in 2012, reelected in 2018. Now it looks like there's a possibility he may lose that seat. Ohio. That was a state that Sherrod Brown had to run ahead of the national ticket. He had to run ahead of Vice President Harris, and he had to distance himself from the party. In many respects, he tried to hug President on issues like President Trump, that is, and issues like trade. This is a state that the last two elections went 8 points for Donald Trump. This time around, it looks like he was not able to do that, and he apparently lost that race. Montana's an interesting race because Steve Daines is the chairman of the Republican Senatorial Campaign Committee, and he is the other senator from Montana, and he's really made this kind of his flagship race, defeating his colleague from Montana, John Tester. It's a state that won about 16 points last time for Donald Trump, so he's really somewhat of a survivor, having been elected and reelected there.
And I'd like to remind the
Interesting that some of the states, like Montana, you'll see not necessarily have Republican senators.
Both the House of Representatives and the United States Senate. There are other things presidents can do unilaterally. There are executive agreements he can negotiate with other countries, and he can certainly negotiate with other countries, and he can certainly sign executive orders. But for the most part, he needs the compliance of the House of Representatives and the United States Senate. And at some point in the United States Senate, there might be a movement by Donald Trump to try to get rid of the filibuster if they have all Republicans agreeing on that. The filibuster essentially makes it harder for legislation to get through because you need 60 votes really instead of 50.
Yeah, and let me ask you about that because you mentioned some of the things that could be in place if it is a Republican White House, but also a red House and Senate. How consequential could that be?
Very consequential. It could be very much that they're going to be butting heads. You'll have Speaker of the House, Hakeem Jeffries from New York, center-left Democrat, taking on the Republican Majority Leader. It could be Rick Scott, who was just handily reelected tonight, the senator from Florida, or it could interestingly be John Thune. John Thune was a senator from South Dakota, and in 2004, he was elected against Tom Daschle. Tom Daschle was the incumbent Democrat, and Tom Daschle was at the time the Senate Majority Leader, and part of the message he had was that he could do more for South Dakota as a leader of the United States Senate than a freshman senator. Now we have a scenario where probably the front runner is John Thune, and John Thune himself could become the majority leader of the United States Senate. So one of those two, those are, of course, the case of John Thune. He's very much kind of an establishment Republican. It'll be interesting to see if Donald Trump is elected, how he will deal with Donald Trump. Donald Trump is obviously demonstrably popular with the conservative base and certainly with Republicans in South Dakota, but he really needs to get to use Congress in order to get any legislation passed. And it'll be interesting schism between the establishment Republican Party, Mitch McConnell and John.
I wonder what's happening out in Nevada there.
Right, if you will, of Donald Trump and J.D.
You know, they don't have any reports from Nevada at all.
Battleground states on the presidential race side. We'll get to that in a moment, Rich, but I just want to ask you in general, if history is any indicator, how long could it take before we know the balance of power in the lower chamber, the House?
It usually takes assuming it's a close race like this, it can take a long time because there are a lot of races that are going to be very close. The state of Maine, for example, they use instant runoff voting or ranked choice voting. So they have one congressional race in the 2nd District of Maine, which would be very competitive. That could take a while for them to count, but there are usually a couple of congressional districts that it can take 2-3 weeks to go until they finally have
2 or 3 weeks.
of that race. If it's going to be very close. I think that obviously the races that are close, they're close for a reason, because they're usually in very competitive congressional districts. A lot of those are in upstate New York or in the suburbs of New York City, as well as many of them out in California as well. So my guess is they're probably going to be about 10 seats that are probably going to take a while until we actually find out who the winner is going to be, and there's probably going to be 1 or 2 seats that we might not find out till January.
All right, it's going to be a
Wow.
for that. Some of the states
All the way to January.
already. Some other ones are going to be taking quite some time, and one that might take quite some time is the Senate race in Pennsylvania. I want to put up this just as we continue to get votes in, in Pennsylvania. Dave McCormick going against Bob Casey, a 3-term.
110,000 votes or 120,000 votes almost. So.
Ohio to Bernie Moreno.
And 83% counted.
Because some of these guys have been in Congress for quite some time. Dave McCormick right now a 2-point lead. What do we make of this, Rich, in Pennsylvania, in Ohio, and also Montana with John Tester potentially losing? What do we make of some?
It just updated. Just updated to less than 2%.
Kind of Democrats who are in, and not the case of Pennsylvania, but the case of Ohio and Montana. There's no longer split ticket voting. It used to be that you could elect a president from one party and then a member of the House of Representatives or a senator from the other party. And this is particularly true with Democrats. There's only 5 Democrats right now who represent congressional districts that were won by Donald Trump. And there's a very strong possibility that 4 of those 5 congressional districts at the end of the night could go toward the Republicans. There are just very few people that were so bifurcated that actually split their vote. I think Sherrod Brown, he's certainly won in the past, going back 2006, 2012, 2018, all which were years that were advantageous for the Democrats. 2024 apparently is not advantageous for the Democrats.
Yeah.
And it's something that
paper ballots is the way to go.
I think it certainly has deleterious effects on Sherrod Brown running for re-election. He was a very much a kind of unique Democrat, very much anti-free trade, someone who's very much of a populist. In the case of Pennsylvania, very interested because I thought Senator Casey was going to be the favorite. I thought he probably was going to pull it out. But obviously there was a upswell, and there was certainly probably some coattails, if you will, by President Trump. Every time Trump held a rally, just about, he brought Mr. McCormick up on the stage and would present him and say, this is a Senate nominee. We want you to vote for him as well. And it looks like all things.
It's very close for the Senate race.
What had happened in the Keystone State.
All right, we're going to get back to you, Rich, in just a little bit. Thank you so much for your time. But let's quickly shift gears and talk about that in Pennsylvania right here on Live Now from Fox. We're seeing stepping up to the podium more election officials, their city commissioners in that state, a key battleground state in Philadelphia. Let's listen into what they have to say here on Live Now.
We will not stop until we are finished. Thank you.
That's all he's got to say? We're not going to stop until we're finished? And he had to read it?
In-person results coming in, so it's still hard to predict turnout. But what we do know is of the 202,000 mail ballots that we've received, not all of those will count because some of them are unsigned or undated. But we will have another update of mail ballots later this evening, and we're going to continue updating the in-person results as they're coming in.
Do you know what divisions are still outstanding?
So we got a whole bunch of mail-in ballots there.
An election night, yes, a lot of logistical challenges. You got everybody just receiving all the results. So we will post them up.
That happened last time in Pennsylvania, where the overnight results changed everything. You know, and the mail-in ballots were a really, really huge issue.
Now results, 202,713. The polling place numbers were 437,427. And our posted mail results that we have on the website is 165,000. And again, our website is vote.phila.gov/results. And we will post them on a rolling basis, and we will continue until we stop. So we're done. Thank you.
All All right, an update there from officials in Philadelphia talking about this, how they'll post updates in a rolling basis, as this is one of the most critical states. Live picture right now, courtesy of the AP, of what we're continuing to follow. Dave McCormick there up by, as the margin maybe slimmed a little bit by this latest batch, 49.4 to 48.1 in terms of that. The U.S. Senate race there, the incumbent Bob Casey, an uphill battle against Dave McCormick. All right, we're following this very, very closely. I do want to give you some race calls really quickly before we get to an interesting one in Hawaii. This one going in favor of Vice President Kamala Harris.
Trump got the Senate with 51 seats. That's great.
As it just closed, polls just closed on that side. Also, the U.S. Senate there in Hawaii going for Mazie Hirano. So that is in terms of the Senate in Hawaii. Just wanted to bring you that. And we're also following right now in Nebraska. Deb Fischer taking officially the check mark over Dan Osborne, 51.5%. 48.5%. So Deb Fischer, the Republican there. And Austin, I'm going to bring you into the conversation right now because this was a big one. Not a surprising one, but a big one. Can you talk about the meaning behind this?
This was a surprisingly competitive race. The independent in this race did put up a fight. Nonetheless, we are seeing that this seat is going to stay red. What that means is that we now have 51 Republicans confirmed to have control of the Senate. 51 means no matter what, it doesn't matter who wins the presidency, it doesn't matter who's vice president, it doesn't matter who is the tiebreaker in the Senate, the Republicans are going to control the upper chamber. There is still a question as to how much control they'll have, how many more seats can they pick up. There's still some battlegrounds.
As far as I know, like the lieutenant governor has declared the NDP a winner in BC. And they've asked EB to form the government. But the last I heard was that it's going to be another week before all of the numbers have been completely confirmed. But there's the NDP has 47 seats. And the Conservatives have 45. So, did they fix what happened? I don't trust the results. I absolutely don't trust the results. I think that they should call it ineffective election and just redo it. But that's my opinion, because I don't trust the results.
We want to take you out to a Senate seat that did go blue today, and that is in California, as we're following this, as Adam Schiff taking this one over Steve Garvey, the famous Dodgers player, Padres player. He is currently at the podium making this concession speech there in the Golden State of California. Let's listen in to what he has to say.
Because you have truly been the wind beneath our wings. And we love you for that. But there's one thing, I see a little blue in the audience tonight. And I assume you're at the wrong party, but I think that you're still celebrating that Dodger World Championship. You know, winning the World Championship for this 2014 was amazing. So proud of the boys, fighting at all times, playing when they're injured and didn't feel well. And then winning in Game 5 at Yankee Stadium. If you can't
what I really worry about with the BC election is that they just don't have. They're going to find, like in 6 months, they'll find a whole bunch of boxes, but it'll be too late.
Dusty Baker,
you know.
They're all going, oh, I remember those guys.
All right, Steve Garvey, even though he did have to concede, he was noting the win by the Dodgers, so maybe a little bit of a silver lining for him in terms of that. So we're following that, and just as we said, it's Adam Schiff stepping up to the podium as he did take this Senate seat in California, moving chambers from the House to the Senate.
Looks like Trump is going to take Wisconsin. That's good.
From the first day I launched this campaign to the visits I've made to nearly every corner of the Golden State, from meeting with local leaders in the border community of Calexico to seeing the restoration of redwoods north of Willits, I've met the most amazing people all across California. I've listened to your concerns, I've heard your fears, I've shared your hopes, and imagined the future that you want to see for yourselves and for your children. And because of this, every day I woke up energized and hopeful. In Bakersfield, I met with entrepreneurs who turned their passion into successful small businesses that had lifted up their communities. In Salinas, I heard from farm workers who toiled in the fields from sunrise to sundown, rain or shine, to ensure that families across the country had food on their tables.
Shift to
I
shift.
felt the joy and energy of an early morning service at the Allen
There's
Temple
something about
Baptist
him
Church.
that I
Instead,
just
I sat down with college students and heard about the careers they were building
I just
for
can't
themselves.
trust anything he says.
I saw firsthand the hard and rewarding labor of child care providers. I witnessed their patience, their kindness, and the love that they bring to their work. Our state has its struggles, like every state, but none are insurmountable because we are the Golden State and we get big things done. And my promise to you is that I'm going to deliver on day one, week one, year one, and keep on delivering for this amazing state. Because together there is no challenge that we cannot overcome. We leave no community behind. We do not stop, we do not rest until all our citizens have a safe place to live, clean water to drink, clean air to breathe, safe neighborhoods to raise their children, good hospitals, clinics, and health care, and the best public schools in the world. In pursuit of this dream for all our people, I will not rest, California. In the Senate, I will be a champion and voice for all Californians, whether you voted for me or not, whether you live in the big city or a small county, whether you grew up here or came to America searching for a better life. We are going to build more affordable housing so that you aren't forced to choose between your rent and putting food on the table. We are going to ensure that our fellow neighbors do not have to sleep on the street. We are going to help hardworking families by lowering costs. We are going to fight tooth and nail to protect abortion access and defend democracy and our freedoms. We are going to bring resources and jobs back to the Golden State to create opportunity for all Californians. We're going to fight on behalf of our dream workers, our farm workers, our immigrant families, so they no longer have to live in the shadows. We are going to protect our planet, fight climate change. And
It sounds like he's going to, when he says the immigrants, I'm pretty sure he's talking about the illegal immigrants.
But we can do it because we are going to do it together. I am determined to,
Or as they like to say, the undocumented.
and its great people. And I am so thankful for your trust and your support. And I can't wait to do this job with you together. I want to thank my incredible wife, Eve, and yes, we are Adam and Eve. My kids, Lexi and Eli. Lexi's boyfriend, Eric, gets a shout out. My brother, Daniel, and his wife, Amy. My brother, David, and his family. My nieces and my nephews. And of course, the one the world revolves around, baby Maya. I could not have done this without your endless love and support. And it's so wonderful to get to celebrate with you tonight. Eve, I don't know where to begin, but this Adam would be lost without this Eve. I love you, and I'm grateful to you for your strength and love. Lexi and Eli, being your dad is my favorite job in the world. I love you, and I am so proud of you. And I also want to acknowledge my mother and father, Cheryl and Ed Schiff.
10 points for corny.
I wouldn't be standing here but for their love and guidance and support.
And you know,
96. He passed
You're
earlier this year.
you were a congressman. Now you're a senator. You can't talk off the top of your head
Dad, give Mom a hug.
when you're thanking people.
Tell her I hope she's
You got to
so
read it.
upset with me
Give me
for
a
not being
break.
a doctor. I also want to thank every volunteer and supporter who made calls, sent texts, knocked on doors, and chipped in a few bucks, because your hard work not only made this Senate race possible, but you are going to deliver the House of Representative majority to Hakeem Jeffries tonight.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
And I want to thank Nancy Pelosi, the greatest of all time, the most incredible speaker in our history, for her friendship, her mentorship, her leadership. There was no one who stood more in the breach defending our democracy than Nancy Pelosi, and I thank you.
Oh my
We
God.
set out to build the largest grassroots campaign in California history, and I think we hit the mark. To my wonderful staff, I thank you. You are all dedicated public servants who've committed countless hours, nights, weekends to this effort, and this victory is also yours. To my wonderful, wonderful constituents in the 30th Congressional District who have supported me for over 25 years, I cannot thank you enough for your confidence and the honor of representing you. I hope that I have served you well and made you proud. And to my new constituents all over the state, whether you voted for me or not, I am committed to being a champion for every Californian in every corner of this wonderful state. California, I thank you for your trust. I am grateful to serve as your U.S. Senator. Now, let's get to work. Thank you, California. Thank you, everyone.
Now he can sit on his butt for 6 years and pretty much not do anything.
Adam Schiff there alongside his wife Eve after securing the Senate seat left by the late Dianne Feinstein. So you can see a happy Adam Schiff there on there, but also talking about how his hope for Hakeem Jeffries to be the majority leader in terms of the House of Representatives. Of course, we're following that, the latest here on Live Now from Fox in terms of that Senate seat. I do want to talk more about another race call we have in terms of Nebraska and what they do it. Another electoral vote going in the tally for Vice President Kamala Harris as she secured the District 2 vote, 84% coming in. So it's 230 to 210 right now, just 20 minutes past the top of the hour, 12:20 a.m. Eastern time. So we're following the latest here on all of this on Live Now from Fox. We're going to get out to more of this in terms of the race for the White House, a live look there in
Okay,
West Palm Beach, Florida. As you can see, some of the excitement, some of the vibes.
Let's see the updated tally board. I want to see 270.
Soon we could see any speakers, but also at Howard University on that campus, the alma mater of Vice President.
Is that a guy? Is that a girl? What is that?
This race for the White House. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this.
All right, so live from New York. So the last time I saw the tally sheet, it was 230 for Trump. He needed another 40. If he got Pennsylvania and a couple of others, he'll be at, he'll only need, he'll need less than 20. Let's see where he's at. I wonder why they're taking commercial breaks here. It's not like they're playing commercials. This is their streaming service. So why are they taking commercial breaks? So CBS says the numbers are 189 2 to 2:30. Interesting. Well, that's an old number, though. I'm thinking they should have updated it by now. I guess you know how the BC election stalled out. That might be what's happening now.
Live now from Fox, just past midnight on the East Coast, and we're learning now from the Harris campaign, of course, potentially some uncertainty or turbulence within that Harris campaign, despite seeing on the campus there at Howard University at this watch party. As we're continuing to follow the race.
Some turbulence. What's happening?
Now to the conversation to learn
Are they scrapping?
What we're hearing, what we're reporting, what Fox is reporting. Christina Evans. Christina, thank you so much for joining us. Break it all down. What are we hearing, and maybe are there some nervous feelings inside that Harris camp?
Yeah, Andy, I think you'd be right when you say the nervous feelings maybe are going out throughout the Harris camp. Again, I want to show you, again, inside of our social studio here at Live Now, we've been keeping a close eye on all of the storylines that are popping up online, and this is one of them. This memo going out to several Harris campaign members as well. What you're looking at right now is a tweet from Nandita Bose. She's a reporter with Reuters, but this is a screenshot of an email that was sent out. Harris's campaign chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon, sent this message.
Okay, so they're not even going to call Nevada tonight.
This was a message that was
And Arizona probably not as well.
Also meant for some who are outside of the campaign, who are hopefuls for the Democratic Party, trying to give a sense of hope. She does say in this email that as we've known all along, this is a razor thin race. So right now, the Democratic Party and the Harris campaign is planning on waiting out the blue wall of states. We know this is Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Those are the states that they're
Oh, I would imagine Elon, Tucker, Tulsi, or all that Mar-a-Lago. I would imagine that Robert Kennedy Jr. is as well.
Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan have not been called, and this is what the Harris campaign is now holding out for. Again, making this memo known on social media as well as sending it out directly to those campaign people who are working for
It's really odd that okay, PBS is also reporting 2:10 and 2:30. So she's closing the gap. That's not great.
If the results continue to go the way they do, I don't know how much sleep those people within the campaign will be able to get. Christina, thank you, though, for that great reporting, as always.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you so much. Let's continue on discussing the latest in that turbulence within potentially that camp as well. I do want to put up this tweet from Jackie Heinrich.
What's a turbulence? There's no turbulence there. They're just saying they can't decide.
Harris are expressing concern over Harris's path to victory. It may be too narrow to overcome. One source at the Harris Friends and Family Party.
We all know that Harris is, well, we hope that Harris is going to lose.
In Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, the exit polls I saw hours ago are all accurate. They need to suddenly outperform those. Don't believe that will happen. Asked about this, a second.
Yeah, well, you can't change it now. It's all sealed.
Agree. The path is very difficult to victory. His numbers are higher than expected in counties where he should be losing by larger margins in Pennsylvania and Michigan. A third source close to the campaign said, I think we're losing this. Hearing word that Harris may be
I think we're losing this. Yeah.
Soon, but not for another hour. So that's reporting there from Fox's Jackie.
So we may get a concession speech tonight in about an hour. So yeah, about 10:30 on the West Coast. Pretty late on the East Coast.
As well. All right, let's continue on here on Live Now from Fox.
It's 12:30 in New York, apparently.
Of what we're hearing from inside of the camps. Rich, I want to ask you, how concerning is it and how real are these feelings of uncertainty within that camp?
I think it's a lot of uncertainty. It's probably a lot of pessimism within the Harris camp.
Okay, you know what? If they actually thought that they were going to win,
a lot better when some of these counties came in. What's basically happening is that Donald Trump is overperforming. There's still a path, certainly, for Vice President Harris to win, but it's a very
Donald Trump always overperforms.
And I think
It's like people don't want to admit they're going to vote for him. So they, you know, and a lot of conservatives just won't respond to the polls. So.
Rich. So as we look at our map here, the blue wall, that's something that everybody's been discussing ad nauseum. Of course, the blue wall states are Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Ever since 1992,
They don't look like they're blue to me.
They have voted as
It's funny though, like Minnesota was red earlier on tonight, and it flipped.
Why do these three states tend to vote as a unit? Is there any understanding?
They're very similar, although Pennsylvania is not a Midwest state. It's more of a northeastern state. Michigan, Wisconsin, of course, are both Midwestern states. But there are a lot of those with what's a very important constituency, and those are white blue-collar voters. Many of them are traditionally Democrats. Many of them were Reagan Democrats, but they came back to the Democratic Party, voted for Clinton twice, voted for Barack Obama twice, and then they moved over to Donald Trump. And I think part of that is trade agreements like NAFTA, for example, disproportionately had an effect on some of these counties and some of these parts of these states. As a result, there's been a lot of job losses, and whether it's right or wrong, they blamed it on trade agreements. And those trade agreements essentially had bipartisan support. NAFTA, for example, had Bill Clinton signing it with Bob Dole, Newt Gingrich, Bob Michel in the House and Senate, respectively, getting it through. A lot of Republicans were kind of free trade, laissez-faire Republicans. It didn't really go very well. It didn't bode well in these parts of the country. Now that you have Donald Trump, and that Donald Trump has gone to the left essentially of the vice president of the Democratic Party on trade, talking about tariffs, a lot of traditional Democrats, independents, conservative Democrats went over and they voted for Donald Trump the first time, and you're seeing that again.
You know,
the problem Democrats have, it's something
they try to label all these politicians like Trump. Trump was traditionally a Democrat until Obama started to rag on him, and he decided to run against Obama.
They tried to become more and more populist and
more but the thing about Trump is he's just always been about the business.
In trying to unlock that,
so
was a hammerlock the Democrats had from 1992 to 2016.
Whatever's good business for that he thinks is good business for the company, it's not going to country. It's not going to matter whether it's traditionally Democrat or traditionally Republican.
She could be speaking soon to a nearly deserted campus if she does not appear soon. And that is in contrast to what we're seeing now at the Donald Trump party. And I believe we have a post there of him arriving.
So people are abandoning.
A post, as you can see from the New York Post, saying Donald Trump.
People are abandoning
election night party there.
Kamala.
Of his supporters as well. And Rich, I do want to
very
ask
interesting
you about something else that was said in that post in the reporting from Jackie Heinrich, talking about the fact that his numbers, Trump's numbers, are higher than expected in counties where he should be losing by larger margins in Pennsylvania and Michigan. What do we make of that, where Trump is, his numbers are higher than expected in some of the counties there from the Harris campaign and what they were expected? What does that mean?
You know, back in 1982, Tom Bradley, he was the mayor of Los Angeles, and he was running for governor of California. He was African American. And they took polls, and the polls show he would win anywhere from 10 to 15 points. Then people went to the polls, and Tom Bradley landed up losing. And one of the arguments why he lost the race was the so-called Bradley effect, meaning that voters would tell pollsters that they were going to vote for him, and then when they actually got to the polls, they could not vote for an African American. There are other factors as well. For example, Jerry Brown was running for Senate, and his campaign tended to flounder toward the end, and that had a disproportionate effect on Bradley. What I'm saying here is essentially that there might be voters in the suburbs of places like Philadelphia who tell pollsters, because they don't know who the pollster is, it's perhaps not politically correct to say you supported Trump. This is all speculation here, but they could be telling pollsters that they'll vote for that they're not going to vote for Donald Trump, but once they go in there, the Australian ballot or the secret ballot, if you will, they land up actually voting for Donald Trump.
Why is he calling it an Australian ballot?
But Donald Trump's effort, they might just have a better get out the vote effort, and they might have just had a better ground game, and perhaps that ground
Donald Trump always under polls ahead of time, and that's just because people don't want to admit that they're going to vote for him.
We've been focusing in on,
which is odd.
It's interesting. Georgia right now has 93% of the votes counted right now. Trump has about a little bit over a 2-point lead over Harris. You've been following races
Still really
so
close.
closely for so long, and you don't work for the Associated Press. That's who's calling these races for us. But when you look at these figures, what do you say about Harris's chances in the Peach State?
It looks very dim. I mean, we don't know, obviously, until we get 100% of turnout. It's obviously very close, but perhaps she did not maximize the votes that she could get in places like Fulton County. It's interesting because her strategy, she actually spent 2 days on the campaign trail just riding through southwest Georgia, rural parts of Georgia, some of whom were traditionally Republican areas, to try to minimize the damage that they could have in those areas. It looks like it really was for naught. It didn't really have necessarily the effect that they thought it would. They also employed Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton went to the many parts of southern Georgia.
Does anybody really like Bill Clinton anymore?
The types of people.
I think he's going to come out on. I think he's going to be found to be on Jeffrey Epstein's list.
It looks like, despite what Barack Obama did, despite what Bill Clinton did, despite what Harris did, and despite what Tim Walz did, they seem to be treading water right now. And if they lose Georgia, they certainly would need to take just about all 3 of those states. But Georgia's a very interesting state, certainly. It has some very Democratic areas right around Atlanta. You have to maximize your turnout, as well as some of the African-American areas toward the southwestern part of the state. But it's going to be very interesting to see what the final results are going to be in the Peach State.
Yeah, I do want to ask you about that, because we're hearing different reports about Gwinnett County and maybe the delayed votes that they're going to kind of tally up there in that county. Talk about maybe...
Oh, I don't like to hear that. Whenever they say there's going to be delayed votes that they're going to tally up, I just get suspicious. Totally suspicious.
There's kind of areas around there going for Harris, and how critical will these be, even if
sometimes a cigar is just a cigar.
Interesting state. Right around Atlanta, you have areas like, for example, if you keep driving, you run into places like Marietta and Sandy Springs, which used to be very Republican. Newt Gingrich was actually represented that area for that.
Be interesting, Neil, if New Mexico did flip back. This late in the game, though, you know, the higher the percentage of people who are counted, then the less flipping you get. It's the shenanigans that I worry about.
I think this is what we're seeing around the country. This is part of the Trump effect, right? Trump does very well in rural areas of the country. He maximizes his vote, but he tends to falter in some of the suburban areas where Republicans like Ronald Reagan or George H.W. Bush were able to rack up big margins. They feel kind of alien to Donald
Someone mentioned him there.
Populist type of an ideology. And those are the areas right around, the areas right around very much educated class, places like Marietta, where there's really not much of a Southern accent. Those are the types of places that I think Vice President Harris really thought she could capitalize.
Listen to this guy. There's not much of a Southern accent. Give me a break.
Wayne County, we see behind me here, 55% of the votes have been tallied in Wayne County. Right now, Harris has 58%.
Wayne,
Going back to the Biden election 4 years ago, Biden won that county with
that's a really small county.
Of the vote.
When you think about it, they still keeping Robert Kennedy on the ballot there.
Areas of Arab Americans in the country. Can you tell us about how their vote factors into this election? The Israel-Hamas war has been a major talking point of both campaigns.
Yes, very interesting. We saw Donald Trump the last weekend of the campaign actually going to Dearborn, Michigan.
Yeah, I could see it flipping if there's only a 1,000 vote difference.
Voters per capita.
But
but I think that there has really been a lot of
the longer it goes in one color or another, the less likely it votes. It's going to change. But
there was a poll taken by the Center for Islamic American Relations that showed Jill Stein, the Green Party candidate in that community, remember, we're just talking about Muslim Americans, was actually winning a plurality of the vote. It's not that they necessarily liked Jill Stein per se. It's more that they were trying to send a message to Vice President Harris that they wanted there to be an arms embargo, and many of them blamed Joe Biden and Vice President Harris for continuing to send arms to Israel that are used in Gaza. So this really has been a lot of disaffected voters, Muslim voters. Some of them are going to Donald Trump. Some of them will be going to Jill Stein. And some of them are going to certainly stay with Vice President Harris. But Donald Trump has went in there. He racked up some endorsements. Some mayors in that county certainly have endorsed his campaign. But it's really been a problem for the Democrats. It's similar to what Hubert Humphrey had in 1968 in the Vietnam War.
Oh, they're going back to Hubert Humphrey in 1968? Wow.
More protesters to the Democratic side. This time around, Vice President Harris has had the same, very similar problem, trying to tell them that she's a little bit different from Joe Biden, and that she would favor some sort of a ceasefire. But certainly, you can see in the numbers that she's not doing as well.
Everybody would favor a ceasefire. Just got to get there in a reasonable way.
Thank you so much for
Can't just give up.
Continue on covering all of the latest, but we do want to.
Thing is when they had that ceasefire, when where they were exchanging some prisoners and stuff, Hamas attacked a cafe in Tel Aviv. So it's not like you can.
In Pennsylvania, it is even tighter.
It's not like you can trust a ceasefire that they're going to abide by it.
As well as a key Senate seat in Pennsylvania up for grabs right now. Dave McCormick does lead that by just 1 percentage point. And we could be hearing from Dave McCormick here in a matter of moments. You can see the crowd somewhat get riled up at this stage there in Pennsylvania. So we'll take you out to this as soon as it happens here on Live Now from Fox. But we're also seeing movement right now in West Palm Beach, Florida, at the watch party for former President Donald Trump. We see someone on the stage. We don't know if they're setting up the microphone, getting everything. The stage is set. Camera phones are out at this point. But we're following the latest here well past midnight now, 40 minutes past the midnight here on Live Now from Fox for this. All right, let's slide away. Continue here. Let me put up this.
That's why they, if they were smart, they would have watched from the West Coast, so it wouldn't be so late for them. I mean, they're getting old,
Harris will not address the crowd at Howard tonight. Cedric Richmond will come out and give remarks. Harris is expected to speak tomorrow, and you can imagine the crowd there at Howard University disappointed by this. You can see maybe some of them learning this news, hearing some about this, and potentially leaving for the night to see Harris tomorrow. The enthusiasm going off as is past midnight there. So plenty of people still waiting here on this election night. Let's line away for a quick 2-minute break. We'll get out to more top headlines after this.
The smart thing to do if a situation like that is happening is not to go and say that you're not coming out to speak or send somebody else out to speak, is to go out and address the crowd yourself to say, hey, we're still battling it out in the states. The counts aren't in yet. We're not going to be able to know where we sit, but the candidates should come out and do that, not just send somebody out to say for them, hey, let's, I'm not going to address the crowd. I don't know. Would Trump do that? I don't think so. I think that he would go out and talk to the crowd. But I don't know. I could be wrong about that. They haven't mentioned too much about what's been happening at Mar-a-Lago, which is odd because Fox normally has a heavier Trump presence. Although this is Fox Live, not the. I wonder if maybe I should have tuned into the other Fox, but can't imagine they would be broadcasting it on 2 of their streaming channels. Maybe they are. Let me know if it's on another Fox channel. What I like about Fox is it's a little bit more balanced than CNN, or definitely more balanced than NBC or ABC. CBS is not as bad as the other 2, but Fox is, I find, a little bit more balanced. So, Okay.
Live now from Fox, we're learning that no Kamala Harris tonight at that podium at Howard University. Instead, it will be Cedric Richmond there, the co-chair of the Harris campaign. Let's listen.
Come on, give us a leaderboard. Show us a leaderboard.
But you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be here tomorrow to address not only the A2 family, not only to address her supporters, but to
The
address
A2 family?
So
I don't know about the
thank you.
A2 family.
We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go A2 and go Harris. Thank you all.
All right, a quick speech there from Cedric Richmond, the Harris campaign co-chair, saying Kamala Harris will not come out tonight, encouraging people to return tomorrow to Howard University, her alma mater, to see her. And you can see the crowds filtering out very, very quickly after this, well past midnight, 12:45 on the East Coast, as the crowds are dispersing. A disappointing night not to see the vice president there addressing the crowd. As we're still learning the route to 270 in place. We're also monitoring this live picture right now in West Palm Beach, Florida, at Mar-a-Lago, is West Palm Beach, where former President Donald Trump is in attendance. You can see plenty of camera phones out right now. I don't know if anyone will step to the podium here in just a matter of moments, but the mic check is going to be in place. But let's just continue to give you a roundup of what we're learning as some of the battleground states already called, that one being North Carolina, called a check mark next to his name for the former President Donald Trump. We have not heard other checks being placed in yet, but Trump expected to speak to supporters, to the crowd gathered. You can see the amount of enthusiasm on the ground there at this watch party, almost 1 o'clock in the morning. He was in Grand Rapids about 24 hours ago exactly at the final campaign stop of this. Of course, he is at the West Palm Beach Convention Center there. Plenty of people in attendance for this just down the road from Mar-a-Lago. So the excitement there is interesting. The contrast to what's going on right now on election night at West Palm Beach to what is going on at Howard University. Just wanted to give you
and welcome back
at right there. Right
Okay, like I just flipping through some of the other websites, and they got some crazy numbers that I don't believe, but like Trump can't be dropping. Let's
hear from one of the presidential candidates on
I gotta go to
tonight, and what do we make
Associated
of that?
Press and see what's.
It's very rare. What the kind of inside baseball one going on is I don't know. I think there's certainly precedent for that. For example, this is an interesting one. But back in 1976, when Gerald Ford lost, he literally lost his voice from all the campaigning, and Betty Ford had to read the concession speech. But I think it's very interesting. They obviously they're probably strategizing behind the scenes. They don't know exactly what they're going to say, but she certainly will come out tomorrow. And I don't think it's going to be settled for. I don't think this election will be settled for. Certainly in the.
Well,
in the near
Associated Press still has Harris at 110 and Trump at 230. Sorry, at 210 and 230. But you know, only a 20-seat difference. But then if it looks as if that might not be 100% accurate.
For Georgia, for Pennsylvania, for Michigan.
That's Associated Press. So let's see what
if you'll take me in full, Andy Mack,
NBC.
I want to tease out how exactly Trump's path could lead him to victory now. So we've been talking all day about how Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania would be his easiest path. Well, on top of that, he's also going to have to get Alaska, which we do expect, as long as everything falls the way that we expect it to. We expect eventually Alaska will be called in the red. Then there's these two little areas in Nebraska, and there's one in Maine as well. Let's just talk about this map, Rich. Ultimately, it's looking like states like Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada. Is it very possible that some of these battleground states won't end up mattering?
Yeah, theoretically, if one candidate could win 5 or 6 of the swing states and the election is pretty much over, I don't think that's going to be the scenario. I think that every battleground state will matter.
Okay, so
we only have 7 battleground states.
NBC, I'm looking at that on my iPad. it shows different numbers than Associated
But I
Press.
just want to say something interestingly. The reason that you're talking
Kamala
about
has less.
Nebraska
Trump has a
they
few
won
more.
their electoral votes, unlike the other
Not sure when these are last updated.
their state. They award 2 electoral votes to the person who wins their state. And then the rest of the electoral votes are spread up to congressional districts. So the one in Nebraska, it's called the Blue Dot District. That's right around Omaha. And that's
Okay, NBC is kind of
the only part of Nebraska
seems to have called it for Georgia and for Trump.
the reason Maine is contested, Maine,
Um,
that area is very liberal, but if you
Michigan,
go to
too
the
close to
second
call.
congressional district, which starts right around
Pennsylvania, they're saying too close to call.
very rural district, that tends to be a little bit more red. So that's why those can matter. And there's theoretically a possibility that if
I don't know if it's too close to call. I think that
there's just 269 electoral votes, that one electoral vote could put that person over the top. That's why Tim Walz, for example, actually spent 2 days campaigning in Nebraska.
it's weird that the two websites are definitely calling things quite a bit different.
Trump here coming up in just a little bit. Of course, I want to put this up here as well. As Trump expected to speak shortly at the campaign watch party in Palm Beach as his YMCA walkout song comes on and Secret Service clears the lobby area here. So we could, in a matter of moments, hear
Trump.
from the former president as well. And I want to ask you just historical context, because Donald Trump has been...
Is it time for sociable? I should go upstairs and grab myself a glass. I want to see what Donald has to say. The Don. It's really
the election, even though the AP has yet to call it from him.
well.
Hear from Donald Trump at this speech.
It's not about the AP calling it though. It's about
he essentially came
all of the
that he was at the White House at the time, that he believed he was going to win. But there is a very formidable possibility that he could say something like that. My guess is that he will say that we have to wait till the results. I think that because so far they seem to be in his favor, it's in his best interest to try to be cautious and just say something to the effect of "Thank you, everybody, for coming," and then just kind of walk away and then hope that tomorrow he will receive a concession from Vice President Harris. But right now, we really don't know. Once again, only one battleground state poll has come in, and there still is a possibility for Vice President Harris. I think that's why she didn't want to come out. She was trying to strategize what's going to happen tomorrow.
So let's just talk about...
yeah. She's just being a coward. You know. She can't speak in front of, in public.
But what is
it does seem strange though that they're relying on the Associated Press and not just going to the going to the source. I mean, I get it. There's 50 different sources they got to go to, but excuse me. But still, I would rather go to the source if I was them.
I don't know, because we're in such a divided time right now.
I mean, he's got hundreds of people working for him.
Call up and give a confession speech if Donald Trump would come on and kind of applaud her. But that's usually kind of what happens. Sometimes if it's a blowout, like in 1984, Walter Mondale conceded very early. There was actually an issue back in 1980 because Jimmy Carter, when he losing in a landslide, he lost 44 states that year, called up former California Governor Ronald Reagan and conceded early. And Tip O'Neill, the Speaker of the House, blames Jimmy Carter for doing that for about 10 House seats in the West Coast.
I'm going to keep my
people that were traditionally Democrats
headphones on and maybe pour myself a glass of something. I'll be right back. I'll be able to hear it from upstairs.
So sometimes, even if you know you're going to lose the race badly, it's the best thing in order for your party. So the candidates that are trying to run on your coattails and are trying to get as many voters to come out, it's better for that sometimes for that the candidate concedes as late as possible. 2000, Al Gore conceded to George W. Bush. Then a few hours later, called back and rescinded his endorsement. And George W. Bush said, "Are you saying that you're rescinding my endorsement?" To which Al Gore famously said, "You don't have to get snappy about it."
All right, very good. That's good historical context, and it's interesting to look back at previous election cycles, and see what happened before. And I do want to get to some news here on Live Now from Fox. Fox News is projecting that Trump will win Georgia, but the AP at this point, as we are relying on that, the Associated Press in a significant way has not called this president's these 16 electoral votes yet for Trump. 50.9 to 48.4 at this point. So he holds a significant lead, but Fox News reporting that Donald Trump will take the peach state, the AP not at this point. Let's talk about that.
Looks like we have
maybe
McCormick coming out.
Oh, it looks like Dave McCormick has come out. Well, good eyes there, Austin. Rich, stick with us. We're going to continue here on Live Now from Fox, a key Senate seat there in Pennsylvania. Let's take us to it now here and hear from him on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you, thank you. What a great group of friends. We are so honored to have you all here today. And how about my wife, Dina Powell? So to say that Dina and I are partners in this whole thing, and I wouldn't have done it without her, is an understatement. She is, this is something we decided to do together, something that we felt honored to try to do. It was a mountain to climb. And none of this would have ever happened without Dina. So thank you, Dina. And now I want to just ask the question, who's ready to save America? We got to do it. We've got to do it. And listen, this election night's not quite over, but about 85% of the vote is in. And we've looked at where all the rest of it coming, and it looks like we're headed in a very good direction. And listen, when we started this, Dina and I looked at the country. We feel like we've been blessed by everything America has to offer. Two of the luckiest people in the world. But that opportunity, that American dream is slipping away, and we got to get it back for every single Pennsylvanian and every single American. And we need new leadership. We need new leadership in the Senate to make sure that every single kid in Pennsylvania has the opportunity to be all that they can be, regardless of party, race, creed. We need to create opportunity for every single person. We need to create an economy that works for everybody. We need to secure our border. We need to have energy policy that protects the environment, but also makes us secure and creates great jobs. The bottom line is we need leadership. We don't have it, and we're going to get it. And so, listen, in the coming days, the election results will be finalized. And when they are, we will look forward to a new agenda, a new America. And we'll look back on this day today, and we'll say that was the day that we turned the corner. That was the day that we had new leadership in Pennsylvania. That was the day that we got our country back on track. And, you know, some of you know, I think most of you probably know, I had the opportunity to go to West Point, and my brother went to West Point, and my mom and dad went with us to West Point for 8 years in a row. And they hadn't gone back for 35 years, and we took them back last fall. And with Dina's parents as well, and we walked past the MacArthur statue, and it has a very famous speech etched in granite. And the speech says, duty, honor, country. To build courage when courage seems to fail. To regain faith when there seems little cause for faith. And to create hope when hope becomes forlorn. And that makes sense to me because this is a moment where we don't have enough leaders showing courage. This is a moment where Americans are losing faith. This is a moment where America is losing hope. But we can turn that page. We can look forward. We can have an America that works for everybody. It starts now. It starts with this election. It starts right here in Pennsylvania. And so from the bottom of our hearts, we have been so honored to campaign across Pennsylvania. 450 visits in every little town and every city. And the people we've met along the way have given us hope. They've given us faith. They've given us courage to want to represent and serve the great people of our Commonwealth. It'll be the honor of our lifetimes. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, you can just listen in there. Dave McCormick making these speech to supporters as he leads this Senate race against the incumbent Bob Casey right there in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We saw both the Harris and the, of course, we saw both the Harris and Trump campaigns in that state yesterday on the final day of campaigning on the eve of the election. So we're still awaiting to hear from the former President Donald Trump there in West Palm Beach, Florida at that convention center. He's expected to make some remarks coming up in just a little bit of time. I do want to put up this here just to give you a sense of what we're looking at that Senate seat, as Dave McCormick does have a lead almost 2 points over the incumbent Bob Casey right now in that state in Pennsylvania. So a very critical swing vote potentially, as the incumbent could be flipped in terms of blue to red right now. So we're following the latest here on this, and we do want to give you another call. And Fox News was reporting it just a little bit ago. We are relying on the Associated Press right here about Georgia, and we are just hearing this call coming in right now at this point, talking about Donald Trump winning Georgia here.
Okay, so it's been called. Donald Trump has won Georgia. I think Georgia is 16, so that's cool. That's cool. So he's that much closer.
It is now 246, ever closer to that
246.
right now. Some 24.
246.
At this point, Kamala Harris 210 right now for this. So let's just continue on. I do want to give you just a contrast of what we saw just a little bit ago.
246 to 210.
Convention center of what's coming up in just a little bit, but also what we heard from Howard University in Washington, D.C. is Cedric Richmond did make remarks to a crowd, telling the crowd there that Kamala Harris would not be making a speech tonight. Let's take you right now back out to this, if you missed it, because it was very brief. A 90-second remarks from him, the co-chair of this Harris campaign. Let's listen into what he had to say just a little bit ago.
Good evening, Howard. Good evening, HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America.
Almost sounds like he's going to break out in song. Thank you for being a friend.
We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. May God. Thank you all.
That was a quick remarks there.
Didn't he just say that?
The co-chair of the Harris campaign.
I mean, I feel like he said that twice. Once when I don't know, whatever.
Harris would not be speaking to her supporters tonight there on this election eve. We also are expecting to hear from the former President Donald Trump in West Palm Beach, Florida. You can see the crowd already on their feet awaiting him to take the stage. And this comes as we are learning that Trump AP is calling it in favor. Georgia going for Trump right now. Let's continue on. Let's bring in Rich one more.
Georgia's going for Trump, which is great. But what happens to
the next president?
Newest information on American TV at the moment. You know, I've got the a couple of apps up, but you know, it's
a state that Bill Clinton
AP.
Lost in 1996. Barack Obama was the only president.
AP has 247 and 210.
Carried it, and Joe Biden certainly carried it in
so
2020. So it's
the 23 more.
State that Vice President Harris spent 2 days.
Is that right? 23 more?
Going around the state.
Yeah, 23 more.
They spent an enormous amount of time trying to muster the electoral votes of Georgia. I think they viewed it as absolutely critical. It doesn't mean that it's necessarily decisive, but the fact that they've lost North Carolina was the closest state that Donald Trump won last time, and Georgia, which Joe Biden barely won last time by about 11,000 votes. It's obviously is something that it's a good omen for the Trump campaign.
Rich. Yeah, ultimately rich. Let's kind of play this out for us here.
So everybody's got Trump at 248. Some people have it,
electoral votes at this
247, 248, and that
Pennsylvania has 19 electoral votes. Michigan,
Kamala at 216.
Wisconsin 10. I've already gone over some of these little districts in Maine and Nebraska. Oh, and it looks like this is the first time I'm seeing that we're starting to see some results out of Nevada.
Okay, it looks like Nevada just came in.
Of the votes being tallied, looks like Trump has 51, just about 51% of the vote. Harris,
Okay, that looks good, but that's only 6.
6% of the vote.
So what does that do?
Trump has a 3-point advantage in Nevada with 3/4 of the vote tabulated. Rich, your reaction?
Yes, well, Nevada is a state. It only has 6 electoral votes. It's really the smallest of the showdown states. It's a state that if you go back to last weekend, last Friday, for example, Vice President Harris was in Reno. Donald Trump was in North Las Vegas. The state that you have Clark County, which is 70% of the state, which includes Las Vegas, which tends to be more Democrat, and then you have Reno and Carson City kind of up on the edge, kind of on the northwestern part of the state. And then you have a lot of very rural counties. Sometimes it's very hard to have a ground game because you're talking about very few voters. But if you can really maximize yourself in some of those kind of rural areas for the Republican, it can very much benefit. It can very much benefit the Republican presidential candidate. But I think this certainly does not bode well for President Harris in that she. Obviously, when you're there the weekend before the election and you're in a place like Reno, it's a state that you expect to win, and it's a state that you believe is critical to your political future.
No, that is a very good point, Rich, as we're continuing to follow the latest with all of this. And I do want to put up just the other one because I think Austin talked about it where it was 23, and we were talking about it just a little bit ago as only 24. But this was the one vote, the one electoral vote that he did get out of Nebraska District 1. There, Donald Trump winning that one, as it's a little bit of an interesting one with Nebraska and Maine as well. And as you're looking at this, the Electoral College, the race to 270, you talk about Pennsylvania.
Harris is putting up right now, so it appears.
So I'm gonna switch now to a different Fox. Because this looks like it's the main news one. I thought that it would be better on Fox Live, but Fox News.
Yeah, pretty close, but Biden won the count.
Everybody's waiting for.
Trump's got a chance to flip this if it holds up.
Everybody's waiting for Trump to come out. I'm hoping that he comes out on here.
Good too. And now you start to wonder, how high does this number go on the Electoral College?
Yeah, New York Times Needle is now at greater than 95% and likely to win the popular vote is what they have. Well, let's check in. Let's go out to Vegas. Jeff Paul is live in Las Vegas. Jeff, what's happening?
Well, a lot of excitement here and optimism at the Sam Brown watch party. He's, of course, the Republican candidate trying to unseat the Democratic incumbent Senator Jackie Rosen. And just a few moments ago, when Bill was talking about Nevada,
I don't know. Maybe it's best on the other site.
from the crowd at the Sam Brown watch
Oh,
party.
somebody's making their way to the podium. Maybe this is Trump here.
To finally get some of those numbers, we're hoping to get another batch in the coming hours. But Nevada has
What's happening?
you can vote right up until the 7 o'clock hour, and if you're in line, they'll let you vote. And in order to release those results, they wait until the
That's is that RFK Jr.?
votes. That person, it took 2 hours and 48 minutes, so still a very long night ahead of us. But
Yeah, that's RFK Jr.
watch party, a lot of optimism in the air.
All right, Jeff Paul in Las Vegas. Jeff, thanks.
So our panel is still with us, and we have some new folks that are here as well. Kevin McCarthy is joining us. Karl Rove is back. Juan Williams is here. Great to have all of you with us. Kevin McCarthy, let me start with you. Give us an update on what your overall take on the night so far, and then maybe drill down on some of what you're seeing in these House situations as well.
The Senate Republicans did an extraordinary job. They surpassed all expectations. President Trump is on his way, and I think President Trump is going to help the Republicans hold the House, but it's going to be very narrow, maybe even narrower than we have.
But you think they could do it?
All right.
Even narrower than you have now, you said.
Yeah, it may be exactly the same or maybe smaller. Look at the 2 seats I said at the very beginning of the
Okay, what happened here? Come on.
night. Watch Pennsylvania 7 and Pennsylvania 8. I think we're going to pick those both up. You said North Carolina 1. We're probably going to lose that by 1 point. She did an extraordinary job.
Wow.
Then you look at Maine. We're ahead there. But we have some incumbents that have fallen in New York. California's just in now, but don't read those numbers yet because it's just the first part coming in. We're going to have to wait some time to see where we're there. Arizona, we've got a couple of incumbents in trouble. Bacon's coming back in Omaha, maybe there. If we hold the House, if this is a trifecta, the credit goes to President Trump. But it also fundamentally means something different. You can do reconciliation when it comes to tax reform. So you don't need 60 votes in the Senate. Having the Senate as large as he is, he's going to get the cabinet that he wants. The other thing that's going to happen is you're not going to have a Hakeem Jeffries that's going to try to impeach him every single week. So America's going to see ability to govern. And if Republicans take this moment in time to not play games and focus on the issues, they can grow it the next time. Otherwise, it's going to be very competitive in 2 years.
But Juan Williams, if it's as big as we think it could be, we obviously haven't made these calls yet, but it's trending that way, and the pathway for her to win is getting narrower and narrower. Isn't it not a mandate? And Hakeem Jeffries and the thought of impeaching with what we're seeing tonight seems like wouldn't be...
I think I'm going to go back to the other channel.
Well, I think the Democrats are, well, dispirited at this moment, and I think that the likelihood, as we've pointed.
And so while we wait for this to get underway, let's kind of backtrack a little bit and talk about what we have seen throughout these last several hours. So to do that, I would like to bring into the conversation once again my colleague and friend here, Austin Westfall. Austin has been with us all day long.
I mean, they're going to put him on as soon as he gets on. So this channel is just a little bit more organized, I think.
As we close out our evening here,
CNN calling Georgia for Trump. They're a little bit behind the times, obviously, because Fox called it and AP called it for Trump.
Harris is at 210. Trump
A little bit.
is just 23 electoral votes away. 23 electoral votes away from the big prize. Where can he get those 23 electoral votes? Well, there's 19 in Pennsylvania. That, paired with Michigan, will do it. Pennsylvania, paired with Wisconsin, that'll do it. Michigan, paired with Wisconsin, that'll do it as well. Alaska, pink right now. We're finally starting to get some results.
Pink? How is Alaska pink? It's got to be a solid red.
15% of the vote in right now. Trump.
Oh, come on, man. That
has a pretty healthy lead, about a 50.
Yeah.
Over Harris.
It's going to go with Trump.
At stake.
It's only 3. It's only 3, but whatever.
Zoom in before we bring in our next guest because I just want to bring you the latest numbers and the latest vote tallies out of the battlegrounds. Wisconsin right now has tabulated 86% of the votes, and right now Trump has roughly a 1-point lead over Harris.
Okay, so he's got 10 more. Let's give him 10 more, so 257. Let's give him Alaska.
In Michigan.
So
9% of the votes to be tallied, but
I would say
we're talking about Trump.
He's got 260. He needs 10 more. That's it. That, you know what?
6% vote. He has quite the advantage. Over
Get Nancy here. I want to see it. I want to see it.
Let's pull this up. 90% of the votes counted so far in what's considered the most pivotal swing state. We have
90% of the votes. You know, he's got it. He's got it.
90% of the ballots have been counted. So we're talking about roughly a 3.5% advantage for Trump in the Keystone State.
No, I agree, Paul, that Trudeau needs to be elected out. I want to see him run because, you know, it will be so embarrassing for him. And, you know, the conservative win will be just so much bigger.
More vote tallies in for the rest of the night. Arizona has been stuck at 51% ever since they released their initial batch. All of this is to say, Kuro, when we zoom out on this map, we see a whole lot of red, we see a whole lot of pink. What we don't have yet is an official race call from AP. We'll leave it at that for now.
All right, Austin, and I know you've been a trooper here, out for hours. So we're going to have to wait and see. Like you said, still kind of waiting for more of these results to be confirmed. And we do have this tracker here on our screen. Right now, 247 and 210 for Harris. It's a countdown to 270. Austin Westfall. We'll check in soon. All right, let's continue on here. Of course, as I do want to bring you once again out to this live picture of a podium there in Palm Beach, Florida. As I said before,
Let's just take a picture of a podium.
See if we're going to hear from former President Donald Trump.
Come on, Trump.
That is kind of the news that's going
Don,
on
come on,
here.
Don.
And we do know that a little earlier today, we were informed that Vice President Kamala Harris was not going to be speaking to all of her supporters that came out to see her at Howard University. That was her alma mater there in Washington, D.C. Now, while we wait for this to get underway, let's continue to talk more about these campaign strategies and more specifically why some of these candidates choose to speak and why some of them don't. So to do that, I'd like to bring into the conversation now Casey Myers. He is a professor of public relations at Virginia Tech. Casey, good to see you. I know it's late over there on the East Coast, but first, initial reactions when you hear that Vice President Harris wouldn't be addressing all those people that came out to see her.
Well, it's no surprise given what we've seen in the polls and what we've seen in the results. And as the map shows, I mean, the path to victory for Trump is multifaceted. And you look at Harris, I mean, she would have to really pull an upset in so many different states that are leaning Republican and win Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. And if she loses one of those, I mean, her path to victory is very limited, right? So one of the things that I think that we're seeing is that she knows these numbers. She may have even more numbers than what we have access to that are demonstrating to her that maybe victory is not in sight. And so it is not atypical for someone to just not address the supporters that night, but then wait for the next day. And we saw that.
It's a cowardice is what it is. It's absolute cowardice.
All right, so Casey, and also we have been previewing, of course, this shot that I continue to show here. Former President Donald Trump going to speak here. It seems a little bit like deja vu. We saw something similar back in 2016. We didn't.
I think he will because he's not afraid of the crowd. You know, he's got the testicular fortitude to stand up and tell it like it is.
Well, I think
even if you don't agree with him, he's not shy.
I mean, obviously, it's going to be the things about, thanking them for their support. But is he going to declare victory? Is he going to say that victory's in sight, or we're still waiting to kind of see what the final vote tally is going to be? In all likelihood, the final every vote counted and accounted for is going to happen not tonight. It's going to happen days from now. And so are we waiting on that, or is he going to say, looks like we're headed to a victory now? And it does appear that he is. The question I think now is how, what is each state? How is it going to come down? What is that margin going to be? There's also going to be this question about the popular vote, and we don't know what that is yet. Could there be a Trump winning the popular vote? That's something that's been a kind of a recent development as of tonight. A few days ago, we were looking at polls and other outcomes that kind of didn't account for that. So what I'm looking for from him is to see what he says about his own victory and see what he says about the states that he is at a head in.
Just want to remind our viewers that we continue on with this, a live look there in Palm Beach County as we await for former President Trump. And here joining us still is Casey Myers, Virginia Tech public relations professor. So Casey, continuing on with this point, because
right
it really is a question of when, I feel, at this moment, the former president is going to come out here. What kind of what's the thinking behind this, especially when we see that so many of these people come out? I know that you discussed a little bit about wondering what they're going to say exactly, but how much does it really mean to
Yeah, she can't do anything with teleprompters because we are not burdened by what has been or what will come or whatever that stupid saying is that she has.
I would say that there's obviously the signal is positive because he's addressing his supporters tonight. There seems to be from that shot a lot of enthusiasm in the audience. And so I would see that as a net positive. And obviously Harris not addressing her supporters and them going home is a negative. But again, one of the questions that we have right now is, is he waiting to hear some of these final tallies? It is all likelihood Alaska would go Republican, is traditionally Republican. It looks like from the polls that Pennsylvania is Republican. It was just not been called by anybody yet. Michigan and Wisconsin, I mean, and Nevada are still states that we don't know yet either, but are leaning Republican. So again, I mean, is he waiting for something in terms of an account to come back to the to his headquarters, or and then also what is he going to say to the supporters in terms of his victory? Is this kind of the traditional victory speech?
So NBC has Trump at 246 still and Kamala at 194. Let's see if that updates. No.
That evening, and
it was AP have.
Loses the election, addressing their supporters.
Come on.
Maybe the day after, or as information comes in. But again,
AP doesn't want to reload for me.
You have
Okay.
long election nights, and again, the fact that they're sticking around is a sign that I think that they are pretty optimistic about the outcome.
Right, and I think I want to go back to this point that I had.
I think everybody on
we did see something similar with
the
Trump
center right is optimistic.
Before Hillary Clinton did. Of course, he did win during that election. What does that say about each of these candidates? Is this something that's distinct to perhaps the Republican versus the Democratic Party, or are we just talking?
We still got 214 for Harris to 247 on AP.
Of the candidates, but
I think that's probably accurate.
The reality of momentum, right? So Trump clearly has the momentum going into this evening, particularly now. I think there's a lot of excitement around some of the numbers that have come back, and the statistical possibility of a Harris victory, I mean, is diminished tremendously by how you're seeing Trump outperforming some of these areas in Pennsylvania, and particularly doing better than he did in some areas than he did in 2016 even. And then you also see a Harris underperformance some of the areas that she needs to win. What she had to do was to recreate the Biden coalition in 2020 and get that coalition out, and then also hope that a lot of the kind of disaffected Trump voters didn't show up, didn't support him. Some of the undecideds leaned toward her and not toward him. And that didn't really materialize tonight in states like Georgia and North Carolina, which they saw as potential pickup states. Again, the other thing that's is very telling about this election in terms of some of the results is that we're seeing many of the kind of urban cities that have traditionally been very Democratic. They're still Democratic, but it's about that margin. Trump's margins are a little bit better than they were in 2020, and in the swing state, that makes a lot of difference. And so again, I think that everybody's kind of reading into that data, looking at the statistical probabilities, looking at what is the percent chance of being able to win. And how many votes you need left with all of the votes that have come in states like Pennsylvania. And they're doing the math too, and they know that, in all likelihood, you're looking at a victory. So again, I think both sides are doing that calculation, and as traditionally, the victor's going to address his or her constituency groups and supporters that evening of the election.
Casey, hindsight is 2020, and I just had to put up this live picture that we have there because you can see the crowd kind of going wild, dancing around. There's a lot of optimism, a lot of momentum there in Florida, even though we're way past midnight at this point. But I want to bring us back to just last night, actually, because we did have some dueling campaign rallies. At the same time, we heard a speech from Vice President Harris in Philadelphia, her final one.
Dueling
before election day.
campaign speeches. Of course you got dueling campaign speeches. They're always going to squawk at each other.
I think Harris spoke for about maybe 20 minutes or so. Trump went for almost 2 hours. Do you think that was really...
What I like about Trump is he speaks unscripted.
Based on what we've seen today with these elections?
I think Trump's supporters are very loyal, and I think that his base clearly has an affection for him, and that's the kind of speech they want to hear, and they're very receptive to that message. I think Trump really did in the last days of the campaign seize upon a lot of issues. I mean, he took a negative, which was the comedian's joke about garbage, and then used Biden's comment to then reverse that negative momentum for something for himself. And so, again, that's really kind of the momentum going into the end of the campaign.
I tell you what,
he was doing, I mean,
no matter what you think about Trump,
after the fact,
the guy's got that it factor. I mean, you don't just show up in a garbage truck,
a lot of it has to do with,
you know, without having that it factor. I think he even wore a tie. I'd have to see that. Garbage truck wearing a tie. You know, he's got that it factor, and he
outraised its opponent. So that's been a kind of a narrative that we've seen in a lot of elections, where, you know, the person that raises the most money wins. You know, Harris had a campaign fundraising advantage on Trump. So again, I think that it kind of the momentum going into the end, and there were some people kind of reading those signs, and it was not polling, it was just sort of gut instinct saying, you know, there's some momentum here, there's something going on that we think that this may end in a Trump victory. And so I think that that's really one of those things that polls may not capture very well. It's just enthusiasm and just sort of the momentum of the campaign, and we saw that with Trump. And Harris had some of that as well, with celebrity endorsements and some of her supporters coming out for her rallies as well. But again, it just seemed like Trump had that edge in that area. So I would say that this is something that maybe a lot of his supporters were anticipating. I think they were cautious about it, though, just given the fact that they had lost.
They're starting to cheer. Maybe he's making his way to the podium.
You know, some of these polls were just such razor-thin margins.
Yeah, it looks like they're getting ready for him to come up. Somebody's going up. Somebody's going up.
Looking at this again, kind of backtracking a little bit here, when we compared Trump and Harris and getting to this pivotal moment, now in the election cycle, where we're seeing this, you know, tight margins, but at the same time, like you were mentioning, how Harris, she did have all of that optimism right at the beginning. And now it's kind of materialized to this point where it's looking like, you know, the former president is really ahead in many of these states, kind of garnering all of that. When we think about the messaging that both of them had, what are some of the comparisons that you can draw on that perhaps, you know, Trump or Harris even maybe were stronger at kind of driving that point home and having voters trust in them?
Sleepy Joe. Sleepy Joe's gone to bed, Paul. Sleepy Joe, and I think Kamala has as well.
So the big issues, the economy, immigration.
Kamala's probably hooked up with somebody.
Rights is another issue. That's more of a Democratic issue. But the top three issues of immigration, economy.
It's not too strong. It's just a double. I always pour a double. And the most I have is 2, sometimes 3, no more than 4. I top out at 5, never more than 6, 7 at the most. I'm just kidding. I don't drink very much at all.
Again, Trump, I think, had a message that resonated with voters, particularly some of these voters that may have been undecided or may have voted for Trump in 2016 and then voted for Biden in 2020. And so I think that as we look back on the election, that's going to be one of the big issues that we are talking about in terms of, you know, what was the kind of the messaging around each candidate. The other thing is that I think there's going to be a lot of discussion around how Harris came in to being the nominee. So we had Biden as the nominee.
I think this is like turning into a BC thing where, you know, they stalled out and then they wouldn't tell us. And I mean, we're looking at 214 for Harris and 247 for Trump.
Just get organized. Does that slow momentum? And we know, historically speaking, candidates that come out of really tight primary fights are weaker in the general. So she didn't have that, but she also, the Democrats as a whole, kind of didn't coalesce around a candidate early enough. I think another question that we're going to have in kind of the...
It looks like NBC is doing their own analysis.
Selection, the right one.
I'm gonna bring up CBS and see what they have to say.
A different election outcome, particularly in a state like Pennsylvania. But again, that's all kind of hindsight being 2020, and is making a lot of assumptions that one incident kind of caused a certain result. I think it's an amalgamation of things in this election that really has led to the point that we are right now.
All right, Casey, at just about 1:30 in the morning over there on the East Coast. So we have been up very late here. Of course, here, news never sleeps, especially on an election day. But before I let you go, any final thoughts that you had maybe when it comes to the political strategy, the campaigns, how they handled this really surprising election cycle, I would say. I mean, it was only a few months ago that it was Joe Biden that was going to be running as the Democratic nominee.
This has probably been the most unusual election in the history of the United States, and I can't overstate that. It's just the events that took place.
I used to like CBS.
The campaign,
That was back when Walter Cronkite was broadcasting, though. Shows how old I am.
One of the things that I would look at, though.
Yeah, it was way prior to Fox News. But I can't get anything off of CBS. They're not really doing a very good job. Or
kind of interesting dynamic. We know that we've had a Republican pickups in several key states. Probably maybe more.
A heavy dark. You're talking about a whiskey or a rum.
Congress and how is he going to leverage that to get his agenda through? And so this is just an unusual election. It's a long election night, but something that
yes, Paul, I do agree with you that a lot of times what happens in the States comes to Canada. It used to be that Canada was, 5 to 15 years behind the United States, and any trend that happens, that timeline has narrowed considerably, and sometimes Canada is even in front of the U.S. Sub dog. All right, so beer. I do like a stout. I'm actually
Thank you.
I'm actually an ale fan. I like.
That we are still waiting to see if former President Donald Trump, not if he's going to speak, it's kind of expected that
Newsmax. I'm going to go to Newsmax and see what's happening there. Yeah, so I'm a dark ale kind of guy when I drink beer, but I'm normally, if I drink, I'm normally going to go with a straight bourbon. I figure if I'm gonna mix anything, it's either going to be like something like a tequila, into a mixed drink, or a cheap whiskey like CC. I tend to like to sip it, and beer. If I'm having a British pub meal, then I'll do an ale, sometimes a cream ale. Like if you've ever tried Big Rock traditional ale, that was my fave for quite a while, but then I switched to Newcastle, and then I eventually kind of got to I call it Smithwick's cream ale, but it's not pronounced like that. It's just that I don't know how to pronounce it. Guinness, I do like Guinness, but I think I think Paul, a lot of people have tuned out. Yeah. But you know what? Let's get everybody checking in. What's your favorite football, hockey, baseball watching libation? I'm gonna say bourbon. Looks like it's Guinness for Paul, Guinness for Sub Dog. Check in. Hey, we're waiting. What else do we gotta do? Right? Tell me what your favorite libation is for watching sports.
All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. My name is Corel Lahada.
Jasmine T.
With our election night coverage.
Okay, Jasmine T.
At Palm Beach in Florida. We're still waiting to see when former President Donald Trump will step up to this podium. We do have also this, another vantage point there. And I do want to continue on with some more
cinnamon whiskey. You know what? I've tried that. Kilkenny cream ale. I've tried that as well. I like Kilkenny. Always Guinness. I do like Guinness. You know what? I do like make a southern. Sorry, not a southern. An Irish stew.
Did win Pennsylvania. Now that's one.
All right, Trump took Pennsylvania.
Out for here. If anything, it's the one that.
But 200,000.
All day today because
that's good.
Chris's clear path to victory would have been
to win Pennsylvania. But yeah, cinnamon whiskey. I do like cinnamon whiskey. I do like Guinness.
Talk about New Hampshire. More of these states that
bourbon though is something it's kind of my go-to. Like if I'm a little bit tight on the on the pocket change, I might go for a Crown. Crown is actually is actually a bourbon mash bill. It's got 51% corn, which is the same as
Trump still at 247. Now,
247 for Trump.
Has not called Pennsylvania yet. That's where we're going to be getting our figures from. The Associated Press has not been able to call it yet. We have heard from Fox News that they've called that race. As soon as we hear any major updates from the Associated Press, we'll bring those to you as soon as it comes through. But for now, here's what we're working with. We have Alaska in play. We've got Pennsylvania in play, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Trump at 247. That means that he's going to need 23 electoral votes in order to claim the top prize. Where can he get those 23 from? Well, 19 of them can come from Pennsylvania. He can add 15 with Michigan. He can add 10.
Oh, you retracted your drink there, Rock Girl. Come on. Share.
The presidency. Also, something that can give Trump the presidency is Pennsylvania. This one little district in Maine that's worth 1 vote, so 19 plus 1 plus 3 in Alaska. That would give us the math in order to give Trump a victory there. So when we play this out, let's go around, because it is fascinating to see how these battleground states have played out over the night. We're now at 88% in Wisconsin. Trump is up by over 4 points.
88% in Wisconsin. Trump's up by 4 points. Man, he's got that.
True toss-up was expected in Wisconsin. 4 points is how much Trump is up by right now. And again, that's with 88% of the vote being tabulated. Let's go to Michigan now. Michigan, a little bit fewer of the votes counted. 64% of them counted so far. But what we're seeing here is
let's actually do a little bit of an intellectual, game here. What do you think would happen if Canada had 10 states and they added some,
Wisconsin? We're up to 93% of the votes counted.
Congressional Congress seats. I think that BC would probably go with Washington. I think that it would go. Unfortunately, I don't agree with it, but I think that it would go Kamala.
Pennsylvania.
I think Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba would probably go. Alberta and Saskatchewan would definitely go Trump. I think Manitoba, I think would be a toss-up. Ontario, Ontario, I think would go. Grand Marnier, Rock Girl, cool. I think Ontario would be one of those swing states. I think Ontario would be a swing state. Quebec would absolutely be Democrat. And I think the Maritimes. I think the Maritimes would be swing states, but leaning towards. But would be leaning towards Democrat.
Michigan, Wisconsin.
I don't think there's any question there. They would lean Democrat, but they would be swing states.
Austin, I'm looking at this map behind you, and it is all red, my friend. It's quite surprising, but I guess no shortage of surprises during this election cycle. And let's continue this conversation now. I'd like to bring into the program Richard Gordon. He is a political analyst. Now, Richard, When you're looking at this breakdown that we're giving you here, the fact that Fox News has already projected that Trump would.
So what do you guys think?
Even though Harris did take.
Did I nail it?
What are you thinking at this moment?
Well, first of all, good morning, and it's good to see you. I have to say, I think like most people, I'm in a bit of a state of shock. I think that no one really saw this coming.
What? No one saw it coming?
It's a very surprising outcome. Once again, I think we have to say to ourselves, what are the polls really doing? What are they really saying? Because they have historically been incapable of polling Donald Trump. This has happened time and time again. He always overperforms. I mean, the one thing we can say is that if you look at Donald Trump's poll numbers and you add 3, you come to just about what he's going to get. And if you look at where he was in the polls as of this morning, well, as of Election Day morning, and you add +3, it's almost exactly where he is. So it's a pretty surprising event. In that I think, once again, the pollsters and the prognosticators, they all seem to have missed it.
Was there anything that we learned from
Let that sink in.
the polls have such a tough time tracking exactly how Trump voters think?
Yeah, well, it's interesting. I think 2016 was very different than this year. I think in 2016, people just out and out lied. I think people did not want to fess up to the fact that they're voting for Donald Trump. I think back at the time, people were,
Dude, everybody lies. Everybody lies. The pollsters. What are you going to tell a poll? Unless if you're conservative, you're not telling a pollster what you're going to do.
I think this is going to take some time for pollsters and professionals.
Partly because you're.
How did they miss this? I don't.
I think
you
you're
the same issue that you had in 2016. I think they missed a lot of young people. I think they missed a lot of blacks. I think they missed a lot of Hispanics. I think there were great issues with the polling.
I don't know, Brad. Ontario, it's going blue. Sorry. It's going blue, Canadian blue now, which is conservative. So would it go red? I think it's a swing. I think it would be a swing state. I think that it would depend on which way the wind blows.
Political analysts come on. Say something to the point of, the polling these days is just not effective. So, people track them for months here to try to give us a prediction, but it just, like you said now, it just doesn't come to fruition no matter what they do. So what needs to happen? How does this cycle even compare to the ones in the
I always put myself on the right of the screen. That's because I've had surgery on the left of the screen, on my right side of the face, and I've got an indentation there, a divot. So that's why I'm always on the right. I like to put it on the right of the screen so I can look into the screen.
I mean, there used to be a time that they only polled people who had landline telephones. They used to poll people based on economics, people who had certain magazines.
Dog. In Ontario, we're fed up with woke crap.
As history changes, as technology.
But I do believe, what do you think, Dog? What do you think? Would Ontario, if it was a state, be a swing state? Would it be one of those states that would go with the way the wind blows, or would it be a solid Democrat state? I think it would be a swing state, leaning blue, leaning Democrat, but I think it would be a swing state. I think that BC, unfortunately, would be. I think, unfortunately, BC would be a blue state. So red in Canada, obviously. Orange, unfortunately, right now. But, I don't know. What do you think? Not Democrat? You don't think that Ontario would be Democrat? I don't know.
Well, it's interesting. It makes sense they vote together. We've created states sort of somewhat arbitrarily, somewhat historically, but the people are the same. The issues are the same.
I do believe Ontario is a swing state, would be a swing state.
people are really, really fed up with the high cost of things. And
I think Tim Hortons land, the Maritimes
people in Wisconsin and the people in Pennsylvania
would be
very similar,
pretty solid,
in how they look at these things.
pretty solid Democrat. Although I don't like that.
I mean, if we didn't have these arbitrary
yeah.
state boundaries, there'd be one huge state, and we wouldn't be so surprised. Look, the cities are going to vote a certain way, and we're seeing that tonight. Now, the cities are way under where they were for President Biden 4 years ago. The urban centers are not voting for Harris the same way they voted for Biden. So we're seeing that. But generally, the states are very similar. People aren't all that different.
Yeah, like right now, even in Toronto, seems to be turning conservative. So that's a good sign.
Rich,
I heard somewhere, I think it was on Mr. Sunshine Baby, that Trudeau is in danger of losing his seat as well, which would be cool. I like watching Mr. Sunshine Baby, so when I'm about to say don't hold it against me, he does he does do the clickbait. He does do the clickbait. I'm sorry. But I like watching his stuff. He does have a good channel, and he does have opinions that I agree with, although he doesn't. I think I state my opinion more solidly than a lot of people, and that's probably why I'm not as my channel hasn't grown as rapidly as some, because you know what, people know where I stand. There's no ambiguity with me. So there you go.
As far as Donald Trump is going to get a lot of the things he wants done accomplished. He's going to have the ability to do that by controlling virtually all levers of government.
Muskoka. I'm proud to be an Okie from Muskoka.
I mean, most people thought Harris...
Place where even squires can have a ball. Yeah, I'm going to stop that right now. But
I mean, you really have to sit back and go, somewhat in admiration. I mean,
outside of the large cities, even in like the suburban areas, I think it just makes a lot more sense to be conservative. I have no idea why, the people who concentrate themselves in the downtown cores of city just, vote left of center so much. It's like they want to be taken care of.
He's carrying the Senate.
And I just don't agree with that.
Go the way they are at the moment. A lot of senior Democratic senators are going to go. Ohio's been called to the Republican. The Democrats are behind in Wisconsin. They're behind in Montana. And it looks like they're behind in Michigan. So there may be 5 flip seats tonight. This is, you're talking, this is 1980. This is
Stomping Rick.
This doesn't happen all that often.
I think I might just have a bourbon before I do all my live streams.
Right now is our
Maybe not.
We haven't been checking in on this too often, but I heard you say that it's looking like it might flip, or that it might stay Republican, I should say. 2 questions. Why is it seeming...
I think the House will stay Republican. I believe that is very important for the U.S. What will that mean for Canada?
What exactly does it mean?
Canada needs a conservative partner south of the border.
What does that mean for...
But we need a government that'll work with Canada. I think that Donald Trump will work with Canada. I do. Hey, look at this map here. Look at the map. This is exactly what I said before when, I was talking about the interior of Washington State, Oregon, and even California are not necessarily blue.
Look, Donald Trump is going to win, probably going to win the popular vote. That is unheard of. This is a guy who never gets over 46% of the vote. It looks like he is going to win the popular vote. So if you're going to win at the top of the ticket, if you're going to be at the top of the ticket running for president and you win like this and you're winning at the Senate level at unprecedented amounts, it is likely, it is very, very, very likely that you're going to win the House as well. Now, talking about power, you know, when you have split government, one house holds up the other. Look what the Senate did this year. Look what the House did on the immigration bill, for example. You know, President Biden put forward a comprehensive immigration bill.
I think
the Senate wanted it. Conservatives in the Senate wanted it. They couldn't get it through the House.
I think that Trump will work with Pierre. I don't think he knows who Pierre is right now because, you know,
Donald Trump
the official opposition. What does it mean to the U.S., right? But once he gets elected, I think it would really work in Trump's favor if he got to know Pierre. Trump is known as Pierre is known as kind of the Trump of Canada. I'm not sure I like that too much. Although I like Trump, I do think that toning down the rhetoric, it would work better for him. And I do believe that with Pierre as well, although I am highly entertained with what he says. I don't think that all of Canada is. So what I like is not necessarily good for the rest of Canada.
Projecting that Donald Trump has won the presidency and he will be the 47th president.
Oh, yeah.
That's after they projected that he won Pennsylvania and they're projecting
Trump?
he's going to take Wisconsin as well.
Yeah, so Fox News is calling it for Trump. Fox News is calling it for Trump. Yeah, finally.
In Austin, because we have been at this all day today, so this is really stunning news here. I'd like to hear thoughts from both of you. Austin, of course, because you've been here for hours on end, and Richard, you as well.
Well, you know, and I think these images are telling from the Trump campaign party. We're starting to see the celebrations. We're starting to see
expect Trump to come out pretty soon. You know, when Fox calls it, I actually believe in Fox.
The reason why we here at Live now
okay, so
to confirm it ourselves
lager. I'm more of an ale person than a lager. Mission Hill, okay, like I think that's a white wine. I'm more of a red wine guy. Irish whiskey, more of a bourbon kind of guy.
District in Maine.
Meal? Hey, you know what?
Said about Wisconsin.
Where's the beef?
Trump does have leads in all of these states. It's possible that as the night goes on, we will hear some news from the Associated Press. But for now, that's why one outlet is saying one thing, and that's why we're not quite able to report.
Okay, so Trump, Fox Live is not calling it, but Fox News is calling it. So it is an historic moment. I feel really good about this. I feel really good about this. I want him to be the president.
Yes, and look,
I think I rate him as second to Ronald Reagan in my lifetime as presidents who will do a good thing for Canada, for the world, for the United States primarily, of course. But I think, you know, Donald Trump is going to be the next president. And I know I'm happy about that.
Amazing, nothing short of amazing. And
Donald Trump beats the odds, man. He beats the odds. You know, the dude moved his head just in time to avoid getting assassinated. You know, and you know, despite what everybody says, I think that the Secret Service is behind him 100%. The guys on the ground, I think the FBI, the guys on the ground, not necessarily the administration, but the guys on the ground is behind him 100%. I think that the people have spoken. You know, even though he only got like 51% of the popular vote or whatever it ends up being, I think that people
the things they
see that he is good for the United States, and what's good for the United States is good for Canada. I'm just saying.
for people. And that is what they try. And by the way, I see my classmate Robert Kennedy on the floor there. Anyway, when people are trying to live their lives and further their lives, that's how they're going to vote. And the Democratic Party is going to have a reckoning of who they.
I think I think the left is going to go nuts. They're going to have a bunch of aneurysms here.
Just doesn't exist anymore. I mean,
Yeah.
Labor will look at the numbers.
I want to watch. I'm going to keep on streaming until Trump comes out. I hope he comes out and gives some sort of a speech. But you know what?
A lot of the vote, less than she needed.
There's a high percentage.
She is running behind Joe Biden. Virtually, I can't even think of a place she's running ahead.
There's a high percentage of people who voted. I think that I think that everybody was hoping for this. I think everybody was expecting this. I think there were some tense moments, but
people were splitting their votes.
I was really happy that it turned out. I'm going to stay on until Trump comes out and gives his speech. I think he'll give his speech soon.
Good possibility they're going to do that in the states also.
Even though it's only Fox that's calling it, it's not AP. Let's see. You know what? I'm going to go to AP right now. I'm going to check and see what AP is saying.
Here, I do want to bring up another point here, though, as we are getting some more races that are being called. I'm going to put up a graphic on the screen. A Maine District 2, Trump winning that 54% to Harris's 44%, and then piggybacking off of that last breaking news that we did bring just moments ago here, I do want to put up.
You know what? AP still hasn't updated.
Will become the 47th president.
So Fox is projecting. They're not calling it, but they're projecting it. So I guess they're calling it. I don't know what that means, but whatever.
The first was Cleveland. So bringing back now Richard Gordon, political analyst, and also my colleague here, Austin Westfall. Austin, I know you had a point.
Rock girl, I'm feeling unburdened by what has been. January 6th will be so great. You know what? Here's what I expect will happen between now and January 6th. I think that Joe Biden will resign so that Kamala Harris will become the 46th president. Which will screw up the number, the type of hats that Trump got printed, and then Trump will obviously take the White House. But I'm sure. But I think the Democrats are so conceited and so arrogant that they will convince Joe Biden to. That they'll convince Joe Biden to resign, giving the White House to Kamala, being the first female president just for a short period of time. And it won't make a difference. It won't make a difference. Although the only thing that worries me is that Trump can't take office immediately. Because the biggest thing that we have to worry about, or the biggest thing that we have to deal with, is the war in Ukraine, and the second thing is a war in the Middle East. So,
and who are we trying to speak to?
So,
how do our policies and our programs speak to those
we got to solve those problems, or Trump has to, or somebody has to. Trump's the guy. He's going to resolve those problems. And I think that he'll be on the phone with Putin saying, dude, you gotta pull out. And he'll be on the phone with Zelensky and saying, dude, you know what? The primarily Russian
political party, the party of
the primarily Russian ethnic areas of Ukraine. You got to write it off. You got to write it off because guess what? We want to save people. We want to stop the war. We want to stop the killing. We got to stop the dying. So I do believe that
ridiculous on some of these issues.
I think it's great. I want to hear Trump speak. I want to hear what he has to say. It's only 11 o'clock here on the West Coast, so I can stay up for a little while and hear that.
And I think the Democratic Party, really, if I were there, I would take a few people. I would go to a retreat someplace, and I would paper and say, okay, where are we going? We need a new start.
I'm staying on until my hair grows back. Well, maybe not that long. Good.
This is not working.
Predicted at 3 a.m. It's 2 a.m. now. Cool.
President Biden did a lot of.
You know what? It's not official. I just want to warn that it's not official, but I think it's happening here. I think we've seen it.
Which caused inflation. Well,
I think we've seen it.
The first part of that story, they see the second story, which is higher prices. The Democratic Party has got to figure out how to appeal to average Americans. It's great that they appeal to these wealthy, highly educated people. I mean, that's wonderful.
So AP still has Trump stuck at 280, 248. But I think, and that's, I'm not sure why they always rely on, I'm not sure why they rely on AP. Why don't, they've got enough people. Why don't they actually call up or have a connection directly with all of the state election offices? Obviously, AP has that. Why don't they do that? But whatever.
I think the Democratic Party has to search its soul. Now, everyone is going to comment, well, if they went to the left, this would have worked. If they went to the center,
the Donbass will be begging for help from Russia. Absolutely, I agree. I think that
the one thing historically, if we look at this thing, 2 years.
I think that
6th year of Donald Trump.
Yeah, I've watched that. Actually, I did a video on that Peace River. I've done a video. You check out, are we backing the wrong horse or backing the wrong horse? I think that's what I labeled that video. I talked about, I've done a few videos from both sides of that issue, but I think that the main thing is Trump is correct. We need to, or he needs, or somebody needs to stop that war. We need to avoid World War III. And I think that we just got one step closer to preventing World War III.
If and when Donald Trump, who will be the next president, is going to speak to.
Well, Paul, first off, Paul, if you go to my YouTube channel and scroll down to, I guess, about 3 or 4 or 5, 6 months back, you'll see a video I did called Backing the Wrong Horse. And in the show notes of that video, there will be a link to Ukraine on Fire. I always link all of my references, with a few exceptions, because sometimes I whatever reason I lose it and I can't find the reference, but I usually link all of my source material in my videos. So go and look at that. We definitely need to stop supplying Zelensky with weapons.
Name calling it and whatnot. I would love to see him just put that away and try to find a way to bring the country back.
The Dow went up 58.
Half the country.
Let's hope so.
Half the country voted for him. Roughly half the country voted against him. But we are one country, and we need to go forward, and we need to go forward together.
Trudeau is, Trudeau's crapping his pants right now. Trudeau will, I imagine, if Trudeau's even awake, he's probably going to say something really stupid tomorrow. He's probably going to post something on X that is truly stupid. Now okay, he may say congratulations, blah, blah, blah. But he's going to follow that up sometime tomorrow with something completely stupid. Because, hey, it's Trudeau. You know, that's just the way it is.
I mean, this stuff just isn't funny. This isn't a game show. This isn't reality TV. We didn't just kick someone off the island. This is America. This is real. And Donald Trump has an opportunity today, starting at this minute, to become the person that the country needs, which is a unifier, a person who isn't bitter, isn't angry, isn't name calling, isn't belittling. That's who he needs.
This guy's actually talking a lot of sense right now. I would like to see him tone it down a little bit because, you know what? He doesn't have any...
He has a mandate now.
He doesn't have any need. This is his last 4 years. He doesn't have to worry about getting reelected.
For the good of the American people, and he really does.
And yeah, so
not just the people who voted for him.
I think this is going to be.
But people who didn't vote for him, but who want the same thing. We all want the same thing. We want a better life for ourselves, for our families.
This guy's making a lot of sense here right now.
Trump can do that.
I don't mind Trump's rhetoric anymore. I used to be a little bit like leery of it, but you know what? He's entertaining. I would like to see him tone it down a little bit, but right now he doesn't have to. He doesn't have to have harsh rhetoric anymore because he doesn't have to worry about getting reelected. This is his last term. He can go into this. He can do the best job. He, that's good for the country. That's good for his country, which hopefully will be good for Canada. And, there's going to be a lot of Canadians who are upset about this. And there's going to be a lot of Canadians who are upset about his decisions. But I think you have to realize that he works for the U.S. He works for the Americans. So as a Canadian, you have to really realize that and have to accept that.
Grover Cleveland today, there's also an economic
but
situation.
He is.
It's similar now. But if you look at this historically,
let's just go through some of the live stream here.
And it's Adams.
Yes, Neil. Trudeau says something stupid every day of the year. The intersectional crowd, but as soon as they get mugged or get some... Hey, did you know that Anna Castorian or Castori, whatever, that guy, that lady from the Young Turks, she's actually turning a little bit conservative. And guess why? She was mugged. Yeah, anyway.
I gave him my best advice. But when I'm president, we're going this way. And seriously, she should have done that on immigration from day one. She should have picked, I'd pick an issue. Immigration would be the one I would pick.
Yeah.
And I would have said, this is how I am going to do immigration going forward. And I think for a lot of people,
I kind of hope that he gets on stage soon. I'd like to hear what he has to say. He's kind of long-winded, so he talks a lot, and the chances are he's going to have a lot of people talking before him. I would imagine that JD will come up before him, possibly even Tulsi will come up before him, introduce him. I could be wrong about that. I don't know, but I'd like to see. I'd like to see what he has to say. He doesn't have to come out right. He doesn't really have to come out and declare victory, but coming out and saying, "Hey, you know what? It looks really good for us, and I think we've got it." And but I want to see what he has to say about that. One of the things I really like about Trump is he doesn't script anything. He just talks off the top of his head, off the cuff. He steps up to the mic. He totally ignores all of the teleprompters, and he just starts talking. It might not be as polished as other politicians, but who cares? He's real. That's what I like about him. Yeah, I would like him to tone it down a little bit. I would like him not to insult so many people. Not so much because I like those people, but just because I think that getting along with people makes his job as a politician a little bit easier, and he can get a little bit more done. But
I disagreed with the president strongly on this. He had been saying for months that the economy was good, and every time this is while he was running, and every time he was being asked, he said, "Oh, the economy is doing great." Well, yeah, it's doing great for some people. Some people are doing really well, but some people and a lot of people are doing really badly. He never acknowledged that. Now, Harris did acknowledge it. I think she needed to be much more forceful. If we're going to talk history, 1968, Hubert Humphrey.
Oh, this guy likes to talk history.
President Johnson until like October. It's too late. The American people want change. We are a country where we constantly want change. We want something new. And what
I don't think it's just an American thing that they want change.
But I've been saying this for months. She needed to break with him.
I think that
very early, and she had a lot
people realize that the lifespan of a politician is at the most 10 years in Canada, 8 years obviously in the States, but for a leader,
overcoming negatives was going
I think that a 3-year term is probably a bad idea in the U.S. because 12 years is just too long. I think that 8 years is a good thing. Leave on a high note.
Thanks so much for joining me here very late at night right now, as we have been reporting that Fox is projecting that President Trump will be once again. We're still waiting for the Associated Press to confirm. But again, Richard, we really appreciate your time. You've been with us really all day. Austin, you as well. I'll check in with you guys soon.
Thanks.
All right.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure being with you.
Of course. Let's keep it moving here, though, at Live Now from Fox, because we still have so many things to get to as we continue our election night coverage, because we are going...
You know what? Associated Press is still showing Trump at 248, Harris at 214, but, I think that Fox calling it for Donald Trump, I think is a good sign.
Possibly set up some more microphones there, adjust some teleprompters, it did seem. So he may be coming up shortly. We'll have it as soon as that gets underway. But in the meantime, it does seem we have some time to kill. So we're going to step away for a commercial break. We continue with more election night coverage next.
Well, I'm feeling good about tonight. I'm feeling good that Trump is likely the winner, highly likely the winner. I would hope that nothing changes. Anything's possible. I mean, like there's some wild shenanigans that happened last time and wild shenanigans that could happen this time. Anything is possible. I do believe that the Obama shadow administration is capable of just about anything. I would have said the Clinton shadow administration, but I think that that's changed. I think that Obama is really running stuff under Biden and Harris. I think that the most important part now is to put this behind us, and get Trump. What do you like? Harris now 72, Trump 105. I'm not really sure what that means, because I know that. Like what I'm looking at is I'm looking at the congressional seats, Trump 248, Harris 214. That's on the AP site. But when you consider Fox is looking at things a little differently, I think that, thanks for joining in there, Subdog. Yeah. Girl, Gates too, just wasted 50 minutes. Gates. Why do we, I don't know, like, I mean, there are people that you got that we need to pay attention to, and myself included. There's people that are clearly in the know and are clearly, good people like Elon Musk. But Bill Gates, What a joke he is.
Still waiting to see if former President Donald Trump is going to take to the stage. And at this point, it's a question of when. We have a few vantage points here. We can see here on the live camera the governor of South Dakota, Doug Burgum, there. And he's also joined by Vivek Ramaswamy, who was once a GOP candidate himself. But of course, he has been supporting.
Oh, is that Kristi Noem? The dog killer.
Remainder of that election cycle. I do want to bring up a tweet here.
Actually, I like Kristi Noem. I don't care that she's got a bit of a checkered past with her book there. She should have been advised more carefully, but I like Kristi Noem.
Projects that Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States. He's the second president in U.S. history to win non-consecutive terms. The first was Grover Cleveland. I do want to go back to that live look, though, because we do see people stepping up there to the microphone, presumably to test the audio ahead of the former president. It's just one of the live looks that we have here that we are continuing to monitor for you. So we will bring.
I don't know where they got that guy.
Get underway, but in the meantime, let's continue on with some more of this political analysis at what has turned out to be quite a historic and a surprising election cycle, at least some would say. So I'd like to.
Sure. Is it really surprising? It's interesting, but is it really surprising? I think that a lot of us thought that Trump was kind of coming out ahead.
Election day, at least on the East Coast, but. Give me your initial thoughts here. So much has happened throughout the last several hours, and you being a pollster, I mean, a lot of people are kind of questioning the polls that we have been receiving throughout these last several weeks.
No, they should. Look at that Iowa poll. It's something that I raised over the last few days. If that poll was correct, Harris was headed to a landslide victory, but it wasn't correct. And think how much time was spent on that Des Moines Register survey. How much column inches in newspapers, how much time on cable news programs, and it was dead wrong. It was off by well.
It's always dead wrong when it comes to Trump.
I think the industry looks really awful this morning, and that once again they got the Trump vote wrong, and the industry really has a black eye. But it's more than that. When you think of how the attacks on Trump were so significant day after day, week after week, month after month.
That's something I think that really should be addressed.
It shows you that there's an anger in America.
You know,
there's a resentment in America.
Every time there's a Republican in the White House, and every time there's a conservative at 24 Sussex Drive, well, I guess they're not there now since it's a dilapidated old building. But every time a conservative or a Republican is in power, they just get roasted by the military, by the media.
Probably by 52-48 and maybe even 53-47.
Well, thanks for joining us, Peace River.
And the House is still too close to call. What this tells us
is the House too close to call? I hope. You know,
the American people are fed up and frustrated, and that it's going to be up to a Republican president and a Republican Senate to bring back that sense of confidence in the future, of a belief that tomorrow is going to be better than today. Trump is going to have another chance at governing. And this time, he's going to want to be focused on results, because in the end, he's going to want to be focused on his legacy and the legacy of the United States of America.
Frank, let's talk a little bit about that legacy of Trump becoming a president, a really historic moment in which he is seeking the second term, not consecutively. So what more can be done now? How does he expand on what he already brought forth during his first term?
The two issues that matter most were the issues that he focused on for the most part. One of them is affordability. And the answers that Vice President Harris gave were not good enough. They were not specific enough. They were not detailed enough.
Harris didn't give any answers.
And immigration simply got worse under the Biden-Harris administration. And so the public wanted to punish the incumbents for not being as successful as the previous administration. Trump's persona was a negative. And I know that some viewers are going to be upset over that, but the public did not like the way he spoke about people and to people, and how he handled his approach both during the
I didn't
debates
actually mind
and
it so
during some
much.
of his speeches.
I thought that he
Now,
should
that
tone it
said,
down.
they preferred his policies.
I just thought that it was a bad choice
Over those two
because of the way people
issues.
reacted to him.
And that's why he
But I didn't
won.
mind him. I
And
warmed
if
up
he's
to him
be
actually
successful in the next 4
in the
years,
end.
it will be to address affordability, not the economy and not inflation, but affordability, and not just immigration, but national security. These are the reasons why he was reelected, and these are the things that the public wants him to focus on most.
Let's talk about this polling, kind of going back to this, because it's really the big question on so many people's minds at this moment, really how they got it wrong again. When
You
it
need
comes
to ask people. I'm the wrong person to ask because we were doing focus groups. You need to ask the pollsters. You need to bring the people from the various networks and the big newspapers because they're the ones that got it wrong. I don't know. I don't know their sampling. I don't know their weighting. And I do want to give them one bit of props, which is most national polls had Trump, and you can look at the Real Clear Politics numbers. They had Trump.
So this guy's a pollster, but he won't go out on a limb and criticize the other pollsters. I don't know why.
11-19 on the
I can tell you exactly why. Like, I mean, it's been said time and time again. People don't like to admit that they're going to vote for Trump. They don't like to tell people that. I mean, I don't care. I would absolutely admit to it. But there's a lot of people who don't want to admit to it.
Most surveys had it dead even, or within 1%. That's accurate. What they did not get was the state-by-state results, and they haven't gotten that right, frankly, in some time. Because in the end, the sample sizes.
Yeah, I might just go downtown, buy a steak as well.
The question,
Have another bourbon tonight.
For you because we weren't involved in that.
And I'm sure that a lot of people, even if they were involved in it, are almost asking themselves that very same question, kind of looking back throughout this entire trajectory, thinking, you know, where did we get it wrong when it comes to these samples that they try to take from the American public to try to get these reports out there, try to project these winners heading up to Election Day. I just want to remind our viewers that this is a vantage point that we do have out there in Palm Beach. We are waiting for the former president, a possible soon-to-be president there, to speak to his supporters. And also a reminder to our viewers that Fox News does project that Trump will win, that he will become the 47th president. We are still, however, here waiting to confirm with affirmity with the Associated Press. Now, Frank, let's look throughout these last several hours, these last several weeks, and kind of pinpoint these moments that led us to this at this point, kind of the message that Trump had heading into Election Day that brought us here today.
Well,
Be interesting to see what
it's not just Trump, but it's also
how this affects the
she never described what she was
weekly polls that come out on Sunday with the Canadian weekly polls. It'd be interesting to see that. I hope it doesn't. I hope it doesn't reflect poorly for Pierre, because obviously they're two different people. But you know, liberal Canadians are really different thinking people. So hopefully it doesn't affect it too bad.
All they did was attempt to add to the negativity, to add to the assessments of Trump in a negative way. And it did not work, because in the end, voters need to know why to vote for you, not just against your opponent. And they gave a great synopsis, a negative synopsis of Trump. But that did not work for voters who needed to know why they should trust Harris with her assessments, her analysis, and they didn't. And I think there's going to be a lot of anger directed at Harris's campaign, because I remind you of this. She went from 5 points down to 3.5 points up when she focused on her effort, on the joy, on the excitement of her announcement of her getting in and replacing Joe Biden. And the moment she turned her sights on the Trump, the moment that she started to attack him, that was the peak. And every week after that, she fell and fell and fell. And I think that no candidate will ever be as negative as she was, even calling Trump a fascist. You know what? That didn't add
You know,
a
I don't know. I think
single
that
because calling
Hillary
it
was more
fascist
negative than
does not make your
Kamala.
food more affordable, does not make your healthcare more accessible, does not make
I mean, if you
your
look
choice of
back at
housing
history,
more available. And it
Hillary
certainly
was
did
even
not
more
provide a sense of safety and security in the country.
unpalatable
We all have the right to expect
than Kamala.
Great.
Although I
People say Kamala
absolutely,
Harris has changed
Kamala was
the
nothing. There,
tone of
she had no
debate.
substance,
And that's what cost her. That's
and
part of
and she still got so close, which is unbelievable.
Stage. What do you expect to come next? And not just with Trump, but really with Vice President Harris. We are going to hear from her, if not tonight, tomorrow.
You're not going to hear from her tonight. People have gone home. This reminds me of Hillary Clinton in 2016, and this is just as surprising to some voters as 2016. And my response to them is, you weren't watching. You couldn't see this trend as it was happening. I thought that she was absolutely going to get elected after the presidential debate. And then I realized that voters were taking a second look. And while they had made up their minds about Trump, I think he's about to come out, they did not.
Oh, there he is. Okay, so he's about to take the stage. He's come out with Melania and Barron.
Thank you, Frank, though, for joining
and
us live now
yeah.
as we continue to track all of this, such stunning
Okay, so
results
let's
on this election day. But Frank, we're going to let you go now.
let's have a listen to what
Head over to Florida and
the Donald has to say.
thank you once again. A live now look here, as you can see that Donald Trump is stepping up to the stage there with his wife Melania.
Damn,
Trump.
Trump is tall. Melania is tall too, but she's probably wearing heels. But look how tall Barron is. Holy crow. Trump is like 6'4" or something like that.
So while we're waiting here for him to start speaking, of course,
I'm looking for a few other people there. I'm looking for JD Vance. I'm looking for
of Donald Trump there. So he is at this moment just about 3 points away from
okay, so Trump
mark and
267.
President of the United States.
267 on AP.
Stunning election cycle of this season, starting off.
I'm looking for Tulsi. I'm looking for JD. I'm looking for Elon. I'm looking for
all of that changed fairly quickly in July.
A whole bunch of people. I just don't see there. I wonder if they were with him, or maybe he was just pretty much with his family. I don't know, but
here kind of culminating to this moment live there in Florida. House Speaker Mike Johnson as well there.
Is that
all of the Republicans that have been backing the former president up until now? He is about to speak, I believe. Coming out to
there's JD.
Song that we have been hearing at every single
Where's JD's wife?
For the last several weeks.
I think she's hiding behind that guy there.
Down to this moment, the first time we'll be hearing from him since Fox News had projected that he would be the 47th president. But let's take a listen.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond.
He's got to get the hand movements in when he says that.
Because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and It is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy?
Look what happened.
But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
Make America great again.
And in addition to having
Why does that trigger leftists so much?
North Carolina, I love these places. Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin.
He's at Mar-a-Lago, I think, or West Palm Beach. Maybe it might not be at Mar-a-Lago, but I think it is.
Which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you.
Of course it was. That really validates the winning the popular vote.
Unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much.
Yeah, Rock Girl, I think that hope is back.
In those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives.
I think that's really cool because you've got like control of the three institutions of government. 3 of the, I guess, the 4 if you count the Supreme Court, but they also have control of that. So that's so cool.
Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country? Can you believe that? no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now.
Well, you're right, Brad. They do have a lot of work to do.
She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman.
This transition team will probably be
The first to congratulate
straight to work on Wednesday or Thursday,
Vice President
or maybe next Monday. You know, I take the weekend, go golfing, get to work on Monday, watch a couple of football games.
and his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Bez. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks, and a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay, which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words here.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
I believe they will. I believe they will.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country, and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania, campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And because, especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer, slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me, just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelt boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen any young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time. But we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny, and we're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term. When we became more and more successful, people started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Well, that about wraps it up. He's got to do his little dance there. Okay.
Speaking to his supporters in West.
Well, I think I am going to call it a night. It's almost midnight here.
was joined on stage by
And
his family members. His
thanks
wife,
for
Melania
tuning
Trump,
in.
and also his
This is a long haul.
presidential
7 hours, 49, 40, 50 minutes.
Live now from Fox as well.
Wow.
Continuously tracked all of these election
Anyway,
results.
I think that that's about
Just a
it.
reminder to all of our
And we know he's going to the White House.
that
That's
Donald Trump would be the 47th president. However, we are still waiting to confirm that with the Associated Press. We do rely on them for anything that they
Oh.
call. Trump at this moment has 267 of the 270 electoral votes needed to win the White House. He is leading in Michigan and Wisconsin, where his two clearest paths to victory rely on Harris not winning enough of the outstanding votes in Wayne and Milwaukee counties. The AP is still waiting on the next update from both locations to determine whether Harris has any path to overtake Trump in either state. We're going to use this opportunity to step away for a quick commercial break. We continue with our election coverage next.
well. I'm gonna call it a night. Although the AP still says that Harris has 224 and Trump is 267. He only needs 3. I don't know if they've called Alaska yet. With Alaska, he's got it. So. All right. Maybe I'll see y'all. Hopefully I'll see y'all in a couple of days on Thursday. We can talk about this a little bit. And there's probably going to be a lot more to talk about with the Canadian stuff. So have a good night, everybody. And we'll see you later.